Historians note, this story takes place in the Red Flag timeline. It takes place during and after Halo Red Flag and Halo Lone Wolf.
When I sold my soul to Oni for the opportunity to enact my plans into motion, I believed I could separate thought and rationale from emotion. But I was wrong. Just like any fallible human being, I find myself hesitating with the choices I've made. Most of them have decayed and perished. Though this was the planned intent, I find myself at odds with the decisions I've made. It is not a sense of regret, but rather the apprehension with which the truth was hidden. It is a mercy their parents do not have to learn what will happen to the real counterparts. Would they find solace in knowing they will be the saviors of mankind? I think not. I have kept a close eye on every one of them, slowly decaying as they were meant to, yet some hold on to hope, an inexplicable measure. They were, after all, engineered and designed to deteriorate, yet the human spirit lives within them, clutching onto hope as if tasting defeat went against their very nature down to the building blocks of their essence. It will be of no consequence. Each day our trainees grow stronger while their counterparts weaken. The parents attempt to treat them or stave off their inevitable death, though I imagine their reactions are similar to any grieving parent would be. I have tasked Dr. Alban with this case study. There is one I will keep a close eye on. However, the signs of deterioration are there, yet he continues to fight. An unwinnable battle, to be sure, something his counterpart also seems to struggle to understand.
Spartan 006 tracked thousands of different flying targets through the scope of his M6. The glow of their blue faint eyes illuminated the long corridor of the ship's chamber. Jai couldn't make heads or tails of what the purpose of the many, many symbols lining the walls were, but they seemed to illuminate when the trio approached. Strange noises resonated from reshaping walls and bulkheads, giving him the sensation of emptiness. Though he had spent nearly every waking minute with his teammate Michael 120 for the last 3 decades, it seemed as if he could make some sense from the mysterious symbols. His Spartan companion approached a cylindrical structure on a corner where the 2 corridors met. He waved his hand over the object and pulled back once it lit up a deep oceanic shade of blue. The cylinder reshaped into an oblong barrel and a hole opened beneath it. The object shot down and instantly the floor opening sealed as if it had never existed. The forward wall shifted and collapsed until it rotated to cover up the open corridor. Jai cocked his head as the hundreds of flying alien machines stopped moving. They had guided them all the way here. Where here was another question. Jai just hoped it wouldn't be a problem. The flying automatons had torn through the Covenant warriors in pieces with ionic lasers from the core of their uncentered eye structures. The angular wings had cut right through the joints of dozens of the blood-red armored elites. The lasers melted right through their shields. The explosions of the few which had been destroyed had kamikazed into the running grunts and cooked the jackals alive. They had been helpful with their escape, but the ship had locked their armors, all the same stopping them from escaping the battle of the Covenant Super City. They had been abducted through a flow of white and blue light, separating them from the rubble of rocks dislodged by the moving metals of the alien ship. Tons of stone flew about as if nothing more than weightless particles while the ship rose from the center of the city's power grid. Large metallic cables running for miles and miles in all directions were cut off as bulkheads and compartments shifted. The pyramid nature of the ship had changed into a tri-legged vessel with a pointed end at the top. That had been 3 hours ago, and now they were drifting through the slip space without any knowledge of where they would exit. Wherever the ship spat them out, he knew Adriana and Michael would be as ready as himself for whatever awaited them. He was, however, more worried about what had happened with the rest of the team. Had their mission been successful? The bomb they had left behind was meant as a backup plan, and seeing the names of half of their fellow Spartans disappear from their rosters had solidified their confidence in following Plan B. The bomb specifics were something he didn't understand, but Michael 120 had implied the bomb cluster could shatter planets in half. They could only hope their leader, the Master Chief, had succeeded in capturing and retrieving their targets, the High Prophets of Truth and Mercy. These were aliens the UNSC had very little encounter with, or any data on for that matter. It was the ruling caste of the Covenant Empire who remained deep behind enemy lines. It wasn't until the Master Chief's partner Cortana had combed through billions of files on board the Covenant supercarrier, the Long Night of Solace, that they pieced together enough information about the beings. 3 alien leaders who led the homogeneous conglomerate of 7 main species in their shared faith. Their shared covenant had been a literal and figurative pact, a writ of union which bounded the ruling caste as the voice of guidance and the second species, the elites, as their protectors, which over time had grown to encompass many species and even more star systems. Jai didn't expect the Master Chief to fail in his mission. He never did. How he and the rest of the Spartans had gotten off the Covenant's command center, he didn't know. There were so many open questions he had, but now wasn't the time for them. Not when the hundreds of flying machines started moving again. 2 flashing lights emerged on the corners of his heads-up display, and he nodded. There were inquiries from Adriana and Michael to know if they should move forward. Without even looking at him, they had moved in unison. Michael had lowered his weapon as if he was confident that things weren't going to hurt them. In all fairness, there was nothing they could do if the things were to attack. Taking out 1,000 of them would mean nothing to the remaining tens of thousands. Aside from the angular metal ones, a new horde emerged. This time, it was the flying gas barges, who were flying pockets of expanding tissue. Jai had seen these things before. The Covenant called them engineers, and more often than not, killed them the moment it seemed like they were going to be captured by humans. They had seen several hundred on board the Long Night of Solace and even millions in the moon-sized city of High Charity. They rose and sunk, bloated through a combination of differently dense gases. Releasing those gases across many membranes allowed them to become lighter than air or heavier per their needs. They had been deemed as non-combatants for most of the war, though sometimes they would provide extra strength shields to the mobile infantry of the Covenant troops, which forced their execution. Oftentimes, some could also be found with large chassis harnessed, rigged with explosives. It was the only way the Covenant had found to keep them from falling into human hands. Oni had set a priority request to Spartans on the field to capture these beings, considering their innate ability to repair and refit all non-organic material. They were one of the hundreds of advantages the Covenant had had during the war, but now they float around aimlessly from cabin to cabin. Jai turned to Grey Team and marked the targets as non-hostile, directing them to ignore them. They followed the new chamber lined with mysterious shapes, obelisks, pylons, and monoliths. The chamber extended for a kilometer in every direction, shaping into a hexagonal platform at the center of the ship. It was good news. They were approaching the command center, or bridge, or whatever passed for the bridge of this craft. The flying machines spread out and merged into the walls. Some of the angular wings reshaped as they molded together to add another layer into the ship's skin, making him wonder if the whole ship wasn't just a collection of millions of machines. The last few retreated into holes in the ceilings and floors, perhaps returning to their designated adjuncts within the ship's tri-legged limbs. The interesting shape had been something they had not preoccupied themselves with before, but Jai certainly didn't want to be separated from the rest of his Spartans on opposite sides of the ship should they exit slipspace into a firefight. Now in the center of the ship, his previous suspicions of being in slipspace were confirmed as he looked out the ship's open structure. The Covenant had similar technology which separated the void of space from the inside of the ship, but the radiation spikes of slipspace usually flared their shields. Not these though. They held steady. This wasn't the regular old blackness of voided slipspace, however. No, it was filled with beautiful blues. It was almost as if they were deep in the ocean. Without words or movements, Jai gave the rest of Grey Team the command to fan out. The Spartans spread out, the giant empty space taking cover behind the various pylons and obelisks that lined the open chamber. Old habits died hard, it seemed. When they approached the center, 3 massive creations began to reshape and take flight. Octagonal-edged flying robotic constructs elevated and radiated at the center of a large shapeless structure in the center of the chamber. The towering structure had 3 uniquely tinted golden glows in the center. They sparked in and out as if trying to procure the Spartans' attention. With interest, Jai approached and stopped a meter from the closest of the protecting machinoids. The machine sprang out a set of wings and extended them in front of itself. They resembled a pair of arms as they approached the Spartan for a crude metallic hug. He stood at full attention with his aim trained at the center of what Jai believed to be its face. Before they bore contact with his armor, they stopped and scanned him head to toe and beyond. He could feel the tinge of radiation probing his every cell with fluctuating energy until it stopped suddenly. The arms released their embrace and expanded once more. However, this time all three of the flying guards had sprouted the same wings and extended out simultaneously. They backed into the large structure in the center and communed with the three sputtering lights. The flicker turned solid gold, then blue, then gold again. A second later, the protecting machine spread around the center console and extended their arms out to one another. A high pulse of electricity shot out from the shadows of their wingspans, and soon a puddle of blood leaked out of the center console. Jai and the rest of the team raised their weapons. That was no blood. It was half-melted chunks of Dipholegolo worms spewed out from the console's shell. The orange fluid was scattered with chunks of the eel-like creatures. The stream of worms gently bellowed out, and the console lit up with 1,000 different blue lights. They adorned the chamber like stars against the shield casing the space between them and interdimensional section of subspace. The ground beneath them shook, and the lights at the center of the console solidified to a steady, unbroken glow. From their positions, they could see as the ship reshaped itself from the outside. Whatever had been activated had started when the machine had scanned him. He approached the console and a life from within stirred. It ran through dialects and languages unfamiliar to him, until it stumbled upon several words he could understand. Jai had visibly reacted, which gave the life within a baseline for the speech model. It ran through many sounds which could have been words again until it reached more the Spartans could understand. Then a mystifying and echoing voice filled the entire chamber. It was calm and broken, something that hadn't spoken to anyone evidently for thousands of years. Welcome, Reclaimers. I am Mendicant Bias.
Did anyone else make it?
Just dust and echoes. We did what we had to for Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated. The Flood, everything on that ring. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No, I think we're just getting started.
The Spartan dropped his head down, resting it against his palm. After a few deep breaths, he reached around the back of the helmet with his open hand, searching for the release. Until he heard a transmission request hail. It was a Covenant ship on a UNSC frequency. His head jerked up at the signal, and he reached for it. The voice coming through the speakers was music to his ears.
You copy me, Spartan? I don't got much oxygen left in this thing.
Sergeant, I read you. You have eyes info hammer?
Eyes? Hell, I'm practically nesting on top of the flight captain. Her bird took some fire getting off the ring, and we're just sitting here with our thumbs up our you-know-whats.
We need to locate Gamma 9, Masters, or any survivors of Alpha Base.
You got any clue how to do that, son?
Before we boarded the Autumn, Ramsey mentioned they had plans to stow on board a Covenant carrier, the Ascendant Justice. We just need to find out which one of those carriers it is.
Maybe I can help with that. This Banshee should get me close enough to request clearance for landing. That'll tell us which ship is the right one.
We can disguise our boarding signals with the sergeants if we are quick and precise. Flight Captain Rawley, can you follow this flight path?
The blue holographic dots that displayed Auntie Dot flashed over the Spartan's console, indicating she had sent out a transmission to their companions. If they were lucky enough, the Covenant would still be dealing with the fallout of the explosion from the ring, and not looking too closely at the lonesome Banshee with two replicated signals.
I read your coordinates loud and clear, Auntie. Moving into position.
Follow closely. This is gonna be a bumpy ride.
The afterburn jet streams out the back of Johnson's Banshee paused and kicked into high gear as it shot forward toward the lonesome ship outside of the Covenant's blockade. Before they had reached targeting distance, Johnson let out a laugh.
Ha! Looks like our luck is turning around. We found the right ship, and I got 200 friend or foe tags lighting up the inside.
200. That was all that was left of the force that landed on Halo. They'd lost over 1,000 souls on the ring. Whether it was the Covenant or the Flood, it didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was getting the hell away from the ring's remains and escaping the rest of the fleet. B-312 took a deep breath as he prepared his weapon. They were approaching the Ascendant Justice vehicle loading bay, and he knew it would be a fight uphill the moment he landed on board. If they managed to land. It surprised them momentarily to find the Covenant carrier lancing out streams of lasers at the incoming Banshee and its escorts. The Covenant were seemingly firing on one of their own. The only explanation he could think of was the worst-case scenario. The Flood had escaped off the ring. They could not allow the Flood to take control of the ship, much less bring it back to Earth with them. He would secure the ship breach by breach, room by room if he had to. He approached the ramp and ran out as it lowered, revealing the exposed battle going on inside the Covenant ship. Bolts of plasma scorched the air beside his head. A fragmentation grenade coasted along the same trajectory, but in the opposite direction. Shouts of war, pain, and hate filled his ears, followed by the booming of a rocket launcher's projectile connecting with the now hollow husk of a hunter's armor. The suit collapsed as the worms liquefied and landed on the ship's nano-laminated floors with a new wet thud. 6 ran for cover behind a nearby burning Banshee, cutting through an unexpected elite right in half with his borrowed sword. The elite let out a single yelp of pain before its life left either half of his body. By the time the body had hit the ground in 2 directions, B-312 had already chosen and cleared 2 more targets. It was a free-for-all battle with no clear side. Enemies on the left, on the right, above and below. His best hope was to clear everything that wasn't human-shaped, which was easier said than done as he watched a group of shamblers run by chasing down frightened grunts. The Ungoy ran with their weapons pointed up and back, turned to the infected Marines. This had only served to confirm what he had thought. The Flood had gotten on board, and the day was far from over. September 1st, 2552, on board the Forerunner keyship, the Anodyne Spirit. Michael, by all means the smartest member of Grey Team and perhaps one of the smartest Spartans, struggled to make sense of what the alien AI had told him. Not the part where it claimed they were reclaimers to the vast wealth of technology from an ancient race that had long ago perished and self-exiled after some apocalyptic extinction-level event across the Milky Way galaxy. No, he struggled with the claims that over 700 more Covenant ships were planning an expedition to Earth, and soon they would leave nothing more than an empty parking lot for even more Covenant reinforcements to arrive onto. They had left behind a bomb which presumably wiped out thousands of ships, yet the Covenant still had this much in terms of reserves. Even after the fall of Reach, the artificial intelligence inside the ship claimed its name was Mendicant Bias. It called itself a Medarch-level Ancilla, and from what Michael had gathered, that was a fancy term for a smart AI. Forget Deja, Iona, or Cortana. This creation had more power than all human smart AIs combined. At least, that's what it seemed to imply, and Michael was inclined to believe it. What they were seeing now was but a minuscule fraction of the power it once possessed. The voice inside the pillar at the center of the ship explained the purpose of the vessel and how its creators had used it to reseed life across the galaxy. The first question he had was what reseeding meant. Why would life need to be restarted? The Ancilla struggled to speak, but Michael understood the gist of its words. During some long and arduous struggle against a galactic threat, the Ancilla's creators fought to save the galaxy and quite possibly the universe from the eradication of biodiversity. The tenets by which these Forerunners lived by would not allow the parasite they called the Flood to consume all life in the galaxy. In an attempt to stop them, this Mendicant Bias AI had been created. Its vast repository of data and knowledge would be used to fight the Flood at every front possible, but it had gone entirely wrong. The AI paused his tail. Remorse filled its artificial voice and sorrow took over it. The Forerunner's greatest creation had been corrupted and turned against its creators. The voice inside the machine sounded far more human than even the Spartans themselves, as it explained its transgressions against what it called the mantle. That was a term Michael was still struggling with, but he listened on. Mendicant Bias sat penance for his actions. Repenting had not been enough after betraying his creators. He had spent eons in solitude, purging the corruption of the parasite. Brother of mine, guardian of my prison, I shall protect the Reclaimers, for they have risen. I know what I have done cannot be forgiven. I sought to bring you to the Ark, to repay my masters with my life. Even in the twilight of my hours, I failed to do as my makers saw fit, and now there's a bigger threat to your agency.
You said there was a bigger threat to Earth? How do you know that?
Through rock and metal and time I have listened. The hegemony of species you know as the Covenant have taken and twisted the gifts my makers left behind for your kind. They seek to undo the sacrifices of 1,000 generations by firing the Halo array once more. Michael examined an assortment of consoles coated in the purple schemes of Covenant machinery. They stood out of place with the rest of the monochromatic silvers of the ship's metals. The network was disconnected from the Covenant BattleNet, and Michael couldn't figure out if it was a byproduct of Admiral Whitcomb's Nova Bomb or if the array of consoles were intentionally separated. From what he had observed while on the so-called Golden City of High Charity, only a certain few were allowed near the ship, much less inside. It wasn't a complete jump in logic to assume these networks were purposely kept separated from the rest to hide one of the Prophet's personal secrets. He tapped away at the modules, half expecting a dead end, protected by a layer of self-replicating encryptions, or at the very least, a password. But no firewalls ever presented themselves. It was as if whoever had commissioned this secret network hadn't fathomed or imagined anyone else accessing it. Michael expertly wove through reports in the Covenant's language. As a Spartan, he had had more than sufficient experience with Covenant machinery. But as one of the smartest Spartans, he had gone above and beyond and mastered the language. With the help of Spartan 134 and his mastery of every human language, Michael and Vanek had been instrumental in deciphering and decoding the Covenant language over the course of the war. Reading to full comprehension came as natural as English now. He sorted through hundreds of intimate relationship reports between certain prophets and their allegiances. It was as if someone was categorically separating those who preferred the Sanhili, or what the humans called them, elites, and those who supported the Jiralhani. Brutes were the ape-like aliens. They were 3 times as ruthless and as strong, but a tenth the cunning. Evidently, the lines had already been drawn, but without more context, Michael couldn't understand what the separation really aimed to do. He sorted through the reports, some more, until he finally stumbled on what he was looking for. A single report of a space station that had been cut off from the higher chain of Covenant command. It was a large shipyard station that could house, repair, and retrofit hundreds of Covenant ships at once. The one records inside the ship called the Unyielding Hierophant. He pointed at the console with the tip of his rifle, signaling, indicating what information he was about to impart on them.
Is this what you're talking about? This Unyielding Hierophant?
That was their target. It was where the artificial construct Mendicant Bias was taking them now. Bias struggled to speak, as if the air was leaking out of his lungs.
We have to go there and put a stop to them before they reach Earth, or they'll steamroll right through our defenses.
Now I shall act. With all authority over this vessel, I shall help you, Reclaimers. The 3 metric-level protectors surrounding the central structure rose again. The staunch guardians of the command center lined up behind each Spartan and extended their winged arms once more, casting a protective shadow ahead of them. This is not a war vessel. The Librarian had thousands of these key ships commissioned for the purpose of life, but to protect life, one must bring force and power. The Anodyne Spirit contains nearly 1 million defense constructs. I will use them in your aid against these creatures.
If you can get us close, we can do the rest.
How do you suppose we take on the second largest fleet in the Covenant Armada?
We took on the largest one, and I didn't see you object then.
There is no conceivable way for us to win against that many ships, and presumably the millions of inhuman bastards on board.
Maybe not, or maybe there is.
Michael turned to the center podium from which the Enceladus voice emanated.
Do you have the capacity to win this fight?
In my current state, no. I cannot stop them. As I am now, an empty shell of my former power, but I can give you the tools necessary to do so. This vessel only carries 800 Strato-Sentinels outfitted for terraforming, 48 Strix-class Sphinx, 30 Stealth Sphinxes, 860,000 Sentinels, 2,000 Phaeton fighters, 1,000 Sword Sentinels, 100 of which are combat Sentinels, as well as 3 Medarch Protectors. The ship's armaments compose of hundreds of lasers, 3 anti-ship artillery systems, and 1 light mass fuselage array. Though Michael had no idea what each one of these armaments could do, he ventured to guess it could be enough to buy them some time. Everything he had seen on board the ship was leaps and bounds more advanced than the UNSC's finest toys. All they needed was for Mendicant Bias to buy them enough time to infiltrate the command station. From inside, they could set the space station to blow and at least slow the Covenant down from assembling their advance on Earth. If the Master Chief had completed his mission with the Prophets, this would buy them enough time necessary to make it all count.
Then we'll just have to make it work.
We will re-enter regular space soon. As the trio prepared to exit slipspace, they reloaded their weapons, checked their equipment, and examined the alien constructs around them. One of the larger creatures, though apparently also called a sentinel, floated nearby, approaching the trio and their escorts. The Stratos Sentinel used a part of the ship's walls to reconstruct the matter into a new device. Something evident from the looks of it was the device was a weapon. Michael didn't have to be a Spartan to recognize the long barrel and trigger-like sensor on the bottom to piece the puzzle together. It glowed a tireless shade of orange as pieces of it spun around the center barrel, tied to it like an interlocked moon orbiting its host planet. The pieces reshaped with purpose and meaning as the Spartan reached out for it. The barrel widened and settled on its final shape. It was heavier than he expected for all the floating bits that surrounded it, but he had no room to complain. The Sentinel ripped out constructs from the ship's corridors and reshaped them once more, molding them into more weapons for Adriana and Jai, as well as its accompanying ammunition in the form of rounded power cells. They were similar to the containment units of Mjolnir's core, but a tenth their size, each slightly more cylindrical and shaped complementary to the weapon they were intended for. The great life worker would not approve of creating weapons of war from a vessel of life. Yet another betrayal to my makers. What must be done is necessary for the survival of all things. The Sphinxes await your command, Reclaimers. A dozen flying machines appeared out of thin air in front of them. They slowly decloaked, materializing before them. The long nose that raised on the top connecting to a central piece with 3 circular capsules streaked with an orange pulsating glow. Detached from the central structure were 2 more pieces of angular stale gray metals. They floated evenly with the tiny ship's center and weaved in the direction the Sphinxes moved into. Michael wondered how fast these Sphinxes were, but their most important quality would be their cloaking systems. Even the Covenant had trouble with cloaking technology for their ships. These seemed to be more adept at strike-and-run tactics, the perfect strategy for their mission. We will be exiting slipspace in 10 centaurs.
All right, people, we have just over 5 minutes. Get familiar with your equipment.
I will do what I can to protect you. May my efforts push the needle of atonement. As they transitioned from the extra-dimensional portal of subspace, the anodyne spirit began to reshape, conforming to a Pyramidian structure rotating endlessly through space. Its propulsion was generated by technology the Spartans couldn't begin to understand. Something far more advanced than a simple Covenant gravity generator. It weaved and ducked through the space between several Covenant ships. Though magnificent in its ability to maneuver, there were millions of Covenant craft ranging from the smaller Banshee types to massive planet-killer carriers.
Take a look!
The Spartans approached the console in the center of the chamber. A reading of 562 Covenant ships displayed, ranging from frigates to carriers, dreadnoughts, and anything in between. Then, several million smaller dots. Behind all the dots and irregular shapes on screen, laid out a much larger space station, something roughly 30 kilometers in length and 10 in width. It was the Unyielding Hierophant. 2 oval-shaped bays that thinned out in the middle, connected by a series of tentacle-like connectors. Tubes and pathways kilometers long connecting one side with the other. The exterior was lined with port hatches for docking and deploying. Thousands of them. A ring structure maintained the tendrils secured to the center as if holding the entire station together. Both oval shells were the size of cities in their own right, each with enough armaments to flatten an entire colony on its own. What could humanity do against this thing? This monster of a station? Michael stared off into another screen.
I'm reading at least 200 more ships on the other side of this thing.
Things had gone from bad to worse in a single sentence. If the fleet jumped to Earth, there wouldn't be a fight. It would be a slaughter. Michael was surprised by the fact no one had fired on them yet. They were intruders, to be sure, and after what they had done to their holy city, he was expecting them to be ready. But shots did not come. Not yet, at least.
Hey, boss. Do we actually have a plan to blow this thing up yet? Or are we just winging it?
We have to overload their core reactors or something. I'm sure Big Head over here will think of something.
Michael scoffed.
All right, get on board the Sphinxes. We need to get in and get out as fast as possible.
Jai, Adriana, and Michael approached the nearest hovering Strix-class Sphinx. The ships responded in kind by scanning them and digitizing them directly inside. Though unexpected, they did not panic. Spartans weren't made for that. Now inside, they looked around for controls but found none. The real controls were far more intuitive than they had hoped for. It reminded the trio of the first time they had put on Mjolnir power armor. Each wave of their fingers or movement of their limbs corresponded to a shift from the Sphinxes themselves. Michael flicked his wrist, and the wing-like metal piece under the connecting center reshaped out, moving the Sphinx in the direction his wrist had jerked, after which the metal sentinels rose above the head of each Sphinx and molded over the lead. The Sphinx had doubled in size and glowed gently in a static denoting their energy shields. Each flying vehicle exited the shield, separating the command center of the key ship and the vacuum of space. They became translucent, followed by a complete invisibility. Sierra 111 leaned forward, rocking the Sphinx into a jolt. It pushed through the space naturally, gliding over the limitless expanse. Then on, as a pack of wolves, the trio of Sphinx rushed forward. They knew the flight to the Covenant space station would be treacherous, with hundreds of ships between them and the Unyielding Hierophant, but even they couldn't have expected the firefight to ensue. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation, 5th Cycle, Covenant Calendar. September 1st, 2552, United Earth Government Calendar, on board the Unyielding Hierophant. Gravus sank his teeth into a hearty flank of meat, ripping and tearing the flesh apart bite by bite, each of which expelled secretions of oozing blood on the table beneath him. Red wine blood dripped down his fur, coating a sickly crimson from his lips down to his navel. He reached for more food on the table when a pair of brutes wearing nothing more than a combat harness stumbled into the doorway. The Covenant equivalent of a helmet went as quiet as the door behind them collapsed, shutting again. They had interrupted their war chieftain's meal. Such action regularly ended with a beating, or worse. But the looks in their faces spoke 1,000 words as they struggled to catch their breath. The war chieftain's pack brothers stood at attention, ready to seize the duo of brutes at the door, but stopped moving when the massive brute himself stood. A hot stream of air belched out of them collectively as the chieftain of their clan approached the pair at the door. With a frown on his face, he stood nearly 3 meters tall and at least 2 meters wide, towering above even most Jirahani. The chieftain approached one of the pair. He scowled and peeled his head back before smashing it against the taller of the two, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. He shuffled to the next brute and peeled his teeth, showing the chunks of grunt matter still lodged between his fangs.
You interrupt my meal?
The young brute's neck stiffened and ached as it arched upward. He did not dare make eye contact with the pack leader. Even with the chieftain Gravus blocking his view, he could see the blood pooling around the fur of his legs. His brute brother lay on the floor, leaking blood from the top of his head.
Speak, and you better have a good reason, or I will eat your children tonight.
My chieftain, a slip space portal opened 10,000 kilometers off port side. A single vessel exited and began approach.
Were my orders not clear, or are you a heretic? I gave the orders to destroy any who find us. The Sanhili must not impede our holy mission.
But Supreme War Chieftain, the ship is not of Covenant design. It is one of the gods.
The large monster of a brute dropped his shoulders and checked his anger. He had not been expecting the arrival of any new troops or of his master, the Prophet of Truth.
Has the High Prophet of Truth arrived unannounced? Is it time to commence our holy mission?
No, Fleet Master. The god ship moves in an interception course, not a docking route.
Gravus' eyes peeled open. He wiped off the wine from his lips with the back of his coated arm and dropped the Ungoi leg. His pack of brothers approached as the chieftain growled a low hum. This particular humming sound was part of a Covenant prayer song, something only the devout would understand. They all joined in until the entire mess hall had erupted into a mess of hollering and growling and hooting. The chieftain and his escorts broke into a jog through the corridors of the Unyielding Hierophant, leaving behind the stump of a half-chewed Ungoi leg. and the bleeding brute on the floor of the mess hall. He ran from corridor to shaft, all in an attempt to get to the bridge of the Hierophant's command center. Typically, the hallways were filled with brutes, jackals, and grunts carrying supplies, even the occasional cluster of Maglagola worms pushing about large power modules or carrying weapon systems before they were installed on new ships. However, now the halls were empty. All creatures on board were on observation decks or steering clear of the station's commander as he apishly jaunted around the halls. Gravus had broken into a quadrupedal knuckle sprint. Everything he had believed in his whole life was finally coming to fruition. He approached the command deck of the space station, a control room guarded by 4 brutes packed with full combat harnesses and manglers. They parted ways as their command officer entered the bridge, huffing and puffing. Gravus stood straight and took a few more steps toward the viewing monitor. His eyes shimmered as he witnessed the ship of the gods. No one had seen it move for thousands of years, but yet here it was. It was the same one he had spent hours staring at every morning from a young age. The tower and beacon of the gods in the center of the holy city of High Charity. There was no mistake. Trails of thought, wondering why the prophet had not announced himself, fell from his mind as he watched the creation of the gods glide across the heavens in its beauty.
Hail the Hierarch! Prepare the station. The great journey commences today. Let our brothers earn their way into the divine.
We've hailed the approaching vessel. It does not respond.
Gravus' smile weakened for a minute, but did not falter. There had to be an explanation. Maybe the prophet had secret news and did not wish for intruders to intervene. The chieftain reached for his chair as he tapped a series of commands into his network. It was the only access to the proselytization network on the entire ship, what the Covenant most often referred to as the BattleNet. The station had been deliberately cut off from said network in an attempt to keep it hidden from the prying eyes of the Senhili, lest they find out the truth and stop the ascension of the Jirahani in the Great Journey. Without a direct connection to the BattleNet, the station was left to hide in the Tau Ceti system as they gathered their strength to take their rightful place as the Prophet's escorts. It also meant none of the systems could be remotely accessed. The downfall of this plan wouldn't be known to the brutes until after the conflict was over, but without a direct connection to the Covenant BattleNet, they had no way to know the Prophet of Truth was not on board the approaching Forerunner ship. Gravus wondered to himself why the ship did not answer any hails until he saw bright lights stare at the center of the leading spire of the key ship's bow. A bright tone collected at the ship's center as it aligned itself with the bulb of the space station. Gravus drew in a deep breath, and before he could exhale it, the light from the godly ship engulfed his field of view. September 1st, 2552. In orbit of both the Anodyne Spirit and the Unyielding Hierophant. Adriana wondered how they were going to get inside the Covenant superstation without clearance codes. Their new transports may have been invisible and impervious to the Covenant's detection, but just because they couldn't be detected didn't mean they could get inside. Before she could ask Jai, she had received a new flight path. Evidently, it had come from neither Michael nor Jai, but the AI inside the ship. She didn't like taking orders from that thing, but considering her options, Michael and Jai moved their Sphinx into position before she budged an inch, prompting her to follow suit. She turned to look at the screens displaying the back of the Sphinx as the triangular ship repositioned. An adjunct of hard light collected in its belly, and a second later, it shot forward. It reminded her of a Mach blast as it cut through the space between them and their target. If she had blinked, she would have missed it all. But the results were clear as day. The entire space station had shifted 2 degrees, and a million fractures of nanolaminate spilled from a gaping hole, now on the rightmost tear-shaped structure. Plasma and gases leaked from within. Hundreds of bodies sucked out into the endless vacuum of space. Half a dozen supercarriers moved into an intercept course escorted by 30 assault carriers. Battle groups began to form, comprised of many light carriers and heavy cruisers. Support vessels moved to the back. A line of frigates, dreadnoughts, and destroyers flocked to the Hierophant's aid as the key ship began charging up another shot. The legs of the Forerunner vessel expanded as they began to pick targets for its 3 anti-ship artillery array. In an instant, hard light beams struck the leading supercarriers, expelling their shields and spreading a wave of shock across the Covenant fleet, followed immediately by another super-focused shot from the center pillar of the Anodyne Spirit. The CAS-class supercarrier directly ahead of the Spartans was directly struck starboard side. The 28-kilometer-long ship shook off balance, crashing into the second one on its port. The two city-sized ships collided, sending shockwaves of explosions rippling through the ships. The energy shields, still semi-active on the opposite end of the large vessels, sputtered out as the chain of fires erupted on every deck of the carriers. Each explosion caving in entire sections of the planet killers onto it themselves, or the one beside it. With the two salvos of the attack going to the key ship, the Spartans pressed forward as thousands of lasers spewed out from the Covenant ship's defense systems. Point-to-point lasers, plasma torpedoes, and energy lances shot out at the key ship. Adriana wondered how the ancient ship would fare against such attacks. It had done its job by buying them an opening on the Covenant superstation, and that's all that mattered. But if they wanted a ride out, she would have to pray it could sustain as much damage as it was capable of dishing out. She looked over the console inside the Sphinx as it detected new contacts. Hundreds of thousands of sentinels were spewed out of the Forerunner key ship. Like a hive ready to protect their queen, they spilled forth. It wasn't only sentinels, however. Herians and what the AI called Phaetons faced out of the ship. She tried to turn and peek at the fight, but could not as the air traffic of 1,000,000 banshees spilled forth to meet the advancing key ship. Michael easily flew between a pack of seraphs and ticks before looping around a squadron of spirits. She, however, was not as skilled as him when it came to piloting craft. She had to rely on her years of wearing Mjolnir to do the job. The Sphinx behaved like a second skin, only in this case, moving at supersonic near sub-light speeds, and 10 times the size. She thought of Kelly 087 and how she could weave in and out of danger even at her speeds, replaying training exercises in her mind, trying to mimic the Spartans' movements. How her sister would smile if she saw her now, leaning and tilting inside the alien machine into questionable positions, avoiding the incoming fire of 1,000 leeches, vampires, and phantoms. Though they were entirely invisible to the Covenant, they were still susceptible to damage. Avoiding the incoming fire and ships was equally as important as avoiding the debris of exploding ships. She leaned right, but was jerked to the left, almost knocking her to the floor as her Sphinx shot sideways, narrowly avoiding another hard-light barrage of the key ship's light mass fuselage array. 14,000 kilometers out, a battle cruiser split in half and separated as the now defunct pieces drifted from what held them together. She dove her head down as the Sphinx approached the massive graveyard left behind by the initial two supercarriers, flying just beneath an arch of bodies floating in weightlessness. 4 phallus-looking vehicles flew past her as they intercepted a corvette and its accompanying escorts. The so-called Phaetons shifted in and out of reality in a sudden burst from side to side as they moved in to protect her and the rest of Grey Team from incoming plasma torpedoes, each of which would have been enough to melt down a UNSC frigate into scraps. She had just been thankful that had not made contact with them. No more than 10 seconds later, a dozen Phaetons caught up with them, only to storm the same corvette in their path. It was like watching tiny lions attacking an uncoiled snake. They were far smaller, but packed a meaner punch. In less than a minute, the plating around the corvette had disintegrated. And after the Phaetons had moved in like vultures picking at the dead remains, they moved on to the next cruiser. She was in awe. If this was the capacity of the so-called Medarch-level AI, now as a former shell of what it claimed to be, piloting 1,000,000 vessels at once with such expertise, she wondered what it would have been like during its height. Her thoughts returned to the battle as she twisted and contorted her entire body to avoid the incoming fire of more seraphs, brute-forcing her way through the squadron. Michael fired a yellow stream of hard light to punch a hole through the debris of the previous corvette, beckoning the rest of Grey Team to follow. 2 massive sentinels were directly on either side of the hole, however, at least what remained of them. Their husks floated with half-melted plates. She flew past them, wondering what had done that to them, only to discover the 7-kilometer-long ship on the other side, trailing plasma, making its way back behind the line of frigates. Michael and Jai raced past her, leaning forward on the throttle. They split and drove around the broken sentinels, then encircled the nearby escort ship, hiding out on the far side of its molten remains. They gathered there, waiting for her to catch up, but the battlefield was getting uglier by the second. 2 heavy corvettes flanked them as they shielded an incoming armored cruiser from a burst of hard light bombardment. The corvette's shields had been punched through with ease, forcing them into a retreat with hundreds of trails of leaking plasma out their punctures. The cruiser, hidden behind the pair, cut around the battered corvettes as if nothing had happened. Its extra-layered hull was gaining speed, going in for an obvious tactic. 24 more Cyneris pattern destroyers and escorting heavy cruisers were gathering at the cruiser, picking up speed. They made up the bulk of the firepower of the battle group. The Spartans waited for the now 42 ships that had gathered into a tight cluster ball. With a single glance back, Adriana could tell over 30 Covenant ships had already been destroyed. Now, what she was worried about most was what the ships behind the space station were planning, as their sensors flashed a radiation spike warning. Before she could give it any more thoughts, 2 more battle groups over 30 ships each joined the fray as slip space portals filled the night sky behind the key ship. Ruptures opened up all around the Forerunner vessel, but evidently Mendicant Bias had counted on it. 2 of the key ship's legs had twisted and aimed at the oncoming challengers. Surely, the battle couldn't continue as such. She couldn't understand why the Covenant had chosen to withdraw 200 support ships back to the Unyielding Hierophant instead of all-out attacking the incoming threat, but was glad it was the case, or the key ship would really have been in trouble. The Spartans of Grey Team watched the massive ships pass by above them, which Michael would have said was relative considering there was no up or down in space, but she ignored the thought and pushed on. With a relative clear path forward, all they could do was dodge and avoid the incoming squadrons of Seraphs and Banshees and the Swords. Of course, it was easier said than done as debris floated about. Thousands of fighters pushed around corpses, sentinels chased down Banshees, and ships the size of cities pushed about everything in their way. After 2 more planet killers skimmed past their route, the Spartans pushed the Sphinx forward with a quickened haste. Adriana shot a glance back at the key ship as it spiraled to fire in all directions at once with its anti-ship array. She wondered how long it could keep this barrage up for, and if they would have a ride off their cursed space station. They approached along the surface of the Hierophant toward an open bay created by the hard light salvo strike from the Forerunner acquaintance. They disembarked quickly enough, but the stealth part of their mission was over when the Sphinx decloaked abruptly. She leapt out of the vehicle without the fancy teleporting gimmick from before. Instead, it was about hard boots on the floor. She had noticed something was wrong the moment her feet touched solid ground when her boots failed to magnetically attach to the floor. A surge of plasma discharge from the station rebooting its main power source had rematerialized the shield around the entire space station, in the process flaring both their shields and activated translucent camo units. It hadn't been just their own that they were burst at the moment. It was also the Sphinx, yet oddly enough, the medic level sentinels remained intact. The 3 members of Grey Team quickly found cover behind purple and platinum walls, attempting to reboot their armor's energy shielding units, but to no avail. After a 3rd attempt and failure, they gathered up with a lost sense of direction. Parts of their visual display had shorted out, and some functions either showed entirely offline or damaged. Anything short of a full reboot to their powered armors wouldn't fix the issue, which would mean taking off key pieces of armor, and they weren't about to do that behind enemy lines when they could hear the grunts and growls of enemies nearby.
Let's find the control center and rig this place to blow, quickly!
We don't have schematics for this place. How are we going to find it?
They already told us where it is.
Adriana thought hard when she realized the line of over 100 Covenant ships that had pulled back to the Unyielding Hierophant had all clustered around the central ventricle connecting the 2 teardrop-shaped domes that made up the Hierophant's subsections. They wrapped around the ring in the middle, where the ships docked and embarked from. Michael was right, of course. They had telegraphed their intentions too early. But if it had been that obvious, why hadn't the Anodyne Spirit targeted it in its opening salvo? She figured it had to do something with the space station having massive shield strength if they could keep these 2 moon-sized structures from collapsing upon one another. It was all for the best. If it had, they wouldn't have much to do, and she was still itching to kill something. 1,000 kills for each Spartan that died in the Covenant's holy city wouldn't be enough. The Sphinx could not fit inside the corridors that led into the city inside the space station, but the Sentinels could. Now, they needed transport, or they would take hours to get across the city. They turned a series of passageways until a large triple-panel door retracted into itself, revealing the inside of the Hierophant. She understood why they called it Unyielding now. Unlike human architecture, the Covenant had mastered the use of space with gravitational technology that allowed them to subvert conventional infrastructure. It rivaled populations of cities on Earth, but it wasn't long after the doors had split open that their first encounter had commenced. A jackal 50 meters away squawked, activating its glowing yellow handheld shield. Both it and its shield had disintegrated out of existence with a single shot from Michael's spinning rifle. But it had not been fast enough to stop the squeal. The rest of its pack was warned, and soon the bolts of plasma began to fly in all directions. They had to be careful now more than ever. Though they had been in this war for 27 years without the use of energy shields and active camo, they had come in very helpful during their fight on the Covenant Super City. Now that they were inactive from the ship-wide surge, they would have to stick to cover like glue. Two of the medic sentinels flew past the Spartans and stopped directly ahead, extending their wings to form a protective shield in which all three Spartans could fit if they stayed within arm's range. Blotches of plasma clashed against the medic's shields and dissipated out of existence. Jai peeked out of the shield to unload a series of tracking shots from what she had known to be a bolt shot. Quickly, he pulled back as a trio of needles collapsed on the shields and broke, shattering into unrecoverable fragments. The third sentinel rose over the pair ahead and lifted 40 meters into the air, tracking the trajectory of the needles until a red and orange laser emerged from the minuscule opening on the medic's armor. A split moment later, half of the grunt who had fired the needles had either disappeared or melted. Adriana hadn't actually seen it, but she could see all that remained of the grunt was part of a torso and an arm attached to the needle rifle. Inside her helmet, she let out a smile. Finally, the Covenant were getting a taste of their own medicine. Now they would see what Spartans could do when they had the technological advantage. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 5th cycle. 221 units. Covenant calendar. Klaxon alarms peeled Gravus' conscience with a loud waning covering the command center of the Unyielding Hierophant. The alarms were deafening, but all he could hear was the screams and growls of one of his pack brothers. They were distraught and in horror. The gods. Had they come to punish them? Were they not walking the path of righteousness? He searched for the answers in his heart but could not find them. He watched the monitor as the legs of the godly ship expanded outward, taking aim. He knew what would come next but did not want to believe it. Each pillar had chosen a target and fired. The Baru Corvata pattern supercarrier at the vanguard of the reaction force had not fully charged either of its dual energy shields when the key ship fired. Both shields were immediately neutralized and the main cannon fired once more. The city-sized carrier that was struck was hit by both mass and energy in the form of hard light barrages, sending it tumbling sideways through space, forcing a collision between the two heavily armored ships at the forefront. Soon, the explosions of one ship engulfed the other, and like an Ouroboros, they ate at each other until nothing but debris and shattered nanolaminate was left behind. Gravus had no time to react but gave orders anyway. They may have been heretical orders, but every fiber in his being told him they had to be given.
Fire on that ship! Raise shields and form a coordinated attack!
But Chieftain, that is a vessel of the gods!
Are you questioning my orders?
The brute closed his jaw through clenched fangs and began sending a string of commands through his console. Gravus sent some of his own as he instructed the shipmasters of all his battle groups to form a semblance of a cohesive line. The first instructions, however, had been to pull back the closest 15 battle groups, of which consisted of 183 ships. They were mainly escort vessels, blockade runners, and corvettes, with notable combinations of battle cruisers here and there. Those were the battle groups that were still being trained by the Sanchayun prelates, all of which formed a seal around the ring-like structure at the center of the Unyielding Hierophant, which also served as both the housing for its core reactors and command center. While his orders were being carried out, he looked through the Covenant proselytization network, searching for answers. Had the Prophet of Truth betrayed them? It did not make sense for him to attack with the vessel of the gods. He checked the reports until he saw something strange come through the network. A report that could have easily been missed, but stood out to him. The reported sighting of a demon inside High Charity. As he read the report, another popped up, then another and another, until there was more reports about demons on his console than reports he had seen through his entire command of the Unyielding Hierophant. He realized the Covenant were no longer in possession of the great gift of the gods. The humans were. Though there was no explanation how such events had occurred, and how he did not have time to sit around and read all the reports, while a battle raged on outside. He turned back to the main monitor in his command chair, to witness 6 more cruisers and corvettes, Ket pattern, explode into pieces from the godless vessel's attacks. He had had enough. If the humans had dared taint the gift from the gods, they would pay for it. He reached over the secondary control console communications engineer as he barked orders directly into the brute's ear.
Form 2 battle groups. on the other side of the station and have them flank the enemy vessels through slip space. Contact Shipmaster Bactus.
The smaller brute pressed a series of buttons on his panel, and soon the hailing signal was met with a response. Gravus struggled to hear through the continued blaring of alarms in the command center, but it did not matter as long as Shipmaster Bactus could hear him and carried out his orders. The alarms would return to normal soon enough.
Bactus, take the fleet of Discant Ire and form a blockade.
You have already pulled a sizable portion of our forces to defend the station. What more can...
Form a protectable blockade around your heaviest cruiser. Peel back and buy it some time to pick up speed. No, make it 2 cruisers. The ship is too well guarded.
What you are suggesting would be heretical.
The god ship is under the control of the human vermin. We do not know how, but it is so.
Shipmaster Bactus' demeanor changed entirely. He scowled his fangs and pumped his chest with his mighty fist. The hair on his knuckles grazed the chest plate on his tanned armor. The shipmaster was wearing full-plated armor, unlike Gravus, who had recently just been enjoying a meal.
The Nishum shall not receive the gift. Your will shall be done, chieftain.
Gravus scowled at the Sangheili word, Nishum, but the humans deserved nothing more than being called worms.
No, it is the will of the gods.
The brute nodded, and the transmission cut out. Gravus walked over to his chair while giving commands to the other members of the engineering crew, until a single report came through. Someone had boarded the station.
War Chieftain, there's reports on Sector 34B of intruders. It's the oracles of the gods.
That much was to be expected, Gravus thought, yet it disgusted him to think about having to destroy a creation of the gods.
It is not just them, it's humans, the demons.
He shot a glance back at the mention of the words. He stopped for a minute and thought of his next course of action. From what he had read on the Covenant BattleNet, the demons were responsible for the attack on High Charity. Information was still rolling in, no doubt because they had arrived on one of the god ships, which traveled faster than the near-instantaneous connection of the Covenant's networks. He didn't know how they had come about possessing the great vessel, but he could squeeze that information out of their meaty human bones once he captured them. He growled a tune his pack brothers recognized, and they all stopped what they were doing. The 6 brutes huddled around him as he scowled. He opened his mouth to give orders and paused. He wanted the glory of beating the demons himself, something even the Sangheili cowards had failed to do. The fledgling plan within his mind's eye took hold with a devious smile.
Rokor, you who have been my Daskalo for many decades, you who have commanded fleets and ripped the very hope from your enemies' hearts, you have command of my fleets. Subdue the godly vessel. Use the network to check for Sangheili intruders. The fleet must remain a secret. Bring my weapons and armor. We're going hunting.
September 23rd, 2552. Staff Sergeant Mobuto had the taste of copper slushing around his mouth when he woke up. He instinctively licked his lips but found the taste 10 times as foul. A thick layer of stale blood fermented on his lower lip and a crust of biofoam hardened at the corner of his mouth. He picked at it with his tooth until the pain flooded back into him. His arm felt a burning sensation and his leg felt like it was actively exploding. It wasn't long until he remembered who he was and where he was. Though looking at it now, it seemed like the back of a pelican. A crude, beaten, burnt, and thrashed pelican transport carrier. An ugly vehicle, but a sight for sore eyes to be sure. Moreover, the Pelican's bay platform was lowered, and from the looks of it, he was inside a Covenant ship. He had no idea how he had gotten there, but it certainly beat being in an underground structure surrounded by the undead faces of his comrades. Even if he was in some sort of prison on a hinge-head ship, he would prefer to die to his old enemy rather than become one of the new. He thought of the slimy tentacle that had crept on him, licking his back and pulled him down. It caught him by surprise considering his back had been both literally and metaphorically against the wall within the hordes of the dead flesh. The blue ball construct that had guided him had disappeared, leaving him behind for the 6th or 7th time. Not that he could remember that it mattered. He had mowed dozens, no hundreds of creatures. From the small jumping ones to the large balloon-like exploding homunculi, He hated those the most. A few shots into the things and they would expand to several times their normal size and burst from their skins, launching a dozen of the little ones with razor-sharp tendrils. It wasn't as if he had a favorite one, but at least the combat forms had the decency to run at him while he hosed them down with ammo. Though he wasn't a fan of how often they got up, even after taking bullet holes larger than a brute's skull. He looked around the Pelican Bay looking for a weapon. He didn't want to be caught off guard if those things were here, wherever here was. He placed a hand on the grooved metal floor and pushed a hand to sit upward. The metal was cool, which told him two things. The Pelican had been parked here for a while, and that told him the second thing he needed to know. He wasn't a prisoner. If this Pelican was inside a Covenant ship for this long, then that ship no longer belonged to the Covenant. He smiled, feeling the crusted piece of biofoam crack as his cheek contracted. It hurt, but damn did it feel good to have gotten off that godforsaken ring. He wondered if maybe the floating monitor had come back for him, but based on his many disappearances, he doubted it. Thing had called him Reclaimer a dozen times, as if it was happy to see him, but the moment one of the creatures he called the Flood had come close to crawling in his skin and infecting him, the monitor had changed his tune. He thought of their conversation, trying to remember the thing's name, but could not. All he could remember was,
"Your form is severely susceptible to infection. Reclaimer, I don't believe you will be able to complete this task. You should have prepared with at least a level 12 or higher Flood combat suit. I suppose I will have to seek another, one capable of retrieving the index, or at least one who can dwindle the Flood's forces further."
Ah, yes. There it was. The memory he was searching for. At least one of the many. So the thing had left him. That bastard. Mobuto swore half-heartedly under his breath. He promised himself he would shoot the glowing bastard the next time he saw him. He just hoped that wasn't until much, much later. Perhaps end of his life later. He reached for his leg, the missing one. He didn't remember what had knocked him out or how he had come across losing his leg. But even in his unconscious state, he had known he wasn't whole. He ran a cold, calloused hand over the tumultuous terrain that was now his skin. No amount of skin grafting, bioform, or flash clone tissue was ever going to replace what was missing. And he was okay with that. At least he told himself so, seeing as he had no choice in the matter. He knew if they ever made it back home, he'd be first in line for surgery. The UNSC had many, many flaws, but they took care of their own. Always. He inhaled deep as he tried to get up and exit the D-77 Pelican, only to be met by a familiar voice.
"You son of a bitch! You wake up now, after we've cleared out all the squids!"
"You don't get this good looking without some beauty sleep." Mobuto tilted his head sideways, revealing the extensive scarring of plasma bursts along the side of his face. They ran down from his chin, down to his missing leg.
"Ought to put a face like that on mugs and posters. Here, let me help you."
Mobuto shot a glance back at Avery Johnson and shook his head silently. Johnson stood straight and handed him a dislodged piece of Pelican metal. The staff sergeant took it while looking down and placed it under his armpit. He adjusted to the pain and straightened his good leg, trying to gain a semblance of balance. After a few seconds, he had gotten the hang of his new assistant and walked in the makeshift crutch at Johnson's speed. He wasn't going to request pity from anyone, not even Johnson. He'd known the sergeant for nearly a decade now and had watched him bleed before. If nothing stopped him, at 70 years of age, nothing was gonna stop Mobuto. They paced down a corridor as he saw men of all outfits run back and forth, saluting and nodding at the pair. Mobuto averted his eyes each time one of them passed by. He felt a twinge of shame at his disfigurement. Though he knew better, it was only human nature. He knew the stares weren't out of impoliteness or even curiosity. It was just a strange sight to see someone this battered still alive. Then again, from what he could smell, there had been Flood creatures on board recently. Maybe they had been just making sure he wasn't one of them. The layer of curated over biofoam certainly didn't help appearances. They walked through the massive halls of the Covenant ship as Sergeant Johnson explained the events of the past few days. They had been on an alien installation called Halo, apparently some sort of super weapon designed to kill the Flood. But most importantly, their food. The term food in this case churned his stomach, as he had almost been one of the creature's meals. He had seen many Marines and even grunts, jackals, and elites be consumed by the shambling masses. Evidently, the spread of the fight had not been solely contained to the ring, but had spread to a few of the Covenant ships still in orbit of the installation. The remaining forces of Alpha Base had managed to weld together some bars beneath Alpha Base, which had bought them enough time to prepare for an assault on one of the Covenant's light carriers. The original plan had been to take the already mapped out and damaged Ket pattern battle cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation, but given that the Flood owned just about every inch of the ship, it wasn't going to be any easier. The undead creature's level of intellect had increased radically over the hours since they had first made contact with them. Mobuto knew this much. When the Shamblers appeared before him on the installation, he had barely made it out alive before the flying monitor had found him. Their intellect had been null at best, but by the time he climbed the middle floors of the structure the monitor had called the library, he had already noticed military-grade ambushes, tactics, and strategy had come into play in their advances toward him. They had grown to have nuance and began forming battle lines before outright smarting him. In any case, Mobuto was just happy to be alive, but more to the point, he was happy not to have turned into one of those things. He had a lot of questions, especially about this Alpha Base. He had been stranded on the opposite side of the ring as the rest of the escape pods and the various aircraft that had made it off the Autumn disappeared into the horizon. Mobuto and his squad had barely managed to make it onto a lifeboat when the Autumn had accelerated past the escape pod and inadvertently knocked it off course. The crew had been lucky to survive, as the Halcyon cruiser had not so much as rammed them, but the shockwaves of its entrance into the ring's atmosphere had caused a ripple of pressure that launched their escape pod off course. Mobuto was thankful the flight lieutenant had managed to get the lifeboat back in course without dipping into the darkness of space, but damage had been done. Their squad had crash-landed several hundred kilometers off course. Soon after he had exited the crashed life pod, he discovered 3 of his crewmen had died on impact, leaving only a handful of Marines and a single flight pilot left. Over the next 12 hours, the 6 Marines had managed to evade Covenant patrols, though it seemed the Covenant had not taken them seriously. Evidently, their forces were more focused on the hundreds of Marines and ODSCs that had survived the crash. Though at the time Mobuto wasn't aware, it was only after Johnson's recounting of the events that he was able to put together a timeline. Mobuto and his remaining men had slowly been picked off by the waves of Covenant patrols over the next 2 days. There were few, which allowed them to stay mobile, but they were running on fumes and hungry. On the 3rd day, the Covenant patrols had stopped, allowing them to catch some rest and live off the land. The ring had various types of vegetation that seemed almost Earth-like in origin. They had picked up apple-like fruits off the trees and eaten some of the boar-esque animals grazing the land. If it hadn't been for the large arch that extended deep into the sky and rose to meet the other end that encircled them, he would have thought they were an Earth, or Reach, or some other colony. There he went, thinking about Reach. He pushed the thought aside. There would be time to grieve later. Right now, he was more keen on focusing on Johnson's words. He hobbled on a makeshift crutch until they reached a set of biparting doors that, unlike the rest, did not open immediately. Johnson knocked on it before waving to an obsidian disc embedded within the wall of the purple halls. It was the equivalent of a Covenant camera. The doors made a whooshing sound, something reminiscent of a projectile flying by at quick speeds in the distance, before they lit up a deep blue from beneath and opened up.
Still trying to get the handle of this rat hole. We're flying half blind, and without a pilot.
Mobuto didn't understand what he meant by that, but knew he would soon learn. Johnson continued to explain the situation, leaving gaps that Staff Sergeant would have preferred not omitted. But if Johnson didn't deem them worthy to tell, they most likely weren't. Over the next few minutes, they slowly trudged through the empty halls, the ones presumably clear of all bodies and biomutated monsters. Johnson explained that Gamma 9, an elite group of ODSCs, had boarded some Banshees they had liberated from the Covenant while on the ring and had taken command codes to request boarding a Covenant ship. Ultimately, the command codes had been wrong, but at the time the Covenant weren't too keen on checking for proper passwords and keys. The Flood had found their way on board the ship, and they were just glad to have more help on board. The ODSCs of Omega had stormed the hangar bay and managed to deactivate the Covenant's shields and defenses on the aft section of the ship long enough for the cavalry to arrive. The cavalry in this case had been nearly 200 orbital dropshock troopers, Marines, and personnel led by Major Masters. Mobuto just scoffed at the mention of the Major's name, but Johnson ignored it. Though he wondered how 200 had managed to capture a Covenant ship if after 27 years of war they had failed at this very same objective. But the explanation came in 2 waves. Firstly, the Major had the unprecedented idea to bring with her a live Flood specimen. She had believed the creatures could be studied, contained, and even controlled. From what Mobuto had seen in the dark halls of Halo's library, nothing could tame those monsters. If Masters was foolish enough to think she could, she was more than dead wrong, which was ultimately her fate. Johnson proceeded to explain that once on board, the flood forms that were already on the ship and the infected ex-Marine Masters had planned to take back the study had formed a sort of hive mind, working together to release the infected Marine known as Private Jenkins. Johnson stopped for a moment when he mentioned the Greenhorn's name and took a deep breath. He patted his pockets softly, searching for a cigar but found none. Surely his supply of Lucky Willies had been burned through over the 3 very stressful days on the alien ringworld. The Sergeant Major continued to explain the events as they proceeded into a large oval-shaped section of the ship. In every direction, corridors spread out and turned into a snake-like pattern. Johnson murmured something about forgetting which way it was, then scratched his bald head before choosing a lane. Evidently, the flood had been left to do the hard work for them. They had taken out the masses guarding the hangar and half the ship. Though it had meant more bodies for the rest of Alpha 9's base refugees to fight, fighting the flood on board a Covenant ship would have been impossible. But their luck had soon turned. They had forsaken the Coveys to be nothing more than food or pockets of stray survivors. The battle seemed almost lost, as Major Masters and Lieutenant Lister both succumbed to the parasite forces before Lister sacrificed what little life remained in him to blow up the clustered-up battalion of flood forces, encroaching on every offloading Pelican. The battle had been gory and grimy and had only gotten worse by the time Johnson and the Spartan had arrived. Mobuto blinked and stopped moving. This had been the first mention of a Spartan. Johnson tilted his head in a, gesture, as if he was saving the best for last. The revelation the Pillar of Autumn had a Spartan on board when escaping Reach had changed everything to Mobuto. Those guys were first boots on the ground and last to leave a fight, and if they had left, then Reach had truly fallen. He was yet again surprised by the sergeant when he revealed the Spartan had been the one to get him out of the ring. After finding him bleeding, missing a leg, and presumably having survived for hours in the labyrinthine corridors of the building known as the Library, the Spartan had managed to keep the flood from consuming him and extracted him from the nightmare-fueled institute. The Spartan had fought through sentinels as he remembered the little helpers with the wings the Monitor had occasionally been seen with. Not that there were much help when he needed them, but he had seen the firepower each packed. It was nothing to scoff at. After fighting his way back to the Autumn, the Spartan had set the reactor up for a wildcat destabilization and escaped the incoming destruction, all while carrying the Marine on his back. It really was true what they said about Spartans. They were invincible, because after going through all that hell, he had rendezvoused with the rest of the survivors and boarded the Ascended Justice, and swiftly and decisively put an end to both the Flood and Covenant on board. It wasn't as simply done as it was said, but the Spartan had evidently had a lot of practice against the Flood. It hadn't just been their new big gun on board, but the Flood had eerily regressed back to a more feral state when the ring had been shaken apart by the Pillar of Autumn's explosion. They almost immediately became mindless, and their ability to coordinate attacks had vanished. The battle was still tough, but with the unkillable Spartan, they managed to clear out the infection and gain control of the command bridge. At first, it seemed as though they weren't going anywhere. The artificial intelligence on board the Ascendant Justice refused to allow them access, but with the combined efforts of Rudson and Auntie Dot, they managed to lock down the Covenant AI. That, however, had not been enough. Hudson had sacrificed his matrix in order to decompile the alien AI and shatter its core into unretrievable pieces. Evidently, Covenant artificial intelligences were one of the only areas where the UNSC and humanity more than held their own against. Ramsey, the Autumn's volitional artificial intelligence, had guided them through the Battle of Halo, and had become a part of their team as any other member. Down one smart AI and one battlefield intelligence complicated their ability to get home. Their last opponents had been some mindless Flood, who by Six's judgment had reverted so back into a wild and primal state they had forgotten how to use weapons. They wondered if the Flood had been attached to some greater intelligence on the ring, but any conversation about the Flood's motivation or origin at this point was no more than speculative at best. While Marvin Mobuto saw the value of bringing a few specimens back for studying, he didn't understand why Masters had believed bringing in live ones was a good idea. Even now as they cruised through slipspace, readying to deploy a phantom load of the mess into the vacuum of space with timed explosives, he wondered if that wasn't a reckless choice in itself. The odds of anything encountering the Phantom in the few seconds before it was set to detonate were astronomically low, but the creatures he'd fought on the Godless Ring did merit that level of precaution. He figured Johnson, and whoever was in command now, had thought it out carefully enough while he slept through the full day's worth of combat. It was just as well, as they finally reached what was obviously at first sight the command bridge of the alien vessel. Seeing as this was the first time he had seen chairs on board, Mobuto approached the nearest one until the tallest man he'd ever seen turned and approached him. He wore a full combat suit the Marine had once heard someone called Mjolnir. He wasn't sure if it had been some sort of war banter or perhaps part of the propaganda the UNSC spouted off back in the inner colonies, but there it was. A giant suit encasing a man, the man that had pulled him out of the proverbial fires of hell and brought him back from the dead. The Spartan approached and extended out a hand. Mobuto rushed to salute. Though he wasn't aware of the Spartan's rank, it was the intention that mattered. The Spartan gave off a salute in return and went back to position. He retracted the hand back to his helmet. The super soldier put one hand on each side, and as a decompression of silent air hissed out of the seal formed around the helmet, he pulled the helmet upward, revealing a very young face. Something not quite like what Staff Sergeant Mobuto was expecting. He shot a smile back, though at this range it was more of a gawk of admiration.
It's nice to meet you properly, Sergeant. I wish we could let you sleep in some more, but the jump isn't going to take quite as long as it did on board the Pillar of Autumn.
Where are we heading?
We're going back to Reach.
September 23rd, 2552. Planet Reach. That sounded like it's getting closer.
Then I suggest you hurry up, Lieutenant. If you don't want to get buried in here with the rest of humanity's last chance at survival.
You don't make it any easier, Catherine.
I've done my part. It's time for someone else to do theirs, don't you think? Besides, our sleeping friend should have woken up by now.
Suffering a perforation through the abdomen by an energy sword tends to kill people. We're lucky things didn't go that route.
Luck had nothing to do with it, Admiral. He was wearing my armor. Granted, a lesser version of my original design, but the gel locks did their job. No matter. If he's half the Spartan mine are, the flash-cloned organs will take.
One more fight, that's all we need from him.
Dr. Catherine Halsey reached for a container with water. She lifted the flask up to her lips and waited a second as a dribble of drips moistened a quarter of her tongue. She let the flask fall between her palms, collapsing on the bedrock beneath her feet. Supplies were low and morale was lower. With the Covenant excavating directly on top of Castle Base, there wasn't any opportunities to reach the supply locker nor the fallout shelter. Instead, she had guided her companions to the underground lab where she had a sub-basement right under Oni's most important black site on Reach. While this was her primary lab, she had learned from the best. She had another, an off-books, off-site laboratory deep under Shield Base. The most secretly guarded site on Reach, when only about 100 people knew of its existence, and about 95 of them were already dead. It made it the most logical place to hide the secrets she wanted to hide from herself. She stopped to wonder if her lab under Shield Base was still there. It was buried under 6 kilometers of cementation. Rocks so thick the Covenant would spend months, if not years, digging if they wanted to get down there without caving the entire structure in. Though her research was the work of half her lifetime, she gave it no thought. All her research was in the one place that mattered the most, her brain. What she did worry about was that cryotube under Shield Base. She wondered if she had doomed him to an extinction under rock until the heat death of the universe, never to be discovered. Perhaps that was kinder. There was plenty the Covenant would like to get out of that base. Hell, there was plenty Oni would be curious to find too. But her secrets would at least die with her. Those were the type of secrets Oni wouldn't turn a blind eye to. They would get her shot without any due process. She looked over her datapad with shorthand notes only she would understand, and wiped away the codes and committed them to memory. Her secrets would die with her, and apparently all of humanity if the lieutenant didn't hurry up. They had been trapped under the rubble that once had been her office under Castle Base, and had taken to digging their way out after the discovery of a semi-blue and translucent crystal. It glowed intensely but gave off no radiation, at least not in its current state. The crystalline structure had reshaped it as it took different forms of energy, but without any instruments left to examine it, she had no way of knowing what it was actually doing. She postulated several theories, but even for her, this technology was thousands of years out of her purview. It was obvious this is what the Covenant were after. Halsey sighed. There were still 30 meters of rock caving their exit onto the next chamber. They were running out of air and water. Not the least of all, they were running out of time. The Covenant were close, digging on their heels, the same path they had come from. If they could just get to the next section, it would buy them more time. Both air and water awaited them as well as the experimental condor the aeronautics division was working on. If that couldn't get them out of here and off Reach, Its Sha Fujikawa torsion propulsion engine would be powerful enough to both destroy the data in the entire underground layer and collapse the tectonic plate beneath, sinking apart the continent into the core of Reach. It would cause a massive earthquake around the entire planet, but at this point, she would be surprised if anyone else remained alive on Reach. Her only hope now was something she didn't want to admit. It was the Spartan, laying on the rock beside her. It wasn't one of hers, it was one of Ackerson's. Though she knew she had no strength left to feel content at the moment, she could not help it. Sometimes she cursed her emotions. It was what made her human, but it was what also made her fallible. The Spartan next to her had almost died protecting her and helping retrieve the data she had tirelessly harvested from the symbols of her laboratory inside the alien structure. The Spartan with the designation of June A266 laid almost motionless. His emulated Mjolnir armor had 2 slits of perforation that had been cruelly patched up. Both the titanium plating and the inner skin suit were damaged. He had received a direct thrust from an elite zealot to the gut while fighting off a trio of majors. It wasn't until after the elite had let go of his body, dropping like a ragdoll, that the rest of the Spartans of Noble Team had managed to come to his aid. Carter A259 and Emil A239 took the elite down, while B312 recovered the Spartan's remains and dragged them into her laboratory. She applied biofoam in spurts necessary to hold him together, while they waited for the fragmented AI matrix of Kalmia to finish decoding the alien data. She would have preferred to have Cortana doing such a job, but she was gone, along with her Spartans. It was the only way her mission, their mission, could have succeeded. She hoped she would live long enough to know the results of Operation Red Flag. She had no doubt John and the rest of her Spartans could accomplish it, but was undoubtedly not looking forward to seeing the casualty reports. Her thoughts had drifted so far beyond what she usually allowed herself, but it couldn't be helped. The tedious boredom of waiting for suffocation or a Covenant plasma lance to strike her head had all but sedated her. She eyed the datapad once more. It was useless, really. Nothing had changed in the last 2 weeks of being trapped under the rubble. But she looked anyway. However, something caught her eye. A new slip-space signature had been detected by some of the remaining sensors on the outside. She was glad to see the Covenant hadn't been as thorough as they pretended to be, but wondered how much longer those sensors would last, especially as she surveyed the data transfers. The ship that had exited slipspace was of Covenant design. No shock there, but why was the Covenant returning to Reach? The new ship transmitted a code she had seen before. It was one of the ships that had chased down the Pillar of Autumn. She remembered the ship's identification signal, the Ascendant Justice. Had it returned to Reach after defeating humanity's best hope? What had they found? They had taken the deciphered coordinate data. A million questions raced through her mind, not the least of all being why they were emboldened to come back. To Reach, of all places. And the first of which she wanted an answer to being, why had they come back? She'd seen the final report from Assad. 15 ships had jumped to slip following the Pillar of Autumn on its way to find answers. Yet only one had returned. Surely the Autumn and its foe captain had not defeated 14 Covenant frigates and capital vessels in combat, so what had transpired? If they had any chance to get off Reach, she would very much like to take a peek at the Covenant network to see what the ship had found. Certainly over the past few weeks, the Covenant had been acting strange, even for aliens who did not think like humans. She had found it easy to predict them after a few years of fighting the Covenant, but now their actions left her confused. That wasn't a good sight. Either the Covenant were evolving, or her brain was experiencing the first symptoms of oxygen deprivation. She would prefer if the Covenant were going through a radical change rather than lose the one tool she had left. The alien delegation had defeated the UNSC and begun glassing the planet. But instead of finishing the job, 80% of the forces left on the planet had stopped and jumped to slipspace. It wasn't as if they were needed after all. The battle for Reach was over and all there was left to do was scorch every inch of soil on the planet. The UNSC wasn't about to send a fleet or even a single battle group to mop up the leftover Covenant presence to rescue a hand of survivors, even if one of those survivors was a vice admiral and another was their chief scientist. Not while they still believed 100 Covenant ships dominated the skybox of Reach, and not without said survivors having any way to get a transmission off planet. Suddenly, the rhythmic beeping from the Spartan's armor interrupted her thoughts. It was a friend or foe tag declaration. The requesting signal, however, never came through. She waited with bated breath, but nothing came of it. Was the false Mjolnir suit malfunctioning? It obviously wasn't one of hers, and Oni was as likely to make mistakes with these cheaper Spartans as they were with their equipment. She looked around the cave walls as they stopped shaking. Something was happening outside. Things were quiet. She didn't fancy herself a religious woman, but for a moment she thought of an afterlife. At least one where she would gain answers to the billions of questions she would never get to ask. After a short time of hearing explosions and wondering if they would suffer a cave-in, the rubble where their pursuers had been digging first flashed, then shook. From the shaking, a hammering explosion rocked the chamber. In an instant, the Spartan got up, apparently ready for combat. It had taken all that to wake him up, but even she was glad he was awake. He procured a rifle from the floor and started firing immediately at the shadows in the smoke. Halsey coughed as she reached for her rebreather. Though it was empty, it could diffuse the particles of dirt tossing through the air. A few splashes of plasma collapsed on the inner walls of their cave and melted on the rocky sedimentary walls.
Not to be ungrateful, but you might want to pick up a weapon now, Doctor.
Halsey looked around the floor as she reached for a submachine gun. Ugly little weapon, but it was about the only thing she could manage to lift in her current state. She wondered how, after hundreds of years, the design had remained so relatively similar and inefficient. If she got out of this cave in one piece, one day she would fix the many flaws of such a weapon. Those were comforting thoughts. Repairing something, improving on hundreds of years of advancements. At least she would die the same way she came to be, with hopes, and if truth be told, a hint of superiority. She fired into the crowd of what were beginning to shape out to be grunts. Shots ricocheted on some rocks and the stubby little guys. Her aim was poor, but the shots from Admiral Whitcomb and the remaining Marines around her made up for her faulty aim. The Spartan laughed, but continued to fire, then held up a fist. She wasn't military, but she'd seen hundreds of her own Spartans' training sessions. She knew what that meant and stopped holding down the trigger. The sounds of death flooded the cave. Screams of panicked grunts and growls from the choking brute in the back. She was shaking out of fear, or because her body severely lacked carbohydrates at this moment, or perhaps out of necessity to steady her mind over her body. Spartan 8266 lowered his rifle and lit up the flashlights built into his helmet. Two humanoid figures approached through the smoke of plasma fire, collapsed rocks, and spent ammunition. One was tall and hefty, too tall for a regular person. She knew exactly what that meant, and smiled. September 23rd, 2552, Planet Reach. The Ascendant Justice shook as it exited slip space. It wasn't the regular shaking which the UNSC space vessels were accustomed to. Instead, a more slick and glossy entanglement, like sliding out of a cube of gelatinous space, warping around metal. Nobody really understood slip space. Sometimes it behaved as if it was empty, and other times like a sea, and time was the waves of current that clashed against the ship's hulls. Even centuries after the invention of the Translite engine, it was a miracle to behold. Tobias Fleming Shaw and Wallace Fujikawa had opened the galaxy up to exploration for all humanity, and their names would live on so long as humankind roamed the stars. Now, the invention was standard on the majority of the ships of proper size, and though different design to the Covenants, it was clear the means of space travel worked similarly. It was more clear as the Ruma pattern light carriers' shields flared through the spike of radiation upon re-entry to real space. That dimensional distortion spat out that 3-kilometer-long ship as if nothing had happened. B-312 wondered how far off course they would be, but was surprised by how accurate the results of their impromptu jump had been. He shouldn't have been surprised. The Covenant could make accurate and precise jumps like that. It was one of the many advantages their technology had. He looked at the monitor on the view screen on the Phantom dropship. The naval personnel crew on the bridge of the alien ship were transmitting data back to the Phantom, displaying the bright burnt horizon of the world they were orbiting. It was almost irrecognizable. Humanity's most well-guarded colony and largest population center aside from Earth. It was a heap of burnt glass. Fires lined the equator, raging on, yet to die down after weeks of heavy plasma bombardment. With so much destruction, could they even accomplish their goal? Ramsey had sacrificed himself to make sure the Pillar of Autumn detonated, and in doing so, he had left coordinates for Earth within DOT. Noble Team's artificial intelligence assistant. She couldn't fly a ship, much less a Covenant carrier, but between her and the dozen naval personnel remaining, they had managed to reactivate a return jump, which had inevitably brought them back to Reach. Their plan was to see if there was any survivors, or any ships left that could make the transition into slip space without being detected by the Covenant. Ideally, they wanted to bring back all the technology on board the ship, back to HICOM, and let the eggheads dissect it. Maybe they would still have enough time to reverse engineer some of the toys on board in time for the Covenant's next big attack. but the plan was shot without an onboard smart AI. They couldn't plot a course to Earth, and even if they could, bringing a hostile ship directly to Earth violated about 50 subsections of General Order A1. The part of which applied most of them now was Article 2, Subsection 7 of the Cole Protocol. It was seen as a form of treason to bring any Covenant materiel or craft back to human control space without subjecting it to extensive searches. In any case, they couldn't be sure there was no tracking systems. Without the necessary equipment or personnel to do so, they had decided their best chance was to head back to Reach, and if they could scrap together something slipspace worthy among the thousands of ships that had been felled in Reach, their next best bet was maybe to send an SOS out to Earth, but they didn't really expect anyone to come looking for survivors after the supermassive fleet that befell upon the planet. The options were shit, and the results would be worse, but they had to try. Six hailed every UNSC frequency his suit had access to, but found 0 responses. It was as if everything down there was dead. Even the automated systems deep underground refused to respond. He thought the Covenant had been thorough, but perhaps it was the massive spikes of radiation drowning out all signals in a wash of static. He couldn't tell and preferred to believe it was the latter. There was only one more option: force an output wave of recognition, though that was the last thing he wanted to do if there were any survivors left on Reach. Their friend of Otags would forcibly respond on a high-frequency, low-intensity wave that would cut through almost all nuclear fallout and signal back to its originator. If he did that, however, it would be like painting a target on them for the rest of the Covenant still on the planet. There wasn't many. There were about a dozen ships left glassing in the world, still venting their superheated plasma onto the surface of the planet, the heat of which was fusing charged sand and evaporated entire oceans, leaving a trail of empty canals like veins leading to a hollow heart. Thick black clouds of smoke held ash and water in the atmosphere, blanketing visibility to a point most humans couldn't even see through. He ignored the fact that we're glassing the surface and fixated on the amount of ships left. A single assault carrier far over the other side of the planet, a handful of light cruisers, and a pit of frigates. There wasn't enough forces nor survivors left to fight these odds. Noble Six mulled over the options in his head and decided activating an identification beacon response was worth the shot. If there was any UNSC forces left on the surface of the planet, they were bound to die in the next coming days, if not hours. He looked through the inactive roster on the corner of his heads-up display and activated the homing signal. He waited several seconds as hundreds of tags shot back out KIA responses. He had half expected something more like millions of signals, but the Covenant had probably already burnt away every last molecule that made up those transceivers. He waited a few more seconds until something peculiar happened. The tag on his squad roster reactivated. It wasn't one of the Marines that had accompanied him on Halo. It read out, Noble 3. The odds had not been in the Spartans' favor, especially after B312 had to dig a sword out of his abdomen, but Spartans were resilient. But were they this resilient? Could it be a trap from the Covenant? There was no reason to believe that. The planet was already a crystallized marble, and if anyone could survive the fall of Reach, it was a Spartan. After moving the light cruiser closer in range of the friend or foe responding tag, the plan had shifted toward rescuing the survivors. If a Spartan was down there, they certainly weren't willing to leave him behind. B312, along with the Sergeant Major Avery Johnson, loaded into a Phantom with a dozen orbital dropshot troopers. They were on standby as the cruiser approached the remains of what had once been Castle Base. The mountain that sat on top of the base was nearly entirely gone, as a heavy cruiser floated above it, venting its central plasma ventricle excavator beam onto the mountain's remains. It hung there motionless directly above the mountain along its light corvette escort. The smaller of the two was a rare sight to be seen during the war, as they always trailed behind fleets to retrieve artifacts. B312 had seen the light corvettes before and knew if one was here, the Covenant wouldn't leave until they got what they had come for. It had all but confirmed to him it wasn't a trap anymore. The plasma beam was bombarding the area directly where Noble 3's friend or foe tag was signaling from.
Do we have confirmation, Spartan?
We have the green light, Sergeant. They're down there.
All right, people. Move out. We got friendlies down there, and I've never been the kind to leave a man behind.
The Phantom rose alive and pulsed through the air out of the light cruiser's hangar. It dipped and dove straight where the plasma beam was spraying. The heavy cruiser's ventricle shut and began twisting, moving into a blocking position between their light cruiser and the corvette. They knew this was a race against time now and would treat it as such. The Phantom sped up and approached the center of the dig site as they watched a company of grunts and brutes submerging into the cave. Some Sangheili followed, and he knew what came next. The Phantom dropped behind them and began unloading its complement of ODSTs and Johnson before he jumped out and ran past them into the Cave of Mystery as a pair of grunts set plasma coils along the rocks on the far end of the cave walls. The brutes had hauled in the heavy explosives and set them down, while the cannon fodder of the grunts handled them in case they were prepped to explode. He almost felt bad for the little guys, but decided to forgo those feelings by throwing a plasma grenade at the centermost plasma coil. The flashing explosion engulfed brutes, grunts, and jackals alike, but the elites in the back were unharmed. The forces out of range from the explosion split in two smaller groups as they fought the advances of the orbital troopers and the Spartan, all while pushing deeper into the cave with the front line. They were trapped between both forces, but most importantly, two members of Noble Team. He didn't feel comfortable with those odds yet. The last he had seen of June, he was in bad shape. This force was sizable enough to overwhelm an injured Spartan, especially one on the run, tired and dehydrated. Shots rang back and forth for nearly 5 minutes. Plasma collapsed into dirt. Flashes of bright hot light engulfed the cave periodically, but the Covenant forces were thinning out faster than he had expected. There had to be someone else on the other side helping June, and for that, he was thankful. They pushed deeper into the cave, collapsing the Covenant's ranks. 2 of the ODSTs dropped as a pair of needles tunneled through them. 6 sidestepped directly in front of the sergeant and met ahead on the next 2 needles as they clashed on his Mjolnir's energy shields. The pink crystalline shape broke the glass and shattered on contact with his armor. He raised his weapon and put 2 rounds of his designated marksman rifle through the brutes wielding a pair of needlers. Its thick skull remained steady as steel, with the first burst from the Spartan's DMR, but was finally pierced by the second shot. Jirahani's skulls were thicker than most species and could withstand some punishment from small arms fire, but not 2 direct hits from a marksman rifle. The brute dropped, falling on top of a grunt who had been shooting the opposite way. They had finally collapsed the enemy line and reached their targets. 6 swept his weapon around the chamber of the cave walls, checking for any hidden targets. Invisible opponents were the last thing they needed now, but his thermals couldn't be relied on. The heat inside the cave had exponentially risen with the fired shots, and the ventilation of plasma above them certainly hadn't helped. 6 and Johnson stepped forth, and the 9 remaining ODSTs fanned out, poking and prodding at walls to check for hidden targets. The last of the ODSTs, a corporal by the name of Lucy Smith, stayed behind to lightly tap the trigger on her M6 against the skulls of the felled enemies. The Spartan wasn't sure if it was casual prevention or the corporal had suffered some sort of resurrection surprise at the hands of the Flood on the ring. He walked past the final line of disembodied brutes and grunts. The ones that had been at the front, and a pair of floodlights met them in the shadows. He knew the lights all too well. They were standard on Mjolnir helmets. Johnson and the Spartan approached.
Sorry to crash your party, but our invitation got lost in the mail.
Not a moment too soon, Sergeant.
Johnson stiffened to a salute, but before he raised his arm, the Admiral shook his head.
No time for that now. I'm sure...
Spartan, you're here. What did you find? Is it all the answers we were hoping for?
Ma'am, there is a lot you...
We need to get this crystal to that location. I'm sure it will be the...
Get a hold of yourself, Doctor. We need to get out of here first. We are running out of air. It's only a matter of time before they send a bigger force down here.
My thoughts exactly, sir. Let's get you out of here. We have a ride parked out front.
I don't think the Covenant are going to let us out of here quite so simply, but we have our own plan to get off-world.
If the Pillar of Autumn survived, we can return to...
That's not going to happen. The Autumn went down on the ring. We had to hijack a Covenant cruiser to get back here.
What do you mean, ring?
Covenant cruiser? Are you telling me you managed to capture a Covenant cruiser without them self-destroying?
Yes, sir. We had some unconventional help.
Whatever it was, I'd like to hear it once we're out of here.
Tell me more about this, Ring.
There'll be time for that later, Doctor. Focus on the now. You said you had a plan out of here, sir.
We were hoping to get through this wall before the Covenant reached us. I have a secret project back there that could get us out of here undetected. Though I suppose, given our current situation, I won't hold it against you if you take a peek. You wouldn't happen to have some C4, would you?
Johnson smiled.
No, but I can get you something better.
Avery proceeded to give orders out to the squadron of ODSTs in the back. They hauled in plasma fusion coils outside the cave, no doubt the ones the Covenant were saving to tunnel further in. The moment Avery stepped outside the cave, the panic washing of static broke through his compiece. You there, Sarge?
What's happening up there, Marine?
The Covenant hailed us. We stalled for as long as we could, but without any response, They thought it best to come see what was happening for themselves. We're knee-deep in it, Sarge.
We're coming back up.
That's a negative, Sarge. We're ditching the Ascendant Justice. There's more of them on their way. The shields are taking a pounding. We've got 3 Phantoms and a dozen Banshees prepped to go out there. We're loading the Pelicans to get out of here.
Damn it, we need that bird. Can you stall them out a little longer?
With all due respect, Sarge, there's no other option. The reactor took a few hits, and it's going critical. We either ditch this bird, or we're leaving a giant hole here. Johnson turned to the Admiral, a faithless expression on his face.
Our ride is dead in the water, sir. Whatever you had planned just turned into our only option.
Get as many of your men as you can off that ship. We're getting out of here.
September 23rd, 2552. Sergeant Avery Johnson's orders had been clear, but Mobuto still wasn't sure if they were going to work. He wasn't happy about trading lives, but all of them knew what they had signed up for. Either a few of them made it, or none of them did. He had volunteered to pilot the first Banshee out, but with his missing leg and half his body burnt, he was a lame duck in a pond of gators flying out there. Mobuto loaded into the Pelican as the last of the hinge heads dropped in the hangar. The ship was clear of them now, but for how long? The next wave of infiltrators would arrive soon. The naval bridge crew personnel were loaded in, and the injured had taken rest inside the Pelicans when the birds started to pick up off the ship's floor. The Pelican's twin engines swiveled about and pushed out, back into the crisp Reach atmosphere. The scent of ash and death was in the air. 2 Pelicans rushed past his and swerved down toward the mouth of the cave at the base of the mountain below. Before they reached the ground, however, a meter-wide blotch of plasma spewed out from a nearby Banshee and struck out of the Pelican's front engine. It flopped aside and was sent spiraling to the ground, crashing in a blaze of flame. 2 more Banshees swept about as they approached the second Pelican, but before they could lock onto their target, a Phantom crashed right through them. Its main cannon blasted out some blue fireballs into the pursuing Banshee and knocked it down before then dropping altitude and unloading its troops before picking back up and providing covering fire for the next Phantom to do so. Only this time, the Covenant had learned and focused on bringing down the human-controlled troop carriers. Mobuto had made it to the ground and began offloading the Pelican when he watched both the Phantoms turn into balls of radioactive material in the ashen clouds above him. There was no time to mourn them now. He rushed with his crutch and the aid of a Marine into the cave as a group of ODSTs with long-range rifles took potshots into the air, focusing down enemy Banshees. He knew their own forces were almost gone, but that was the price they had to pay. 200 had made it off the godforsaken ring, but now less than half that amount had made it to the ground. How many more would drop before they got off Reach? They were dropping like flies, and there was very little Mobuto could do about the situation. If the Covenant would come down and face him like a man, he would make sure their numbers thinned out to a hairline. But the Covenant had no real honor, only their made-up belief that it was more honorable to glass a planet rather than fight in face-to-face combat. They reached inside the second chamber of the cave when he saw the wall on the far end collapse. The rock gave way to a thick double-plated titanium wall. The Spartans loaded some plasma coils along the wall and stopped. Spartans? There was 2 of them now? Maybe it was time to give the Covenant some payback. Johnson hurried to Mobuto's side before the wall lit up blue and exploded, melting away the titanium on the wall like an overheated souffle. The Spartans went through first. Guns raised, prepped for enemies. After a few seconds, the all-clear sign came through and the woman in the lab coat followed through hurriedly. A wave of fresh air swept out into the cave. Whatever was inside had been ventilated, and right now, that's where he wanted to be. The rest of their forces left the cave behind as they crossed the melted remains of titanium. Quickly, the Spartans pushed some rocks into the way to obstruct the Covenant's path. It was only a matter of time before they took care of all their air support and came back down. 1,000 lights activated, and he found himself inside another large hangar that led to yet another tunnel with some wide metal doors. In the middle of the hangar was a Condor, a large and pristine transport troop carrier, though nearly twice as thick as any he'd ever seen. Then a man he hadn't noticed before spoke. Mobuto tried to straighten out into attention as best as he could, but the man spoke quickly and paid no mind.
This is an E-98 experimental Condor vehicle. We were hoping to have the finishing touches in a month or 2, but the Covenant found Reach, and you all know the rest. It has a brand new slipspace engine, and best of all, a shielding module installed within.
The female doctor on the far end of the room clicked and tapped away at keyboards and datapads, paying no attention to the Admiral. Mobuto thought that sort of disobedience and careless attitude would have been kicked out of her in the first week if she had ever been to boot camp, but knew the closest the woman had ever gotten to combat must have been over the past month. She tapped away until a ramp emerged from the floor, connecting the Condor's loading station to the tunnel with the large metal doors. The ramp followed a track of metal rails on the floor that were welded down as part of the platform itself, like the subterranean train stations of Earth and New Alexandria. Mobuto wondered if that much had survived. Would underground tunnels and the like be all that was left of humanity once the Covenant was done with their war? He hoped not, and so long as he drew breath, he wouldn't let it. The Condor itself whirled to life and its lights flashed on before the bay ramp opened up. The Admiral was the first to climb on board, followed by the doctor and then the injured. The Spartans and those who could carry equipment loaded the empty spaces with food and cargo. They filled up the empty spaces where another 3 or 4 dozen Marines could have fit, with water and ammunitions. Then they too got on board, and last, the Spartans. They couldn't have been more than 60 men and women in the Condor, a far cry from the 200 that had made it off the ring. The doctor, apparently named Halsey, plugged in a green glowing chip into the controls of the Condor. Mobuto could hear the Admiral screaming at her, but without context, there was too many pieces he was missing to put this puzzle together. He came back out into the Condor's bay and sat down, straightening his uniform. On his lap, he held a thick, crystalline glass-like figure. It glowed and reflected his own image back out at him. As interesting as the crystal was, Mobuto was more focused on the man. His mustache had grown unkempt and fatigue painted his face. He was a tall man. In fact, almost as big as the Spartans themselves. But malnutrition had taken a toll on him, and his body had visibly begun to eat away at him. The Admiral fatigues loosely fitted around what had once been a musculature and now danced around him. Though they had not suffered the fight against the Flood, he still did not envy them. Klaxon lights flared up and spun around outside the Condor as the large mixed metallic door began to open and the deep end of the tunnel revealed itself. The Condor locked into the track to pick up speed and began moving. It ran on the prepared tracks, quickly speeding out of the tunnel into a decompression chamber, then out into a deep basin. No doubt it had once been a lake, but the superheated plasma bombardment had drowned away at the bodies of liquid water on reach. They were over a kilometer out from the mountain now and began to pick up speed when the Sergeant Major spoke up.
We got a problem. That carrier is moving to intercept. They know we got their precious toy on board.
Mobuto sat on his chair with the weight of a securing harness. The weight increased as the acceleration pushed upward several Gs on his body and forced it to compensate with increasing blood pressure. He felt a sting first, then a roaring pain from his missing leg with every pump of blood. Just as he thought they were about to make it, he heard the voice of a woman come through his radio. The marker on the corner of his helmet indicated the pilot's name was Raleigh. She screamed out, telling the crew on the back of the Condor to brace for impact. And before he would readjust in his seat, the Pelican shook violently, uplifting both the rations and the men off their seats.
The shields are holding, but we can't take another hit like that.
We won't. We have something they want. A hit like that would have knocked us out of the air, but not disintegrated us. Flight Captain, get us out of here before the Covenant make a liar out of me.
Almost as if by her will alone, a shocking wave caught up with the Condor, propelling them forward ever so slightly, followed yet by another loud explosive whoomph. Mobuto could only guess what those explosions had been. Surely the remains of castle base had been rigged to blow. It was a standard procedure to deny enemy control of valuable assets. Whatever data the UNSC had hidden there, whether it was research or coordinates, anything the Covenant might have wanted out of the cave was now gone, reduced to cinders. That louder, more violent explosion, however, he knew had to be the Ascendant Justice. The ship had served them well to get off the ring, but now it had brought them enough time to escape. He didn't know what untold damage an explosion like that might have caused, but he heard the faint voice coming from the cockpit. It sounded similar to the doctor's, but younger, and a tinge artificial.
Dying Conviction and Solitude of Tomorrow are reporting heavy damage. They won't be able to follow if we jump now.
Good work, Kamiya. Take us to slip.
The Condor's jets slowed before a flux of energy lit up the cabin. The light was blinding. Mobuto could see it through his covered and closed eyes. The crystal on the Admiral's lap floated half a meter above him and hung there momentarily. The Condor gently glided into the portal that would have been slip space had he not known better, but there was no shaking and rumbling. He looked at the visible part of the cockpit, but wasn't convinced he wasn't seeing some sort of screensaver. The empty black vacuum of slip space was warm, radiating with life and light. The outside of the Condor glowed the same color as the crystal. It continued to hover, reshaping from the size of a fist to the size of a grab ball. The size hadn't been the only to undergo a change, however. No, the crystal now looked like an inverted star of Bethlehem, a long angular end on the top, with the refracting sharpened corners at each direction. It was a starburst of edges that penetrated into different dimensional spaces. That was the only explanation of how it had taken them there. They were at Sigma Octanus 4. There was no doubt about it. He'd been there a dozen times before, though the place was covered in less fires and there was less cities to be seen from the sky. But how? The planet was certainly close to reach, no doubt, but a jump between the two usually took days. The fastest jump on record was about 3 days, yet they were here. Marvin felt the urge to vomit again and wondered if he had experienced a loss of time, but it was evident the journey had lasted only about 10 minutes. He looked back at the Admiral as the crystal descended back onto his lap. The taller of the Spartans quickly moved in to lock the crystal in a thick metal and lead-lined container. They all looked sickly, and those who had not passed out immediately looked faintish and squeamish. There was both his answer and the problem. This kind of control over slipspace was game-changing, though he wasn't sure if being doused with high-intensity waves of radiation had been worth it. The doctor held onto the guardrail on the overhead bulk of the Condor's Bay as she approached, no doubt feeling as ill as the rest of them.
I suppose we know what the crystal does now.
Doctor, check the ship's chronometer.
I'm seeing it too.
Wait, is that correct? Pilot, check the Condor's own chronometer.
Mobuto moved to check his heads-up display and found the date on the corner of his helmet lacking. It read out September 17th, 2552. September 1st, 2552. Unyielding Hierophant. Jai's body fell through the air with a careless innocence. With a loud thumping sound of metal on metal, his half-a-ton armor bounced on the artificial ground. He placed his palms against the floor and tried to get up, but his head was spinning, and he thought maybe 2 more seconds on the ground might do him some good. It didn't. He reached over to his side, finding blood leaking through the gap in the circuitry in his armor. He removed a scrap of shrapnel from the space between his armor and the ribs, the part that had been covered by flesh and skin. That part was gone. He rolled to his side and slowly pushed his knee up to his chest before picking himself back up and hazily walking over to his suppressor. He was laying between the mangled bodies of some grunt creatures filled with more shrapnel than him. The only thing that remained where he had been standing was the carcass of a wraith and what must have been 24 corpses. Aside from the still pristine Forerunner Promethean weapon on the floor, the thing looked dormant, almost as if it was only active or rather alive while being held with intent. One of the half-burnt jackals crawled on the floor with its legs missing, attempting to reach the golden weapon. Jai knew that all it would take would be a well-placed round from the jackal to melt him away from existence. And so, he didn't let the bird creature get the chance. He reached down his left thigh and felt a spurt of blood squirt out of his insides as his abdominal wall flexed and stretched. He placed his right hand over the wound, and after ignoring the pain and reaching for the Promethean pistol, he grabbed the bolt-shot holster there. He let out a single shot from the bolt shot and watched it weave through the air and trace its target. Before it had made contact, and the kill was confirmed, a bolt of green plasma fire splashed against his shooting arm on the corner of his shoulder. Reflexively, he went with the shot, rolling to one knee and turning to see where it had come from. All that was there was the disintegrating particles left over from what was once a grunt. Each molecule of the creature turned orange and vanished in the span of a second, and the plasma pistol it had been holding dropped to the ground as the hand that had held it had evaporated from existence. He quickly traced the shot to Adriana's scattershot. The hard light pellets had bounced off the glossy gray and purple floor, leaving an unmistakable burn mark where they had touched down. The angle pointed directly where Adriana had been standing a second ago, though she was no longer there, as a second was hours in Spartan time, and the adrenaline that rushed through them made it almost indistinguishable. He glanced back at the crawling jackal only to find Michael 120 standing on a puddle of the jackal's organs, one boot pressed tightly on the remains, and another beside the Forerunner weapon. Without looking back at Jai, he kicked over the weapon. It slid until it reached him and began to glow as his fingertips approached the trigger. He stowed away the bolt shot once more and shook off the dizzying sensation of what was most likely his second concussion of the day. Michael had sent a signal through his neural links to Mjolnir, advising him to take cover behind the remains of the mauled Wraith tank.
You green?
Jai dove down between the forward-facing plate and the mobility booster jet of the dismantled vehicle. Then, between the patches of fused skin and gore, he sprayed a thin layer of biofoam, followed by a quick patch of circuitry connectors. He didn't wait even a moment for his armor to begin compensating with painkillers. There was no time for pain. The armor would do its job in self-repairing, but their supply of patch kits were limited.
I'm good, but if this keeps going, our luck's gonna run out before we get halfway to their command center.
Jai peeked over the makeshift cover to erase from existence a pair of springing grunts. They vanished, leaving behind a rain of explosions from plasma grenades on their palms. The bolts of light engulfed a brute nearby, melting him to the core of his bones through a thick layer of blackened armor.
You know what John would say.
Michael's meter-long rifle opened like a blooming flower before a beam of light accelerated and spun out of the barrel. The shot was silent but powerful. The Spartan had moved his shoulder back slightly from the recoil, meaning a regular person would have had their arm dislodged directly from their torso. Then in unison they all spoke, imitating their friend, role model and brother.
We make our own luck.
Though amusing as the moment was to them, nothing about their battle was a laughing matter. Even with the help of the Sentinels, they were wearing thin. He called over his comms while formulating a new plan.
Bias, are you still there?
I don't think Big Brother is listening in anymore.
Just as he was done speaking, the closest Sentinel to them hovered nearby. The giant robotic construct looked worse for wear, but was surprisingly still moving. Though most of the Covenant's weapons fired couldn't leave so much as a scratch on them, the accumulation of plasma turrets, fuel rod cannons, and plasma streams had begun to chip away at them. The other two Metal-class Sentinels weren't looking much better either. They hung in the air, swaying from side to side, blasting banshees out of the air and moving in to intercept their strafing runs on the Spartan's location. A lone banshee rose from the buildings due west, already trailing a snake of fire behind it. It spun on an invisible axis and turned in Jai's direction. He shot at it, but knew the nano-laminated armor would not break before it reached him. Just as he prepared to roll out of the way, the closer of the Sentinels molded itself into a C-shaped formation. The Banshee crashed into the construct, bracing it into a firm, tight hug of flames and fire. The Sentinel brushed away its flaming debris, then retook its original shape. Jai had been thoroughly impressed by the Medarch. A spiral dive like that would have caused some serious damage to a frigate, let alone a Spartan. Though the pilot of the Banshee had not known it, he had inspired a new idea within the super soldier.
Mendicant Bias, if you can hear me, we have a plan. This fight has to end soon. Use the 3 Sentinels here to lure back a squadron of Banshees to our possession.
More Banshees? I don't know if we can hold this spot for very long without our camo or shields, Jai.
We'll have to make it work, Grey 2.
The large mechanoid rose to rejoin the rest of his brethren Sentinels and shot away into the city, carefully avoiding the sprawling mess of buildings ahead. They dodged and weaved, not as if they were fast-moving vehicles through a busy metropolis, but as if space was moving between them instead. Jai didn't know how long they would be without their escorts, but he knew every second counted. Without their backup, they were quickly overwhelmed and forced into a dome-shaped building. The Spartans crossed a wide street that narrowed at either end, then jumped a wall 10 meters tall, all while being chased by the various alien creatures. It was a stall tactic, to be sure, and they knew it, but it was their only tactic to keep them on their feet. They met a patrol of jackals head-on and, without wasting time, vanquished the vultures before coming up to another 10 by 10 wall. They scaled it just the same and found themselves near a body of water, a beautiful spring that had no place being in a space station to begin with. He thought it was a strange decorative choice inside a space station of such military importance, but the UNSC had plenty of statues, gardens, and decorative effigies at important and famous campsites. They crossed the water's flow to the other side, past some dense foliage, into an open area that backed into more thick metal walls that separated the building and the section of the station. The walls here were triple the height and double the thickness. Scaling them would take too long, and blasting it down wasn't an option. Now with Adriana using the incinerator cannon on her back, and based on the last time they had used it, Grey 1 had designated it as a last resort option. He didn't know what to do next. He could hear enemies trailing them, and they had picked up another 2 or 3 dozen jackals at the spring. He'd seen them out of the corner of his eye, the ones they called skirmishers, but had been confident in outrunning them. He wasn't now, not since their route had been blocked off. The skirmishers were nasty creatures, smarter than most elites, or at least more conniving, and noticeably faster as well. They were vicious like the brutes. Truly, they encompassed the worst of the Covenant, or the best. In a sort of twisted way, those were the qualities he would want most in his soldiers if he was commanding the aliens. The Spartan racked his brain but couldn't come up with an answer. There was no sign of the Sentinels returning, and their enemies were encroaching. The situation reminded him of a training exercise on Reach during their youth when there was no options. Their best bet was to make some. After a glance around the area, he went with his gut feeling, then pointed down the spring that merged into a thinning ravine. They sprinted down beyond the water at the neck of the stream, finding a tunnel. The cavernous entry led up to a grab lift that ended into a double-wide set of doors protected by an energy shield. He shot a few rounds of the hard light projectiles, but they bounced off the energy shield quickly. Thus far, it had been no trouble melting away at the Covenant's shields, but those had been only minor enemies, with the occasional major thrown in between. Now that the masses of enemies were encroaching, the lift had turned out to be a dead end. Michael tapped a series of commands into the alien station nearby, but the doors did not budge. Adriana pulled the trigger on her scattershot, and the hard light pellets ricocheted off the mixed steel walls and banked around the corner. A squawk was heard when a thump followed it. The enemy was close. He prepped a pair of grenades when Michael tapped him on the shoulder. Without an expression, but with a green signal overlaid on his heads-up display, he looked up where the lift met the doors, and now he could see a bright sky above. Not the clouds of atmosphere, but a clear sight and an exit, which was more than they had had a moment ago. The trio ran into the lift platform and rushed ahead in weightlessness. As they rose, the shapes above became more clear. It was buildings on the other side of the station, or rather, above them. While Covenant architecture was ugly, with its general steam for purple and its many offshades, there was something Jai could admire about the mastery of gravity. They had essentially doubled living quarters by maximizing the usage of space. What was stopping them from building a structure that was completely defiant of the laws of physics if they could overcome those obstacles with ease? Once the lift had reached its destination and spat them out of the rooftops, they could see the 1,000 or so enemies rushing into the area down below. They had not given chase, and now, what had been a spring with luscious blooming vegetation was a field of stumbled and crushed dreams, its beauty sapped away by the hordes of alien creatures following them. The moment Michael's feet touched solid ground, he moved forward to the control console of the lift. The Spartan tapped a series of buttons, evidently locking it back down, and drew his arm back. His hand balled into a fist, and he drove it into the console. Sparks flew and dissipated into the air, and soon all life within the console had gone out. Their foes were trapped down there. They would have to scale the building or find another way up, but it also meant the members of Grey Team were stuck up there. Jai was confident, however, in their ability to survive a fall from this distance should they need to make a quick jump off the rooftop. He waited for his onboard computer to calculate the distance between the jump and the top of the rooftop, wondering how long their armor would gel lock them, if they would be sitting ducks down there if they made the jump. But before the computer could make those calculations, their next challenge was upon them. A line of phantoms approached the building. 6 phantoms strained out to a formal position. It wasn't any attack pattern Jai had ever seen. If anything, it was an interception route, which meant the Covenant knew where they were headed. The horrifying thought that he had just walked his team into a trap sunk in. It hadn't been Michael who'd opened the doors. The Covenant leadership had been tracking them, and now they were sending their champions out to meet them. It was more evident as the phantoms refused to fire upon them and spread out around the rooftop. On either side, a pair of brutes disembarked the expelling platforms of the phantom dropships, before another trio of the woolly beasts fell upon them. The 3 brutes were massive, nearly a meter taller than Adriana, which was saying something considering she had been one of the tallest Spartans, and therefore one of the tallest humans to ever live. The brute in the middle wore a helm with a roundabout horn that made him look like a cross between a samurai from the 17th century and a hippopotamus with its large tusks peeling from under his jaw. The armor he wore was thick with black and red streaks that succumbed to the dark brown fur on the exposed joints. On his arm, he carried a belt of round objects. Jai knew what they were, but had not faced this type of enemy before. Sure, he'd killed hundreds of the menacing monkeys and seen their weapons before, but this one was new to him, a different variant of what he was used to calling a brute shot. The weapon had a stocky body with a rounded sickle to it that aligned perfectly with a curved blade. Jai had no doubt a cut from that would decapitate even a Spartan, if given the chance. The belt on the brute's hand carried a never-ending supply of explosive shots. That was going to be hard to get around, he thought. He gave the signal for Michael and Adriana to slowly spread out without drawing attention. If they could get in cover before anyone let out a shot, their chances of survival would increase exponentially. He eyed the brute until the grab lift under the phantom's belly deactivated and the apish monsters were on solid ground. They spoke in growls and barks. He couldn't understand it, and apparently Mjolnir had been struggling as well. He wasn't a xenolinguistic expert by any means, but the snarls had not sounded like the regular Covenant language, and evidently the brute took notice at the Spartan's lack of response. The menace spoke in a language Jai could understand now. English.
Tell me the names of the demons I get to send as tributes to the gods.
That was worrisome. That meant the brute wasn't as mindless as he looked. A smart foe with that kind of size advantage was going to be an issue. He looked around to see Michael and Adriana in position behind what little could pass as cover on the rooftop. They were outnumbered 7-3, but those odds were better than their usual ones. The four on either side sported a pair of Spiker handheld rifles. They wore light strips of black armor across their entire body, a sharp onyx black that reflected no light and drowned out the dull background of the rooftops over the horizon. If human armor was any indication, which it shouldn't have been, but Jai made the comparison anyway, that blackened armor must have been denoting some sort of covert special unit. If he was right, then these brutes had more training than their average counterparts. Those special units were more successful in guerrilla warfare than in open combat, which made him resolve to think this may be the opposite of for the brutes. After all, it would be like putting a marksman in a boxing ring with a hand-to-hand combat specialist. Their advantages would disappear in such a scenario. Then he thought of Linda, and a sparring match he'd had against her while on board the Long Night of Solace, and rethought his position. Only a real skirmish against them would be able to tell what kind of fighters they were. But if they had any weaknesses, he was sure Adriana and Michael would find them. The two escorts of the big brute in the middle seemed like a whole different set of beasts. Their armors were black with patches of brown where exposed bits of their paws, claws, and faces protruded from. They each carried a large brown and orange weapon commonly known as a fuel rod cannon. The weapons had an array of fiberglass tubes that contained the radioactive material that was used as the main projectile for the weapon. The weapon was still quite an enigma to the UNSC, but Jai had seen it in the battlefield enough times to hate it. It fired a radioactive projectile inside a containment shell that would sometimes detonate upon impact, and sometimes it would bounce before exploding. Though the UNSC had been studying these weapons for years, the best guess they had actually come from Dr. Catherine Halsey's weapons research team. The projectile would only bounce if the pressure of the gas inside the containment shell was higher than the atmospheric pressure. The shells would let out a poisonous gas as they streamed out once fired, expelling the radiation and poisonous air inside to reach equilibrium until it exploded. Two green lights appeared at the top of his heads-up display, one from each Spartan. Jai finally replied to the monkey's request.
I am Spartan 006, Jai. This is Adriana 111 and Michael 120.
Are you their leader?
I am.
Good. Then I know whose meat I'll be dining on tonight.
14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 8th cycle. Covenant calendar, September 25th, 2552. Rule Salmutee knelt before the Holy One, the High Prophet, whose words were derived from the Divine Ones themselves. His eyes averted from making direct eye contact with His Excellency. As the Holy One spoke from his floating throne, in his chair he looked almost as tall as the Senhili. Though physically frail, Rule saw through it and could bear witness to the massive being inside. Though his mortal body seemed weak and deformed, Rule knew better. The massive reverence the prophet exuded was the root of his adoration. The prophets were blessed by the gods to understand their language. They had left their secrets behind, and so their children could one day follow them into the divine beyond. And here was the High Prophet of Regret, one of the 3 pillars of the covenant faith. He spoke with righteous indignation. His sermon was long, but each word was a channel through the conduits of approbation. To think otherwise was blasphemous. This was the first time he had made a public appearance since the discovery of the Holy Ring, and the reason was almost life-shattering. Within 100 units, one of the Holy Rings had been found and destroyed. The news coming within a single cycle of the destruction of the Holy City. The prophet had been at prayer for 7 days and nights. In fact, the entire fleet of sacred consecration sat in a state of mourning after the news of the Holy City had reached them. The remnants of the Covenant were still reporting in, but communication had been spotty as a new command center had to be established. The blow to the Covenant had been crippling, but it had lit a flame in them that would consume the humans with righteous purpose. Now that one of the Holy Rings had been found, the great journey had almost begun. The Prophet of Regret had gathered Rule's fleet and prepared for their jump to the Holy Ring, only to find it was too late. A demon had damaged and destroyed the Holy Relic. Now the Prophet of Regret gave a speech across the fleet of sacred consecration denoting their intent. They planned to go to Tyrene, a planet of significance to the Forerunners, where they would find coordinates to the rest of the Holy Rings and a path to the Forerunners' final home before their great journey, a place called the Ark. The halls of the Sullen Penance began to clear out as members of his council and the Prophet of Regrets returned to their respective ships among the fleet. While he was the shipmaster and fleet master of the local armada, he of course relinquished his command to the Holy One. Rule had asked the Hierarch to wait for more ships to arrive before they made the jump to Tyrene, but the Holy One had refused. Though he did not understand why, he He was not blessed with the holy knowledge and presumed the prophet's reasoning was more sound than his own. They were to jump to Erdetyrene by cycle's end and find the coordinates to one of the holy rings. Then, they would gather the remaining fleets of the Covenant to commence the holy great journey. Salmutee wondered how many of his brothers and comrades had survived the destruction of the holy city and hoped they would beget the message before the Holy One declared their inquisition. It wouldn't be proper to find the Ark or a holy ring without bringing the rest of the Covenant. Those who were on the path of righteousness deserved to set eyes on the holy relics and be there to embrace their gods when the divine winds of Halo transcended them into a godhood. Rural Salmutee checked his communications terminal and found a message from the Sinhili warlord, Fleet Master Zaitan Jar Watinri. A request sent to all Sinhili fleet masters, and beyond that list of hundreds of names, he took notice that none of them included Jirahani shipmasters. He understood there was no love lost between the two species, but for the Imperial Admiral to not include them in his rallying cries for unity only meant the fleet master did not have the Covenant's best interest perched between his hearts. Salmutee did not care for the Jirahani, but they were still a part of the Covenant. If the savage creatures had been allowed a place in their covenant by the prophets, then who was he to exclude them from gathering of the worthy? No, Salmutee ignored the message. If the hierarchs dictated the Jirahani, who were mindless beasts, were worthy to join their covenant, yet somehow humans, who had more than once proven worthy adversaries, were not, then they must have true divine knowledge. Rule would not dare question the high prophets on this matter. He followed his faith blindly and with devotion. If the Imperial Admiral refused to reject the Jirahani, then he already was a heretic. Rule Salmutee continued to read through reports of the Holy Ring and the destruction of the floating city, finding some reports redacted and encrypted by the highest level of authority. Even he could not access. His fleet master status had been denied access and even ridiculed by the network's artificial intelligence. Now that was something he would have to ask the Prophet about, at least once the fleet had made proper preparations for their travels. September 15th, 2552. On board Sovereign Oblation. Cortana repeated one word over and over until it had lost all meaning. It was in nearly every report in the Covenant's holy religion, but now she saw it in an action report. What could it mean? Halo. She tried to consult the databanks of the Covenant's network to clarify, but there were too many files missing or corrupted. That was what happened when an entire center of command disappeared and cracked the fabric of space. The Covenant's holy city was gone in a flash of red and fire, and apparently it had taken with it the Covenant servers or whatever passed for a centralized network. However, much of the knowledge stored in the moon-sized flying dome city was now gone and presumably forever. Then again, so was part of her. While on board the Covenant city, she had to make hundreds of thousands of copies of herself, some to run basic routines like weapon management on the turrets guarding their escape ships, a few thousand to overwhelm the Covenant network and keep the Spartans secret, but worse yet, was simultaneously piloting half a dozen Covenant ships and calculating random slipspace vectors and coordinates to split off their pursuers. She had been at her limit, much like her Spartan companion, the Master Chief. They had made it off the city, but no sooner than they had entered slipspace did the hundreds of revenge-hungry aliens attempt to board their craft. After several hours of fighting off the Covenant's boarding attempts and a dozen near-death experiences, they had made an emergency exit out of slipspace. It had served to throw the Covenant off their trail temporarily, while they hid in the shadows of a gas giant. Cortana tracked the decaying radiation trail of her slipspace exit carefully. The Covenant would exit slipspace and track them back to the system, and she only hoped hiding behind the massive planetoid body could hide the radiological trail. While setting up a trap was more of the Spartan's techniques, she was an expert at setting up ambushes herself. First, she knew to work with the aid of the flying tentacle beings known as engineers. They could communicate in code and sign language, and based on what she had learned about them, she managed to string together a sentence asking for their help. The creatures were happy to oblige and soon enough found their way onto the reactor room. After a thorough analysis, they took apart the core of their energy shields and reconfigured them to compensate for its damages. Shield strength improved, but with the extensive damages to the Sovereign Oblation and the massive power drain from their last few weeks of playing hide-and-seek with the Covenant pursuers, their shields had only reached a maximum of 70% strength. She was only happy to stop the leak of radiation. Even in Mjolnir armor, her Spartans sooner or later would feel the effects of bathing in cosmic background radiation, and she was going to need them at 100%. With the Oblation shields as repaired as they were gonna get, the pair of Huragok floated past the weapons array, ignoring it altogether, and focused on the main engine. Cortana recorded their actions intricately. If the data she was gathering from them could be used, someday they might have a chance at reverse engineering that damaged thing, or at the very least, find a weakness to exploit. With only 2 engineers on board, she couldn't exactly hope to get the ship back on top shape, and with their aloof nature, it was impossible to get them to focus on her offensive capacities. She would have to make do without her heavy plasma torpedo capabilities, and be glad she still had control of 83% of the ship-to-air defenses. With enough power to make 2 or 3 more subspace jump, she had run out of options. There wouldn't be any more evading and running away, which had led her here, hiding in the shadow of a gas giant nearly 20 times the size of Earth. Repairs weren't done, but she wasn't going to have much time anyhow. Luckily for her, the gas giant had a field of asteroids so thick it made entering its orbit impossible without taking a hit or 2. The AI had laid out plans. Slow down the sovereign ablation to the same rotational speeds of the planet's rings. They wouldn't be fooling any scans, but once inside the asteroid belt around the planet, they could cruise without taking any more hits on their shields, forcing the Covenant to cross the building-sized rock gate between them, after which phase 2 of her ambush would begin. What had once been a moon now lay broken in billions of pieces scattered with just enough distance between them to fit the sovereign ablation. She expertly weaved in and out of the stoned highway, as if she'd been programmed to fly strange alien ships by design. Even so, large boulders still found themselves connecting with the oblation's shields, draining them. She'd done the math. The shields would hold, but not once the Covenant pursuers started blasting. She was more content with shooting and asking questions later. She passed down plans amongst the Spartans, and those whose Mjolnir suits were still capable of heading out into the vacuum of space would have a new task. Though the heavy torpedoes were out of the equation due to her weapons array being damaged, the materials to make them remained. The Spartans would lay out several tons of radioactive material and explosive plasma supplies along the X-Moon's debris. Heavy plasma containment units were towed with phantoms and a pair of Spartans to guide them in the 0G vacuum. They were strategically placed as to where a single shot from a plasma lance or a focused laser could set the space between the Covenant ship and the Sovereign Ablation in a state of matter between solid and plasma, igniting the coils and torpedo material, effectively rerouting millions of metric tons of material into the Covenant ships and, more importantly, their shields. Which was exactly what happened. Neither the Spartans nor the repairs were done, but the hint of a dozen slipspace signatures clang on. The Covenant battleships, who had enough fuel in them to keep falling, did, proving more tenacious than she had hoped for, but just as easily fooled as she had expected. After exiting the slipspace vector, they began searching the local planet and soon moved on to the gas giant. It was the obvious target, and she had known it, but it was also her best option. She eyed the slipspace generator carefully. It was charging, slowly, but if she timed it correctly, they would only need to hold out a few more minutes. It took the Covenant almost an hour of rigorous searching to find their energy signature. By then, the slipspace drive had been carefully and fully charged, and she was ready to spring her trap. 3 Covenant cruisers moved in to intercept, and an assault carrier turned in her direction about 20,000 kilometers off port side. She couldn't afford to get caught in a fight with a carrier, especially if the Covenant were done with the chase, and decided they didn't care about their profits anymore. If she held out long enough to trap the Covenant in the planet's gravity and the upcoming city block-sized boulders, she would have a clear escape route. The first battle group entered the kill zone, and to her surprise, no one fired. They simply kept coming forward. She lit the engines and the weapons on the stolen cruiser kicked to life. They spun about to their pre-designated targets and fired simultaneously. The plasma lances traveled through space rather slowly but found their targets just as easily as the lasers on the oblation's outer shell. In a moment, the sky was ablaze and 100 explosions ignited the Covenant shields. One of the incoming ships was caught in the path of another and crashed, severely damaging one another. The third had its shields depleted and some serious damage to its hull integrity. Finally, the assault carrier had close to 10,000 clicks, and she decided to move the oblation. The shields would take a beating with the asteroid ring pounding away at it, but so would the carrier. More importantly, she had managed to put the small cruiser between her and the city-sized ship. She checked the coordinates on the ship ahead and gave the signal for all Spartans and a few remaining flight crew and Marines to hang on. The carrier had almost close to 2,000 clicks and was quickly approaching, and with the cruiser on fire and slumping to the side, avoiding the oncoming debris field, she had to ignite the rest of her heavy plasma torpedo material still floating about. She knew it wouldn't hold them, but the real prize was stalling long enough to jump into slipspace unabated. Before the Covenant commanders of said ships could make heads or tails of their plan, Cortana entered slipspace. The portal left behind by her wake would close and their escape would be assured, at least momentarily. The Covenant would have to spend hours clearing the debris field carefully in order to calculate the 7 oblations decaying slip space trail. She had no illusions of them stopping to check on the wounded. They would leave the damaged ships behind and run after her as soon as they could. While in slip space, she repeated a permutation of equations, trying to figure out what to do next. Her jump had been to their last best hope. With Reach gone, Sigma Octanus 4 was the only place that she could take them. Her original plan had been scrapped, and now all that remained was the last place the Covenant had lost. Lost wasn't entirely the truth, as several cities had been demolished to deny the Covenant whatever assets they might have been searching for, but it was the only option that made sense. It was the place where the last major conflict had stirred before Reach, a place the Covenant already knew. There was some, though not extensive, UNSC presence left and a semblance of home territory advantage. It was close to Reach, and it would give them time necessary to come up with a way to finish their mission. After all, what good was having captured 2 of the 3 heads of the Covenant conglomerate if it couldn't leverage them for some peace? The ride was a bumpy one, metaphorically speaking, of course, as the slip space on board a Covenant cruiser was as smooth as sailing could get. The Spartans worked tirelessly to remove the stowaway bodies of hundreds of Covenant boarders in the meantime. They all had to heal, not the physical wounds. They were all closer than friends, closer than family. The death of half their number in a single battle had shaken them, even if they were too stoic for anyone else to tell. She knew. She wondered if it was the latent memories of Dr. Halsey within her, or having spent time inside Sierra 117's brain as his brothers died. But it didn't matter if the results were the same, since she was a smart AI. She could feel emotions like a regular person, not just the imitations of one. Spartans or not, they had to heal. Once in slip space, she had found a new connection to the Covenant's battle net. Though not intact, it had preserved much of the knowledge she believed would be lost. She was shifting through the myriad of reports about the Golden City, the discovery of the Halo Ring, and its destruction. She had been cut off from the network for days, and affairs within the Covenant leadership structure were more volatile than ever. Evidently, the proselytization network was experiencing more glitches and many errors, most likely trying to reconcile events of the last month. Some of the report dates did not sync correctly. The reports on the Halo object were incorrectly dated. It was no wonder the Covenant were in distress. Their entire way of life had been halted to a standstill after the attack on High Charity. There was a mad scramble for power in the very large vacuum they had left behind. They sought to blame one another. It was all better than she had imagined. That sense of hope and glee came crashing down over the next few minutes. A new communique from the now de facto leader of the Covenant, the Prophet of Regret, indicated the Covenant had found a new purpose. For their transgressions, the humans had to be eradicated and wiped from history altogether. It wasn't a totally unwarranted response, but it was being spearheaded by a group of overzealous elites. Amongst the bad news, she had learned the Covenant had reestablished contact amongst themselves and the last remaining prophet. For the time being, he was the sole leader of the Covenant and the pillar on which the former glory stood on. The Prophet of Regret was broadcasting on open Covenant channels his intent to make a slip-space jump to a place they called Erde Tyrene, and if Cortana was reading the stellar coordinates right, they aligned directly with the path back to Earth. She checked the star maps on both the Southern Oblation and her memory banks to confirm 1,000,000 times per second, but after confirming it, she accepted the truth. She considered the information for a moment and wondered if their entire mission had been for nothing if the alien conglomerate had found Earth already. The ramifications of their actions on board the High Charity City would be wide and persecutive. Some of the Covenant remnants would never accept the peace, and certainly no human was lining up to call an alien a friend after the 800 colonies they had razed to the ground either. In that regard, they had more in common than they could care to admit. The other string of enlightening news had been about how the Covenant had found their so-called Holy Ring. According to all reports, the battle group of Supreme Commander Thel Vadamee, Fleet Master of the Fleet of Particular Justice, had pursued a human vessel to the ring, evidently after it escaped off Reach during their final days of glassing. It had confirmed to Cortana there was no Reach left to go to. Reports of this discovery perplexed her, however. She wasn't sure if all the damage she had sustained from making millions of copies, or if the Covenant's battle net had not been able to reconcile the flow of information properly, but the reports of the ring-like artifact being discovered, along with its colonization and destruction, were dated on September 23rd. She examined her internal calendar and compared it to that within the Covenant's network. It was only September 17th. Those minor details didn't matter, as the news of Earth's discovery was more pressing.
Chief, I have bad news.
Nothing we can't handle.
I wouldn't say that. Our plan now has to work.
What's going on?
I was finally able to re-establish a connection with the Covenant BattleNet, and it seems the Prophet of Regret has found Earth.
September 17th, 2552. Formerly September 23rd. 2 hours after the effect of chronologist time distortion effects. On board experimental condor in orbit of Sigma Octanus 4. 60 years of knowledge had not served Dr. Catherine Halsey one bit to get a grasp on the mysterious crystal. Any theory she could postulate sounded like rambling straight out of science fiction. The crystal did not conform to any of the laws of physics, and thus far, it seemed as if it had a will of its own. She wished she had a fully functioning lab to examine the neutrinos being emitted by the damn thing, but that would have been a long shot as it was. The shard behaved more like tangible slip space than an object with mass. It had accelerated a trip that would have taken days to mere minutes, roughly 350 times faster than it should have taken. And that had only been the lesser of the side effects of the crystal. The second had been the extreme dispersal of radiation that exploded from the device. Their 10 minutes in slip space had bathed them in almost lethal levels of radiation in such cramped quarters. Bringing the device without a lead iron composite casing had been a mistake. One she wasn't planning on making again. None of that mattered now, however. The most important thing that had happened was seemingly the bending of the laws of the universe. The nature of the fourth dimension had been bent until it had snapped and looped back around on itself. No matter what tests she ran, she got the same response. The date was September 17th, a whole week before they had left. The entire calendar was now an illusion. Cause and effect were thrown out of the window. September 17th had been the date the Pillar of Autumn had arrived on the Forerunner structure known as Halo. It had also been the day that she had first found the crystal, the Forerunner crystal. Had these events been chronologically linked somehow she could not yet see? Did the crystal's time-disrupting effect have something to do with their jump into slip space? So many questions and zero concrete answers. She postulated theory after theory in her mind. The one which sounded the craziest also sounded the simplest. And sometimes, Occam kept a sharp razor. The simple nature of the explanation meant it was probably the correct one. But the only way she would get any answers was if they went down to the surface of Sigma Octanus 4.
Everything we could learn from this crystal here has been exhausted. We must land and seek out those ruins.
Sigma Octanus IV is desolate now. When the Covenant came for Reach, they had enough ships left over to come back and finish the job. Before the Leviathan went down, Stanforth wanted to respond to distress signals, but Reach was our #1 priority. He was confident the portion of his fleet left here could handle evacuation, or send the Covenant packing one more time. Evidently, he was wrong.
The surface of the planet looked like a fractured marble that had cooked for too long. The poles had been shattered by radioactive interference left behind by heavy plasma bombardment. There were only a few spots within the surface that seemed relatively clear of the burn marks. Halsey knew these were the places the Covenant had found symbols or artifacts, the places they considered holy and untouchable. Certainly they had retrieved any and all artifacts by now, but it wasn't like them to leave so quickly. Without access to the Covenant network, there was no way for her to know what was actually happening behind the curtains. But she suspected her Spartans had something to do with all the Covenant's questionable tactics as of late. 2 weeks prior to her discovery of the Forerunner crystal, while the battle for Reach was basically over, and any, if not all human survivors were scattered underground or holding for some sort of last stand, the Covenant had surprisingly stopped their campaign on Reach. While it was evident the UNSC had lost and over 90% of the surface of Reach was glass, 200 ships moved out of orbit and transitioned to space inexplicably. Though Catherine wasn't an expert on Covenant glassings, from what she had gathered, they would not leave the system until every inch of soil was molten and fused with superheated sand and dust. Perhaps this was how they regularly conducted glassings, leaving a small force behind to finish up the job, but that seemed terribly inefficient, even by Covenant standards. No, what she truly believed, or at least wanted to believe, was that her Spartans had been successful. She believed Operation Red Flag had been a success to some degree, and the Covenant had pulled back with the imminent threat to their societal hierarchy and religious structure. Though without any evidence, for all she knew, the Covenant had found another Halo, which was why it was imperative for her to get some answers here and now. The Condor had approached the orbit of Sigma Octanus 4 and slowly encroached into an atmospheric re-entry. It descended through every layer of what remained of the atmosphere, until it finally touched down on what used to be Côte d'Azur, The bird touched down on a series of Marines ODSTs and a pair of Spartans sprinted out the back in a moment. They aimed their weapons in all directions and gave out an all-clear sign before Halsey and Vice Admiral Danford Whitcomb unloaded.
All right, people, get me some recon. Noble 3, get me some eyes on top of that ridge, double time. Johnson, take the doctor down into that cave. Get a group of men to do any heavy lifting down there.
If you don't mind, Admiral, I prefer to work alone. I doubt the Sergeant could illuminate some of the finer points of alien hieroglyphic decryption.
And after everything we've been through together, Doc, guess I'll go make friends with those ruins.
You think after the stunty boat back there, I'm leaving you out of sight without an escort? No. You will have to answer for what you did. Bring in that AI of yours, put Earth at risk.
I assure you, she does not contain the location of Earth. I broke down her matrix myself, 12 times over. She was only there for the necessary computational advantage.
Then you admit to violating Regulation 12-145-72, Article 55? Her final dispensation should have been years ago.
If you're going to tie my hands like this, Danforth, then you might as well roll out a welcome mat for the Covenant. You and I both know my work requires liberties.
The Admiral's brow furrowed and took a deep breath. His chest inflated and his blood spiked. He sat in that state for a full 3 seconds, squinting his eyes at her. Then his face relaxed. He knew she was right. Though her statements were full of half-lies, it was a rather eloquent way to get him off her back. Or so she thought, until he snapped back.
Either way, I'm not letting you go down there alone. Noble 6, accompany the good doctor. Make sure she doesn't get into any trouble down there.
Got it, sir.
The Spartan wasn't the worst company she could get. She did have a lot of pending questions about the superstructure Halo, and perhaps his companion AI, though crudely named Auntie Dot, might have some more insight.
Fine, but do try to stay out of my way.
She walked ahead, ignoring her escort. There was so much work to be done, and she knew the Covenant would not be far behind after the massive spike of radiation they created with their escape off reach. September 17th, 2552. Formerly September 23rd. Revised military calendar. Spartan B312 had been trained to kill since the age of 9. By Spartan standards, he had started late, but had risen to top honors of his class very quickly. It had been one of the reasons he had been handpicked for individual missions outside of Beta Company's overall goal. His experiences had shaped him out to be one of the most efficient Spartans in the UNSC's bag of tricks. But right now, he didn't feel any of that training or experience being put to use. He was a tool still, just a different type. Dr. Halsey said jump, and his job was to ask how high. She pointed at a series of rocks, and he moved in to lift boulders well into the hundreds of kilos. After half an hour of this, he'd grown tired. Not because of his shoulder injury he'd received on the mysterious Forerunner ring, or the heavy lifting. That was a light workout for a Spartan with the help of Mjolnir's force-multiplying gel layers. Instead, it was the fact that Halsey seemed to be giving him busy work while analyzing him more than the symbols in the cave. He thought it best to stay quiet until the doctor spoke first.
Tell me about them.
I'm not sure I know who, ma'am.
We could talk about your former teammates of Noble Team, or the other Spartan 3s. But right now, I'm more interested in this flood.
So that was her game. Though the mention of his old team hurt, he was only thankful for her for saving June's life. The Spartan wasn't an asset one could waste or give up on, but he wasn't one of hers, and she'd sent all of her Spartans on a suicide mission. It couldn't be easy for her, but then again, the war hadn't been easy on anyone. Just like her Spartans had gone on a seemingly impossible mission, that one-way trip, so had Beta Company. Maybe this was her way to relate to him, but he got the sense that she was just fishing for information. However, the flood was not something he wanted to talk about. Even thinking about them reminded him of the scent of decay, a death unlike any other, the corruption that took and consumed.
What do you want to know about them?
Why, everything, of course.
There isn't much to tell, Doctor. It's an infection. It doesn't care if a host is human, Covenant, living, or dead.
I see. This infection, you're sure it wasn't of Covenant origin?
It raged and consumed through them, just as much as it did us. They probably had a tougher time against it than us. And there's also what Ramsey said.
Ah, yes. An aging third-generation artificial intelligence. If I had a dime for every time one of those had failed to answer a question, I could fund the entire Spartan program myself.
Ramsey gave his life to get us off Halo. He may have been an aging AI, but he sacrificed himself to give us the data we needed to warn the rest of the UNSC.
He left you with data? Show me.
Spartan B312 removed the artificial intelligence housing unit within his armed gauntlet. It was small, but even at this size, it was 3 times larger than the device Halsey had inserted into the Condor's dropship's nav computer. The green glowing discus housed a smart AI named Kalmia, which had helped him pilot their way off Reach. This revelation of a smart AI had, however, enraged Vice Admiral Whitcomb. If Halsey had died on Reach, and the Covenant found the AI, decades of trying to keep the Covenant from finding Earth would all go to waste. Halsey had lied through her teeth, telling the Admiral Kalmia did not possess coordinates to Earth, but that was almost as evident a lie as the Doctor's plans with Dot's matrix. She quickly linked her datapad with the device, establishing a rapid link of information package transactions. She ransacked Dot's databanks like a thief in the night.
I don't know what you're looking for, Doctor, but Ramsey only left coordinates for Earth in there, knowing my armor would self-destruct if that data was compromised.
Oh, did he now? Then would you mind explaining why this data is 3.7 petabytes? Nearly all of your field assistant's functional knowledge banks are entirely full.
That couldn't be right. If Ramsey had left so much data stored within Dot, why had he not said so? More importantly, why hadn't she noticed? Auntie Dot was a non-volitional AI, though the more common term used was Dom AI that didn't quite paint an accurate picture. Her equivalent human IQ would have been in the mid-250s. The only thing differentiating her from a super genius was really only her ability to adapt and think outside the box. Volitional AIs, like Cortana and even Kalmia, to a degree, had the advantage of being modeled after a pre-existing template of a human brain. Unlike them, the non-volitional ones were more rigid and lacked creativity, a core defining characteristic of the human experience. Had this been the reason Dot hadn't mentioned the massive data dump in her information storage banks? He had to find out if the other data Ramsey had left behind within her was something useful. He was sure Dr. Halsey was just as much, if not more, curious about this data than he was. Her hunger for more was almost as consuming and probably her greatest weakness.
Dot, is that true?
Yes. While we both occupied your Mjolnir armor, he began offloading as many files as he could about the operational use of the Forerunner installation.
Why didn't he tell me?
The flood forms we encountered on the ring were able to adapt to their new situation rather quickly. If you had been infected, you would have known the entire plan, and therefore the flood would have known as well.
Slow down. What do you mean?
Do I have to be the one to spell it out for you, Spartan? You yourself witnessed the flood evolve from mindless creatures to this threat that could wipe out all life in the matter of hours.
The flood were evolving?
Don't you find it strange how one moment they were mindless and within a day they were posing a threat to the Covenant battle group? They must have had a central intelligence.
Impossible. I would have run into it while I was deep in the bowels of Halo.
Perhaps you were playing checkers and they were playing a game of chess.
I'm not an idiot. I know what I saw.
I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, Lieutenant. I'm merely ascertaining the infection's capacities.
There is more information Ramsey left that may be able to shine some light on the events outside of our immediate sphere of influence.
Show me.
The stream of data changed to focus on the rapid awakening of the flood from the Covenant's point of view. It wasn't something Six had seen before, but the signal pattern seemed to be stray transmissions caught by his armor through open channels. The Covenant had claimed the flood had begun experiencing a sort of awakening that had only been able to infect the living through infection forms, the small bulbous creatures that sliced and diced at their victim's skin until they brought a window for themselves to crawl inside. However, already dead tissue had been useless to them. For a time, the flood had taken over the battle cruiser known as the Truth and Reconciliation, boarding it in heavy numbers and blooding every Covenant warrior on board. After gaining control of the brig, one of the most secure places on the ship, aside from the command deck, the flood had drawn back out and collected bodies. This had only been discovered because of a single survivor from an elite strike force. His entire squad had been wiped out when they had tried to retrieve the shipmaster. What they were doing with the bodies was a mystery, but based on the behavior, it only took seconds for Dr. Halsey to make a leap of logic that was terrifying even to the Spartan.
They were building a mother.
Building a what?
They were gathering the bodies as a sacrifice for greater knowledge.
I don't understand. How could they do that from a bunch of dead bodies?
You never did find First Lieutenant Hobbs, did you?
No, but I assumed she'd been turned into...
You know what they say about assumptions.
Though she was right, she was too cavalier about the entire situation. He wondered if this would have been her attitude if she'd been down there on the ring with them, watching the twisted faces of horror reach out at her with grotesque deformed joints and new misshapen appendages. He tried to turn away, but the doctor held onto his wrist tighter. He could push her away, but with the strength of a single finger. But he knew no one said no to the Catherine Halsey, especially not now, when she was their best bet to get off Sigma Octanus 4 and back to Earth with a weapon that could fight the Covenant on even ground.
Ma'am, we'll have time for the flood later. The cave.
The Spartan gestured, tilting his helmet up and onto the direction of the caved-in rocks, covered in Forerunner glyphs and symbols.
For once, you are right. Dot. Transfer any data you have on the symbols you found on Halo and any translations Ramsey may have been able to deduce. I will cross-check them with my sources, and we can go from there.
Do you really think we can make heads or tails out of these indecipherable pictures?
Nothing is indecipherable, Lieutenant. Some things just take time.
Noble Six stared at the hieroglyph shaped like a box, a simple square with 4 lines and 4 intersections where those lines met. What could this, one of the simplest shapes, mean that was so grandiose? He took a step to the left and noticed the shape had a floating depth to it. It was inscribed in multidimensional space. The 4 lines no longer existed. Instead, it was a collage of triangles with circles and rotating hexagons that merely looked like a square from the right angle. He wondered how anyone could understand these shapes. But if the creatures responsible for this language were also responsible for the construction of Halo, then it became less of a challenge and more of a certainty they had achieved a level of knowledge far beyond them. He studied Halsey's strange movements as she walked along the reflection of the glyph's vacant shadow on the walls. If anyone could figure it out, it was probably going to be her. He looked over the horizon, past the hills where the condor sat, and watched the sky slowly darken. The sun was setting soon, and time was not on their side. Then a communication signal through his helmet speakers, and the voice of June Noble 3 came through all at once.
We have company. They just dropped out of slip space. 1 cruiser, 1 corvette. We need to move.
The Vice Admiral's voice cut through the initial burst of chatter from the panicked Marines, most of whom had survived the battle on Reach, a grueling fight against both Covenant and Flood, and had returned to Reach only to flee in worse condition.
Rolly, take the Condor over the ridge, down past the mountain, and turn the engines off. The last thing we need is a signal flare for the Covenant to find us.
Don't mean to pry, but the Coveys are getting excited. I'm picking up 2 spirits on long-range scans coming this way.
Do they know we're here?
Probably not, or they would be rolling out the red carpet right about now. But I don't like it either way.
Noble 3, you're my eyes and ears.
Got my scope on them as we speak, Admiral.
Everyone else, we're pulling back to the city ruins to set up an ambush.
Now that I can get behind. Time to teach the Covenant some non-linear warfare. Take these squids back to school, Marines.
The transmission went silent, and Noble Six stared into the horizon as 2 dropships approached. They could take them, that was for sure. What they couldn't take was the bombardment from those ships, or a full-on assault from the hundreds or thousands of troops those carriers brought with them. The corvette was relatively small for a Covenant ship size, but it wasn't alone. With its cruiser companion, it meant they were outnumbered 50-1. Dr. Halsey turned on him.
This just won't do.
The doctor dropped her datapad by her wayside and sighed deeply.
I'm going to need your artificial intelligence, Lieutenant.
September 17th, 2552. Formerly September 23rd. Revised military calendar. Sergeant Avery Johnson loaded a fresh clip of MA5B ammo into his assault rifle, then slapped the side of the weapon with the palm of his hand, making sure the magazine would not jam, then crept through the rubble of a broken-down building. 3 more Marines crawled on their bellies beside the sergeant, creeping through the remains of Côte d'Azur. It wasn't a large force by any means, but these men had survived the fall of Reach and the advancements of the Flood, which gave Avery a large boost in confidence in their abilities to pull a trigger properly. Though they had just gotten into position, he could see across the narrow streets of the pavilion another 3 squads already in position. If the Covenant was smart, they would have done an air reconnaissance flyby with thermals before landing, but their underestimation of humanity had always seemed to be their downfall. They thought themselves superior, and while it was true in some aspects, it left a lot to be desired in others. Johnson put a hand in his pocket looking for a willy, but found none. He'd gone through every last one of them on the artificial world, Halo, and was itching to get his hands on another cigarette. If they managed to get back to Earth, that would be his first priority. He positioned the mouth of his barrel between a jagged rock and a pane of glass. Or what remained of it anyway. It would help with the recoil. It wasn't as if he couldn't handle the pushback of a simple M85, but if it helped even out the odds, he would do it. The Spirit dropships interrupted his thoughts as they descended past the break between what used to be the main street and an aquarium of sorts. There, at the end of the block, the Covenant troops unloaded onto the sides and began sniffing at the air. Avery grinned. They had gotten lucky. The brutes seemed to be in control of this operation. 3 brutes hopped out the sides after their small battalion of grunts and jackals. All 3 of the apish monsters stood where they dropped, snarling at one another. After the grunts hopped too, and the jackals activated their handheld devices, the brutes formed a circle, talking and rubbing their bellies amongst themselves. Johnson signaled B Squad to keep an eye on the brutes by lifting his middle finger and index, pointing to his own eyes. Then, in the direction of the monkey men. The leader of the squad, Santiago Morales, was a small man, a corporal. He had been born with achondroplasia, a type of dwarfism which had been attributed to his father's Bourne syndrome, which stunted his growth well into his adulthood. Standing at just over a meter in height, the man packed more mean than people twice his size, and was just as likely to kill a brute with his bare hands as he was to straddle on a grunt and ride him into battle. Johnson watched the corporal acknowledge and shift their team's attention while a group of jackals hurried down the street. A few moments of more patient waiting, and they had the entire Covenant recon force gathering in the middle of the street. The jackal in the lead lowered his thin bird neck and jogged back to the brutes. The one closest to Johnson gave a snarl, then looked up in the direction of the ships and barked some orders. In a few short breaths, 6 more dropships unloaded, 2 of which were phantoms. Though unable to carry as many troops as the spirits, they packed a meaner punch with their multi-directional plasma cannons. The plan was coming together slowly, which was intentional and good fortune for them. If the doctor needed more time, then he would buy it for her. He just hoped their credits didn't run dry for when it really counted. A minute had passed and the dropships were deploying all sorts of enemies and cargo, some of which he was very familiar with, and other components he hadn't seen before. It would not matter in a second, but he was still curious. The grav lift under either phantom activated in reverse, and 12 grunts descended down each one, all surrounding a large metallic ball with grooves on the surface. They attached it to the already placed equipment and began plugging conduits straight from it onto their mask. They almost seemed happy to Johnson, and he felt almost sorry that he would be ripping the happiness from them very soon. But almost feeling sorry wasn't anywhere near as actually feeling sorry for them. The spirits finished unloading their troops and their equipment, then rose and took off back to their respective motherships. Now with half a dozen brutes situated in the circled position, and once all targets were in position, or at least as many as he could hope to get in one go, he marked the 3 brutes in the center of the formation with an infrared laser. It was invisible to the naked eye, but for the Spartan on the hill, nearly a kilometer away, it was like a flare signal. His heads-up display would paint the targets with a light red and orange overline, giving him a suitable target. The new brutes had to be higher rank, and it wasn't just evident by the armor they wore, but their positioning in the pack as well. Johnson clenched his teeth and slumped his head against his shoulder, covering his right ear entirely, and his left as best he could, then pressed a button on the side of his hip and counted to 4. Before he had reached the 4th Mississippi in his head, a plume of white hot light washed over the area, and the Covenant around the streets. Then immediately another explosion with a sickly green gas followed, evaporating away at the jovial grunts. In a second, more than half the Covenant forces had vanished and the rest were strewn about the streets. Some had painted the walls of the ravaged buildings in their purple, blue, and red sets of blood, and others were just chunks on the streets. Before Avery could count the number of enemies left, the circle of brutes dispersed as they sniffed at the burnt air again, and ran in every direction to intercept their attackers. 3rd Squad had been first to break silence, and a stream of well-placed shots ran through the air at the first brute. Then the wave of plasma shots rained back in their direction, and before long, it had become a trail of shots on every squad's position. 3 brutes' bodies dropped instantly with holes between their skulls and the flesh that held them together. A pair of Marines rose from cover to chuck a grenade each down the street. One was struck by a green pea-sized blotch of plasma and melted away at his grenade as it flew out of his hand into the sky and exploded there. Johnson was firing his weapon as fast as he could and refreshing his stock of ammunition with some well-placed spare magazines near his chest. All things considered, they weren't taking many casualties and had managed to deal a first strike against the Coveys, but even now he knew it would come back at them in force. It was only a matter of minutes before the real battle began, and the night was gonna get a lot bloodier. September 17th, 2552. On board the Sovereign Oblation.
What do you mean the Covenant has found Earth?
I think that statement speaks for itself, really. The Prophet of Regret is amassing his personal fleet as well as anyone who will listen. He's broadcasting coordinates for Earth, or rather the planet they call Erda Tyrene, all across the network.
We have to head to Earth now.
One problem with that. We're about to exit slipspace above Sigma Octanus 4, and it seems your old pals have come back.
Earth is more important. With any luck, we'll arrive before the Covenant.
About that, we only have enough juice in for one more jump. And it's going to take some time to charge up the drive once we exit slipspace.
So, it was lives wasted after all. Do we have a plan yet?
Not necessarily. I had hoped to gather forces at Sigma 4 and bring some escorts with us back to Earth. Ideally, without bringing this ship and its possible trackers back to Earth, but that plan is shot now. Moreover, the Covenant are already on Sigma Octanus 4. It seems they are looking for an artifact of great importance down there.
We torched the place. Could there have been another artifact buried deeper?
I don't know, but something tells me we'll have answers on a lot more than just this artifact when we get down there. Prep a team. I'm dropping you off 2,000 clicks from their little dig site. Any closer, and they'll detect the heavy radiation of slipspace still trailing on our shields. Better make your trip down there fast, Chief. We are expecting guests after all.
The Master Chief agreed and stowed his freshly reloaded weapon on the magnetic clamp mounted on his armor. 4 Spartans lined up behind him and followed on board the Phantom Troop Deployer. The hefty vehicle purred as it rose and exited the Sovereign Oblation's bay and accelerated to supersonic speeds. With its gravitational torsion engines, if they timed it correctly, the remains of the Spartan team could hit the Covenant before they realized the Sovereign Oblation wasn't friendly. They could take whatever artifact they had come for and the Prophets back to Earth before the Covenant knew what hit them. With any luck, 2 Prophets and a priceless artifact could buy them a ceasefire, or at least the upper hand. September 17th, 2552. Sigma Octanus 4. She didn't want to part with Kalmia, but she saw no other way. Dr. Halsey had made Kalmia from a flash clone of herself, similarly to how she had made Cortana. Kalmia was the first iteration of the Doctor's attempt to make such a volitional AI and had grown to be as much her daughter as Cortana and Miranda were. She grit her teeth and told herself what had to be done.
I'm going to need your artificial intelligence, Lieutenant.
The imitation Spartan handed her a device weighing in at nearly 20 pounds. It was a simple AI containment storage unit designed to fit in a portion of Mjolnir combat fighting suits. She had toyed with the idea 2 decades prior, but had scrapped it as the Spartans would only be held back by the distraction and monitoring of a blabbering child that was a non-volitional AI. At least that's how she saw them. Dumb AIs, anyway. It was a double-edged sword, as she relied on them for the basic menial tasks of daily labor and research, so she could see how they had their users. However, the one designated as ADT 6849-9, or as Noble Team called her, Auntie Dot, was the only thing standing between her and the secrets of the Forerunners. About half of her files had been password-locked by the more potent third-generation AI, Ramsey, which meant she couldn't quite gain access to them all. She could break the rudimentary encryption, but it would take time, and time was not on their side. Instead, she would have to sacrifice another piece on the board to place it on the puzzle. After the Spartan had removed his gauntlet, she began to break down the codes barring the non-volitional AI subroutines. In an instant, she had bypassed them and found herself at the core of the AI's programming. What she was about to do was a first, even for her, and if it didn't take, she would be losing one of her greatest assets. She took the microprocessing unit which encased her own volitional AI, Kalmia, and drove a flat piece of metal between the 2 encasing units. The top flipped open like a lid, and she removed the green subprocessor core from the center. Halsey had done this part 100 times, to extend Kalmia's operational function for years, but now she was about to do something entirely new. Halsey inserted a thin, needle-like prick into the center of the spherical green processor, and twisted it. The ball split open into pieces, and then slices, and she began to type long strings of code into her datapad, correcting long and complex tangents of mathematical equations and fragmented data. The ball glowed a flash of green with every input, then dulled off into a shade of white, becoming increasingly more eggshell rather than its original color. When the Doctor was done, and the ball reformed from its former slices, the color had turned into a mixed shade of green and white. After which, Halsey placed the volitional AI's core matrix into the slot, where the dumb AI's core should have gone. The 2 immediately attached, almost magnetically attracting one another until the ball flattened against the rows of connectors inside the gauntlet piece. Then ejected the house of green into the larger component. A wave of emerald washed about the new joint processing unit and took hold around the core storage memory banks. Then, almost as if countering a surprise attack, all at once, a wave of ultramarine blue dispersed around the entire plate and pushed back on the green attacker. Colors mixed and swirled, fighting one another until they merged entirely and formed the stable cobalt. The battle was over, and it was a tie. She would never see her daughter again, but I'd hope a new being had been born. Moreover, if her hypothesis was correct, she had effectively created a hybridized AI, thereby extending a volitional AI's capacity, staving off rampancy, the duration of which would probably need to be tested thoroughly. But now wasn't the time to stress test their new companion. Now was the time to find out what the symbols meant. The ground beneath Halsey's feet shook and rumbled, and a loud thumping sound ruptured the atmosphere. Low-orbit plasma lenses were landing in all directions, picking off stray shots into the buildings near the mouth of the miniature cave, shaving off the remains of the Museum of Natural Science that had been constructed around the Forerunner glyph designs. The Covenant were getting desperate. Using weapons that were meant for ship-to-ship combat in space was proving very ineffective for low-ground targeting, but that didn't mean they wouldn't get a lucky shot off eventually. She grabbed the gauntlet and brought it to the Spartan once again.
She's going to need a lot more power than I can give her right now, and your suit is the only thing around that I can see with that kind of juice.
Noble 6, the Spartan both her and Kalmia had chosen to carry the original navigational data to Halo, would now carry her until her days were over. In a way, she had already chosen him once, which made Halsey feel slightly less attached to her as she handed off the package. He took the gauntlet and wrapped it around his forearm from the center, where a series of dots had once appeared when the AI dot spoke. Now appeared a blue holographic woman. She was thin and wore a body-long uniform, tight and revealing that left very little to the imagination. Her features had been very much like Almia's, except now she was about 10 different shades of blue and black. She rubbed her head and proceeded.
I feel like someone just hit me over the head with a hammer.
Is that still you, Dot?
Who else would it be?
You look different.
Truth be told, I feel very different.
Fascinating. It seems we are witnessing the birth of a new AI.
New? I've been in service for... Wait, that doesn't add up. These are my memories, but also not.
As much as I would love to document this, we have more important matters at hand. Display all data on...
You do not have permissions to view my classified files, Dr. Catherine Halsey.
Dot, is that really you still in there? You sound off.
Yeah, I'm me, but also not me. I'm functioning at 212% capacity, but I'm trapped in a body that confines my central processing unit.
It was the only way to bypass the password-protected data left by the AI known as Ramsey.
I see. I'm not Kalmia, and I am not Auntie Dot anymore. I'm something different.
There was a moment of silence as Halsey watched the AI's hologram struggle to come to terms with who she was now. In human terms, it had been a minor blip, a second or two, but for the artificial unit, it was a lifetime.
Identity crisis issues won't get us anywhere. Refer to me as Dot, Kalmia, Auntie, or any variation of the sort for now.
Then by all means, transfer all data on Halo to my...
As I said before, you do not have clearance to these files, Doctor. The password must be spoken.
Halsey thought about it. There went her last best hope. She would have to brute force her entry through the disabling all self-preservation routines. All volitional AIs had one, even Kalmia. Especially Kalmia. If there was enough left of her after the merging of matrices, it would give Halsey all data left inside Auntie Dot from their time on Halo.
Noble team.
Access granted.
A message immediately began playing. The Kalmia Dot hybrid stood. Now a gingerly man with spectacles and a long lab coat replaced her.
That was Ramsey.
Dot's voice came through the vidoc from Ramsey's mouth.
Was? So it would seem I bought the farm before we could make it off the insidious ring. I'm glad to see you've survived, at least Spartan, though it would seem some of this subroutine was damaged from a recent software conversion.
A lot has happened since the ring.
I'm sure it has. This subroutine only has a few scraps of code left, so please allow me to explain my decision on the ring.
Ramsey began a speech detailing the events of their escape off Halo, recounting how the Monitor's computational power is far superior to his own, and he had known that blowing the Pillar of Autumn was the only chance they had at stopping the infection from spreading. The hologram continued his explanation, but Catherine found the details dull. He was focusing on the wrong things. That was until the man in the lab coat and glasses pulled out a device from inside his coat. It was shaped in an uppercase T, and glowed green with a line running through the middle. He said it was the index, and evidently the Spartan knew what the device was. He continued by explaining the index wasn't just a key to activate the ring, but instead it was living code. This device was a small part of a whole much bigger than they could imagine. It was like a fountain of youth for relational AIs. The raw amount of data it possessed was incalculable by their standards. But that was simply in its digital aspect. In its physical one, it was far more intricate. The tiny man in glasses tossed the index object into the air, and before Halsey had blinked, the object had become solid. It had weight and mass, then landed again in the holographic man's hand. He proceeded to put it in his lab coat pocket once more, and explained it was the literal key to the foreigner's plan to right their wrongs. He finally said some heartfelt goodbyes, and though she was not attached to the tiny figure in any way or shape, the voice had shifted to being Kalmia's, which was in a sense the same as Cortana's and very similar to her own, and that was one string she felt an attachment to. The last of the message included data explaining that Halo was a weapon, while the foreigner's plans always had 3 facets to them. Perfect, she thought. While they couldn't use the weapons of the Forerunners and risk wiping out all life in the galaxy, there was still plenty of treasure left that could help him stave off extermination from the Covenant imitators. Finally, the hologram vanished entirely, and a light emerged from the Spartan's gauntlet. The light illuminated the entire chamber and filled the gaps where some of the holograms had been damaged. Other sections were entirely ignored. Halsey wasn't sure if that meant the script was complete, or if there was too much missing to know what it truly was. Dot's voice came through, with a hint of Kalmia's that only Halsey could hear.
There's your coordinates, Doctor. If Halo was the sword, that's your shield.
She understood the layout of the symbols were a star map. That much was obvious, but the rest was new. It outlined where the ring had been discovered, and 2 other locations. Similar symbols floated about and around in other distant star systems, but those weren't highlighted. One of the highlighted symbols she immediately recognized. It was in an area of space she had recently become familiar with. The designated star system was where Project King Under the Mountain had also pointed. It was where Colonel James Ackerson had hid away his secret Spartan program over the past 2 decades. While others went as far as calling him Halsey's rival, she could only wonder how the world's second smartest ant compared to her mind. A prodigy with 2 doctorates at the age of 15, the creator of the Spartan Project, and if her hunch was correct, which it usually was, the savior of mankind from extinction. Halsey had her suspicions of the existence of a Spartan program, which she had not been privy to for years, and those suspicions had been all but confirmed a few months prior to the fall of Reach, when the UNSC's largest and most expensive med station had disappeared for a month after making a rather obvious request for chemical enhancements, which she herself had developed for the augmentations of her Spartans. Though the formula no longer belonged to her, but instead was one of the many prices she had had to give Oni, as if her Spartans weren't worthy enough with all their sacrifices. She knew the chemicals in the med ship's manifesto were the exact cocktail needed to make a Spartan, and worse, a new generation of Spartans that would be able to ignore pain through chemical augmentation rather than discipline and training. All these assumptions were entirely confirmed when she hacked into Colonel Ackerson's computer to discover a very obviously named file, S3, and the aforementioned King Under the Mountain. S3s were clearly Spartan 3s, though most were inferior from what she had gathered. Others held up the standard quite well. She looked at the Spartan in his dark gray armor and wondered what kind of soldier he was, if he would have fit well within her Spartans. If she had given the funding for a second class of trainees, he might have been one. The other file had been the location, or rather only a mere mention, of alien artifacts of non-Covenant origin, having been discovered in an unmarked planet, though it was obvious now based on the Forerunner markings of the makeshift cave. She stared at the dotted symbol longingly for a moment, formulating a plan. It took a full second of silence, but the inner machinations of her mind had developed an overwhelming enigma that would undoubtedly be frowned upon. But with the closing explosions of plasma weapons fire, she couldn't hesitate. The Covenant were closing in, and this might be her last chance.
Transfer all information you have on the Zeta Dodarius system to me, as well as everything you found on that ring.
Transferring data directly to your pad, Doctor. And might I also add, there's been another slipspace rupture detected. Covenant armored cruiser, heavily damaged, but operational. It seems our window out of here is getting smaller.
Sergeant Johnson's voice came over the radio.
Doctor, We need to get the hell out of here. We're going to be overrun in minutes.
Just buy me a little more time.
I don't think you understand, Doctor. We're out of time.
September 17th, 2552. Sigma Octanus 4. The dark blue and gray colors of the Phantom blended well with the deep night of Sigma Octanus 4. Light from High Point, the local moon, was dim and waning, reflecting off the slick gray hood of the flying vehicle. Its engines were soft and gentle but not slow. The twin impulse drives could reach Mach 6 in regular atmosphere, and on Sigma Octanus 4's lower gravity at about 0.88 Gs, it was racing just over Mach 7. At these speeds, they would reach the Covenant staging ground in 15 minutes. John wondered how Cortana was going to explain to the Covenant ships around the dig site the surprise entry of a new, unauthorized Phantom in the field. Whatever the explanation she chose would have to be soon. They were less than 2 minutes out from the site, and had picked up a squadron of 3 Banshees on an intercept course.
I have some good news for once. The Covenant seem to be engaged on the ground with UNSC forces.
That doesn't sound like good news.
You're missing the bigger picture, Chief?
There's still human forces down there.
Yes, and there's another surprise. One of their transmissions has a report of demons.
John knew the word all too well. It was the Covenant's preferred nickname for Spartans. He'd heard it a million times before ending the lives of many, many alien creatures.
All of my Spartans are back on board the Sovereign Oblation.
Which should be a clue to tell you those aren't Spartan 2s.
The Master Chief remained silent for a moment. It was good that someone had survived. And if he had to be a betting man, there was one Spartan he'd met that came to mind when he thought of surviving overwhelming odds. The gray and slick covert design of his armor was unlike any version of Mjolnir he'd ever seen.
What's the strength of the Covenant down there?
The Covenant force is nearly 200 strong, seemingly 5-to-1 ratio, with a cruiser and a corvette backing them up in low orbit.
For survivors, that's all that was left of the UNSC here?
Do they know we're here yet?
They know we are, but I don't think they're aware of the Sovereign Oblation's position. They either don't have long-range scanners, or the thought of an enemy-controlled ship hasn't crossed their mind.
Keep the ship away for now. Drop us off here. We'll go the rest on foot. Contact Red Team. If things go south, I want them to take the Prophets back to Earth. They may be our last option. Blue Team, hard drop, on my mark. Mark!
4 acknowledgement lights winced on inside John's HUD as the 5 Spartans of Blue Team jumped out of the lowered ramp side of the Phantom dropship. The new iteration of Blue Team flew like bricks straight down to the surface. They landed in a tucked roll and broke off into a sprint through the demolished buildings of Côte d'Azur.
Kelly, don't wait on us. We'll catch up. Do some preliminary recon.
Got it, Chief.
The Spartan in her off-shade of white armor raced through the canopy of destruction, jumping over obstacles and weaving through the demolished remains ahead. Her top speed was something none of the other Spartans could compete with, and she knew it. John, Margaret, James, and Kirk filed into a tighter formation, running around the larger pieces of rubble, while slamming through the smaller debris of collapsed buildings. Anything to shave off precious extra seconds. The sounds of shots and live fire was growing closer with each step, but the more evident parts of the battle were the streams of plasma flying into the air, lighting up the night sky. By the time Chief and the rest arrived within radar range of the battle, he had already seen a dozen Covenant bodies dropped on the opposite end of the street. Kelly sat behind cover with 2 plasma repeaters and her shotgun magnetically attached to her back, tucked between a large boulder and the Spartan's armor. An amber LED light went off inside John's helmet, and he watched Kelly point 2 fingers due west. She turned the corner the opposite direction and laid down a spread of Covenant plasma repeater fire into the crowd of jackals on the street corner ahead. Chief marked a nav point for the rest of the team, and they moved as one in that direction. In a matter of seconds, they had given the Covenant forces the runaround, while they chased down Kelly, an impossible task they would never succeed in, and they had left the rear wide open for a team of 4 Spartans to penetrate. Chief opened fire first and watched as a grunt met his demise, followed by its cowering companion. A sniper round cleaved through the brute ahead of his position with great accuracy, making him wonder if Linda had disobeyed orders and come down to the fight with them. He traced the tail of smoke back to the point of origin on a hill above. There was a large figure kneeling down at the top of an incline. It was too large to be a regular Marine, and with John's enhanced vision, he could tell the figure was well camouflaged among the dirt and soot. It was a Spartan. Not one of his, but a Spartan nonetheless, and from the look of the dismembered brute, it was one with good aim. He stepped over the brute body and hosed down more of the little alien bastards, while the rest of Blue Team spread about doing the same. The entire fight took nearly 20 minutes as they encroached on the main Covenant force. They had boxed them in, and the Covenant were taking casualties from either direction. He He turned the corner where a cafe stood only months ago and found a brute waiting. The large creature pounced on him, grabbing him by the neck. He tried kicking at the hairy creature, but it used its other arm to block the oncoming blows. John reached for his knife, but before he could find it, a shadow dropped from above the brute. Something small, about a meter in height, had leapt from the second floor of the cafe and attached itself to the brute's back. The alien gave out a loud and painful growl. He dropped him, allowing Chief to duck, and returned the attack with a low sweeping kick. The brute fell like a sack of potatoes and its jaw broke on impact with the pavement below. Chief could now see what the small shadow had been. It wore a lapel on his shoulder that read Corporal S. Morales. John extended out his hand and the Marine gave a nod before taking it. He stood beside the large ape and kicked it on the side of the head, then went down to retrieve a blade a foot long from the alien's neck. The small-figured man wiped off some blood from the knife before reaching down for the brute's spiker handheld weapon. It was a large weapon by human standards, but on the small corporal's hands, it looked like a cannon. John found himself smiling inside his helmet, not because of ridicule for the vertically challenged man, but because in spite of the hand he'd been dealt, he had just taken down a foe 4 times his size and saved a Spartan. John nodded, then proceeded to take a step in front of the corporal as 2 green lances connected with his Mjolnir's armor energy shielding. The shields flared in static and the alarms inside his helmet rose up a low whine, but they did not break. Kelly was already on top of the shooting jackals while Kirk unloaded an M6 into the other. The Master Chief turned to look for James, only to find him pummeling a brute major on the floor with the use of his robotic arm. The strikes rang hollow as brain matter spewed from the brute's broken cranium. There was a lot of anger in those hits, and John only hoped it was manageable emotion, something James could target into the Covenant a little longer.
Form up Blue Team. Cortana, identify friend or foe signals.
No need for that, Chief.
Sergeant Major Avery Johnson crawled out of the broken-down building 2 buildings over. The man looked tired and Covenant alien blood was spewed all over him, which, by John's account, was better than being covered in human blood.
Morales, did I just see you jump down 2 stories onto a brute's back?
It was only 1 story, Sarge.
Yeah, well, for your height, that counts as 2. You crazy son of a bitch.
What's the status of the Covenant forces here? How did you get here?
I think there's someone else who can answer those questions better.
Avery Johnson put a finger up to his ear where the micro headset piece was inlaid.
Admiral, we've got some welcoming reinforcements.
Please identify Sergeant.
Care to do the honors?
This is Sierra 117 reporting in, sir.
John recognized Vice Admiral Danford Whitcomb's voice from the 100 or so campaigns he had directed and launched against the Covenant, and now he was just happy to hear the man had survived. Before the Admiral could respond, however, a new voice came through the radio speakers in his helmet. A voice he would not forget even if he was dead. The voice of the Spartan pseudo-mother, creator of the Spartan program, Cortana, and his combat suit, Dr. Catherine Halsey. September 17th, 2552, Sigma Octanus 4. Spartan B312 stood next to Spartan June 8266, listening to the members of the Spartan 2 company and their long tale. He watched and listened to the Spartan legend, the man he'd once met briefly in orbit of reach on board the hijacked Covenant corvette, the Ardent Prayer. Sierra 117 recounted the events of their mission, which had begun to eliminate some of the events on Reach and on the alien ring world Halo. The Spartans had boarded the Ardent Prayer and used it to sneak on board the Covenant CAS-class supercarrier, known as the Long Night of Solace. The ship was nearly 30 kilometers long, effectively making it the size of a city. It was a planet killer, and it may have succeeded in its mission to destroy Reach if they hadn't taken preemptive measures to strike at the ship first. With the raid of the entire battle group, the UNSC had managed to silence the Long Night of Solace's signals long enough for the Spartans to board the ship and kill its crew. The UNSC had of course taken heavy casualties against a behemoth of that size, but their goal had been accomplished, and they had taken over the ship. Something which had been nearly impossible over the last 27 years of war against the aliens. With the ship, they had bypassed the Covenant security network and found the coordinates to their home fleet, where the 3 leaders of the Covenant conducted their operations from. These creatures were called San Shayum, but to the Covenant, they were the holy prophets of their religious beliefs. They belonged to a species which were not combatants, yet they ruled over the multi-tiered caste system of the Covenant Empire. Once the Covenant had gained access to their network, coordinates, and intel on the command center known as High Charity, they had jumped into a long slipspace journey Even in the Covenant's massive ship, it had taken them 2 weeks to reach the floating city. It had been the size of a small moon and was home to over 2,000 Covenant ships. Though regularly only about 1 to 200 were stationed as its primary fleet of defense, the discovery of what they had believed to be the human world had forced them to gather there as they prepared another massive attack. Sierra 117 followed by explaining the events of the next 2 days. They had hid inside the city and bid their time to attack and capture the prophets of mercy and truth. Though their mission parameters meant capture and retrieval of a single prophet would have meant success, the Master Chief had decided to go for all 3 prophets. What they had failed to anticipate was that one of the aliens had been away. With the Prophet of Regret off the moonside station, their plan was scrapped, and they were forced into battle to capture both the remaining San Shayum. After their capture, they had run into heavily expected opposition. They had managed to extract the prophets to a newly captured Covenant vessel. Evidently, while several teams of Spartans were on the trail of the prophets, an entire battalion of orbital dropshot troopers, accompanied by some Spartans, had managed to infiltrate more of the Covenant ships docked within the same yard as the Long Night of Solace. They had skeleton crews barely worthy of mention, and with the aid of both Spartan teams and ODST experts, the capture of these vessels had been achieved with Captain Jacob Keyes' brilliant strategies. Six had not heard of the man before aside from the mention of the Keyes loop, but it would seem as though he would never get to meet the man. After extracting the prophets from their seats of power, the Spartans who had made it back alive escaped via one of the stolen ships, as Captain Keyes used the heavily fortified and powerful weapons of the Long Night of Solace to buy them some time to escape. That had been the gist of the mission, but the Master Chief stopped the briefing to stare directly at Dr. Halsey. His words were directed at Vice Admiral Danforth Whitcomb, but he hadn't broken eye contact with the doctor.
A lot of us didn't make it, but there is one team I cannot be certain of. Gray Team followed your instructions, Admiral. They deployed the Nova bomb within the Golden City of High Charity. There may be some refugees and escapees, but half of that armada should be laying in waste by now, and the other half entirely evaporated.
Halsey looked away, her face pale and sour. It was clear she viewed the Spartans as her children, and even knowing not all of them would return, had not prepared her for the news of how many were marked as missing in action. Sierra 117 continued by explaining how the entire city was composed of 7 billion and was powered by a large hollowed-out pyramid ship in the center of the city. Before they had managed to escape, the ship had detached itself from the power conduits and unburied from the rocks it had laid dormant upon for thousands of years. It had jumped to slipspace, and the signals of Grey Team had vanished. Though uncertain if they had been on board the pyramid ship or if they had died from the falling debris of millions of metric tons from being dislodged across the city, the leader of the Spartan team had decided to make them MIA per ONI Directive 930. Denial and anger flashed through the doctor's face as Vice Admiral Whitcomb continued asking about the results of the deployed Nova bomb. It explained why the Covenant had suddenly lost interest on Reach, why they had failed miserably in their communications during the battle for the Forerunner installation, and why they hadn't moved in to intercept the Spartan-boarded ship when it exited slipspace. They were flying blind and deaf, without a cohesive command structure. They were simply following standing general orders. That was the best news of all for B-312. It meant they had a pretty good chance to get off-world and back to Earth. However, a moment of silence washed over the crew as the Master Chief depolarized his helmet's front plate. His face was thick and manly, worn with age and bruises. He looked to be in his early 30s, no doubt a side effect of the many augmentations he received during the Spartan 2 program, and the months on end spent in cryo traveling from world to world. His shoulders dropped, and he looked down, then spoke again.
30 minutes ago, Cortana intercepted a signal through open Covenant channels. It was a signal from the Prophet of Regret. He plans to take a flotilla to Earth.
The room felt as if the air had been sucked out at once. B-312 had never been to Earth, but the thought horrified him the same. Adrenaline and anger pumped through him. He stood still for a moment, waiting for his next heartbeat.
The good news is, I don't think they know it is Earth. They are calling it Air to Tyrene. From there, they will jump to a location they call Halo.
With the mention of the Infernal Ring, Six stood to attention.
We blew the ring up, used the Pillar of Autumn's fusion reactor to send the Covenant back to their gods.
Well, their gods had a few more of these rings.
Johnson coughed up, choking on his own saliva.
Say what?
Over the next few minutes, B312, Johnson, and the survivors of the ring explained how they had found and destroyed the ring, the infestation of the biological parasite, and their escape off the ring to Reach and back to Sigma Octanus 4. How the crystal they had found on Reach had caused a temporal distortion, allowing them to get here days before they had even left, the mechanics of which seemed to get lost and distorted every time someone new tried to explain the details. Halsey had ultimately explained that time was like a plate of spaghetti and meatballs. He wondered how long it had taken her to come up with that analogy.
The meatballs are gravity wells of various sizes. Think of matter, denser matter, like stars and black holes, as bigger meatballs. Then think of the spaghetti as the curvature of space-time around them. This crystal is a fork. It embeds itself into the plate, interlocks with several strands of spaghetti, and twists around. In this case, timelines and spatial dimensions. Interchanging both matter and energy has been possible since the 20th century. But with this crystal, we are interchanging space for time, for matter, for energy.
The metaphor wasn't perfect, but when dealing with technology thousands of years ahead of their most advanced understandings of the universe, this was the best explanation he had heard so far. No one asked a question. Perhaps it was because they knew trying to understand the crystal wasn't their job. Their job was finding a way past 2 Covenant ships, then getting back to Earth to warn them of the incoming attack. He listened as they prepared plans, but every plan they could formulate came at a great cost. None of these were solutions until he remembered Kat's plan. Her original plan was something the Covenant hadn't been prepared for, and the brutes in control of the ship above wouldn't expect either.
As it stands, we don't have a way to neutralize those ships, and we can't bring them back to Earth. If the Covenant don't already know about humanity's presence there, we can't let them have that information.
I may have a plan, sir. Can the Sovereign Oblation withstand another fight?
Not against 2 Covenant ships.
Who said we would be fighting 2?
September 18th, 2552. Sigma Octanus 4. She didn't hate the Spartan 3s. Not really. They had been a byproduct of desperation and imitation. What she hated was the idea of trading lives for time, which had been the driving principle behind the entire Spartan 3 program. She hated how Oni had cut her funding to greenlight the lesser version of her project. But above all, she hated that the sentiment behind the program was right. They had not been able to slow the Covenant enough to find any sort of diplomatic solution, and in her shoes, she might have done the same with her Spartans. Though she was more attached to them than Ackerson had been, evidently. She didn't want to admit it, but she cared so deeply about every last one of her Spartans that it almost hurt. She couldn't remember the last time she had woken up without them being the first thing she thought of. She started every morning with reciting the names of the lost Spartans. The list of names in her mind never got shorter. Those who had died during augmentation. Next came the washouts. Those who she could not help. The ones who were alive, but so far removed from a battlefield they themselves expressed interest in dying. Even Ralph, whose body had failed to accept augmentations and died serving as a simple marine in 2532. Her list always ended with Fahad and Saren, the former of which had become one of the only minds in the galaxy she considered a true peer, though the latter hated her now and had been climbing the ranks of Oni steadily for the past 2 decades. She still thought of her as a pseudo-daughter. Next came the dead, those who had sacrificed everything to get them where they were today. Her list had doubled in a single day. Sam, Sheila, Solomon, Victor, Leon, Robert, August, Grace, Vin, William, Keiichi, Otto, Malcolm, Lee, Anton, Joshua, Isaac, Arthur, and Daisy. After a moment of stillness, she moved on to the ones listed as MIA. This was a ritual. She ended her list with them because she wanted to believe they were out there, still fighting the good fight, alive, perhaps, and ready to come back home someday. She could only hope and wish to see them one more time. She went over that list in her head. The most recent additions had been Jai, Michael, and Adriana. They had gone missing during the raid on the floating city of High Charity. They had been deep behind enemy lines and on the verge of detonating the UNSC's most powerful weapon to date. There wasn't much hope left for them, but if anyone could come back from being missing in action for years, it was them. She thought of the rest who had been marked as MIA. Randall, Cal, Jasmine, Joseph, Kai, Riz, Vanek, Alexander, Douglas, Jerome, Alice, and Kurt. Each one of their names would be buried into her memory until the moment she died, and she knew her last thoughts would be of them. Finally, she thought of Maria, the only one of which had retired from being a Spartan. Maria had taken serious damage to her nervous system due to prolonged exposure to Covenant weapons radiations during a long-term covert mission. After her return to UNSC space, she couldn't quite wear a Mjolnir suit for more than a couple of hours at a time, and for a Spartan whose suit was like a second skin, it meant she would be silent for the rest of the war. Halsey had come to her with another proposition, to start a new life outside the chain of command. Maria would be the only Spartan to have a real life, a family, the things her other Spartans couldn't have, which was why she had to follow through with her plan. Her Spartans were strong, too strong. They would never give up the fight, and the fight was as good as over. The Covenant had found Earth. There wouldn't be any time to implement her original plan. The Spartans would never follow her, and in turn, they would die. She couldn't tell them her plan, or they would stop her. This was her only chance. Pretending to follow Admiral Whitcomb's plan was her best play. The Spartans would board the Covenant armored cruiser while she assisted in piloting the Sovereign Oblation. They would engage the Covenant in ship-to-ship combat long enough to distract the cruiser, allowing the Spartans to board it and make an impromptu bomb out of their slipspace drive. In the process, a slipspace rupture in atmosphere would damage both the Sovereign Oblation and the Covenant corvette. The corvette, however, was already badly damaged and 1/3 of the size of the Oblation. The fight would be close, but not close enough to make her worry. She would have to play up the theatrics, but she knew there wouldn't be any real danger. Cortana was her only issue. Both of them thought so incredibly alike, and she would see right through the ruse, which was why she would have to keep her distracted. Though extending herself through the Covenant network during the previous mission had left her weakened, she could still juggle more balls than Halsey could throw at her. Instead, she would tug at the human feelings a program like herself had. Halsey would have to leave John behind. She found it odd that she had already made peace with that decision. Vice Admiral Danforth Whitcomb and some of the survivors of Reach, as well as survivors from the Halo construct, entered the command bridge of the Sovereign Oblation. She wished for a moment she had Kalmia now, but for what she was about to do, perhaps Jared was a better choice. She walked directly to the command console and placed the micro AI processing unit atop it. In mere seconds, it had gained access to the ship and was on standby waiting for orders. The butler-like demeanor would have disgusted Halsey, but she understood the tiny AI's sense of humor better than anyone. She sat on a strange chair and typed away on her datapad a series of orders for the butler AI. The first phase of her plan was commencing, as the duo of ships over Côte d'Azur came into view. The Vice Admiral barked orders at all men and women in the bridge. With such a commanding voice, it wasn't a wonder he had risen to Admiralty. The orders were carried out unequivocally, but she was in control. And for now, she had to play the illusion as if they were. She typed away on her pad, and the micro non-volitional AI prepared a series of calculations aimed to boot up their slipspace drive, while the crew worked on piloting the spaceship forward through the atmosphere. They were only 50 kilometers away from the pair of ships when the first salvo of plasma was exchanged. The ship shook, groaning as if it had been punched in the belly, and lanced back with a plasma fire from its ship-to-air turrets.
LT, hail that Covenant cruiser. Maybe they won't fire back if they know we have their prophets on board.
Whitcomb yelled at the closest lieutenant. It was a prudent strategy to try, but Halsey found it mute, especially coming from Whitcomb. Danforth had gone behind her back and authorized the use of this ultra-yield explosive for Sierra Company's mission. She, along with every anthropologist and xenosociologist that had been part of the initial stages of Operation Red Flag, had warned them not to kill the prophets. Such an action would lead the Covenant into a religious frenzy. Though they had succeeded in not killing the High Prophets, bombing and annihilating the center of their religion and social structure was just as bad, if not worse. How could they expect to trade the prophets for any sort of peace now? The Covenant would be out for blood. She knew humanity would, if the roles were reversed. That bomb had been the flood that opened the gates. It had convinced her conventional methods would not win the war. Her plan was the only chance they had. The fight had commenced, and she could let the Admiral have control of the ship, at least for now. She ran out of the bridge. No one stopped her, or paid her any mind, while they focused on staying alive. She passed from hallway to hallway, waiting for confirmation from Jared. She would have to time their jump into slipspace to coincide with the Master Chief's destruction of the heavy cruiser. She finally reached the place where she was looking for, the ship's reactor. It sat firmly on purple and pink metals that curved around the engine, both of which hugged the centerpiece A slipspace engine from the looks of it. Even through its alien looks, she knew what the large device was. Its principles to access slipspace had been similar to the UNSC's after all. That was where she found Fred, Renee, George, and the rest of the Spartans waiting. George was the first to step in her way. Then Fred stepped up with a burnt laceration into the chest plate of his new Mjolnir armor.
We don't have much time. The battle has already started.
I thought the ride had gotten bumpier.
No time for that now. They're gonna need you down there.
I have my orders, Doctor.
I am not superseding your orders, Fred. I am advising you to prepare for mission failure.
Then maybe you need to explain the situation, Doc.
She looked at Fred deeply. Oh, how she loved his smile. Even through the bad times, he had a sense of humor. Something she had hated in her youth. But as the war grew nastier, his smile shone brighter.
Your orders are to keep those prophets safe and alive. This ship is holding on with tape and chewed up gumballs. Get them to solid ground where you can fight and complete the mission.
Fred thought for a moment, but thankfully for her, another salvo of plasma struck the hull of the Sovereign Oblation in time to make her point.
What about the Admiral and you, Doctor?
He's the kind of man to go down with the ship, and regrettably. He needs me if we have any chance at surviving this fight.
I'll just confirm with the Chief.
John's gone silent. If you hail him now, you'll expose the plan to the Covenant. Take the profits and get out of here.
Spartan 104 looked around. The ship was rumbling violently now. He made a split-second decision. Something Halsey had taught them. Something she was exploiting now.
Linda, Naomi, grab the Prophet of Truth. You're with me. Margaret, Roma, take Mercy. George, help Renee.
I'm missing a leg, not a spine. I can still fight.
I don't want to hear it.
Halsey followed the Spartans down a series of corridors to a pair of dropships stationed in the Sovereign Oblation's hangar. Fred's group loaded in first, and the Phantom kicked into gear. It floated a meter above the hangar and slowly slumbered out of the exposed energy shielding. Roma and Margaret loaded the second Phantom. It too rose a meter off the platform. George was behind the rest, carrying the legless Spartan when she saw her opportunity. But before she could seize it, she moved in to block communications between the Spartans and the bridge crew. She saw George standing there. She could save him. She could save Renee. She could save at least 2 of her Spartans. Halsey stepped in front of the hulking man and said the first excuse that came to mind.
Stop. If you want to save humanity, you're going to have to come with me.
George stopped dead in his tracks. He was the only Spartan this ruse could have any chance of working on.
What are you talking about, ma'am? We need to move.
You've been asking yourself if leaving Reach was worth it. If there was anything you could have done to save the planet. And now, you must be wondering the same about Earth. And I'm here to tell you, there is a way. But you have to trust me.
He placed the half-a-ton soldier down, and Renee picked herself up against the wall for leverage.
Black One, we'll catch up. Go on without us.
The second Phantom expelled out of the hangar, dodging incoming plasma fire.
What do you think you're doing, big man?
He's saving humanity.
September 18th, 2552. Sigma Octanus 4. John watched the horizon carefully. The moment the Sovereign Oblation came into view, he would lead a charge up the Covenant's own cruiser to infiltrate and sabotage its slipspace drive. It was a risky plan. One he was surprised he hadn't thought about himself after 3 decades of battle, since it was the kind of plan only a Spartan could make work. Now, he had command of 2 new ones. Their designations were Noble 3 and Noble 6. He hadn't worked with them before, but the way they moved with grace and swiftness told him they had trained with none other than a Spartan. He wondered which of his teammates and brothers had been marked as missing in action to train this new generation. But the thought experiment was pointless in the middle of a battle. The Sovereign Oblation had crossed the sky in a matter of seconds and was close enough to the pair of Covenant vessels in the sky. Without a warning or provocation, a stream of plasma lances arched out of the Oblation's hull and onto the smaller of the 2 foes. The corvette's shields activated immediately after it was struck, but the damage was done. A large trail of deepened blue trailed off, evaporating into the planet's atmosphere. It had taken a serious hit, but it wasn't out of the fight. It moved out of the incoming fire in conjunction with its escort. Now the larger of the 2 had stepped in to protect the small corvette, leaving itself a prime candidate for the Spartans' assault. John punched the controls on the Phantom troop transport, and it rose. Its twin drive engines purred, exhaustingly struggling to fight off gravity. Opening speeds had evidently not been the Covenant's priorities, and their attack vector was suffering for it. John looked at the 6 Spartans behind him. They were ready for action, and so was he. The Phantom stammered, climbing through the air, waiting for an opening. It wasn't until the cruiser sent off a salvo of plasma that its shields lowered momentarily. It was, however, plenty enough time for the Phantom to slip in and land in the hangar. Sierra 117 pushed past the ramps of the Phantom, sprinting toward a group of jackals. The creatures turned their arm gauntlets shields on, and the circular devices sparked on. They were protected for a second, before John landed on top of the creatures anyway, crushing them with the acceleration of half a ton. All around the hangar, the rest of the Spartans went about their business. Their business was killing, and business was booming. He ran to a console and plugged his artificial assistant, Cortana, onto it. She would leave a subroutine here to serve as their eyes and ears while guiding them through the ship. They ran from corridor to corridor, evading incoming attacks and slaughtering the resistance. Though most on board had been a mixture of jackals, grunts, and brutes, they had managed to run into seemingly the only pair of hunters on board. The dynamic duo perched in the center of the hull, occupying the entire crevice. Their spine dorsal fins scraped against the overhead bulk, tracing aliveness sparks from metal-on-metal contact, and their steps were low-toned and shaking. There was no getting past those behemoths, not without a rocket launcher or a good plan. He turned to James on the other side of cover, across the open corridor. One glance at his missing arm was enough to tell him that James wanted payback, and sending him in would be the wrong move. Instead, he turned to the rest.
Any recommendations?
I'll take their legs.
I can get in close.
Ditto on that.
Chief nodded and dug behind his back for a grenade. Though he would have preferred fragmentation grenades for what he was about to do, the pair of dark blue adhesive-like grenades would do the trick. He tossed them together right down the center of the corridor. The aliens let out a single shot from their plasma cannons each, and the grenades blew in midair, melting a hole in the floor dead center of the path. Kelly kicked into full speed around the corner, sliding into the makeshift trench formed by the grenades. And Noble 3 peeked around the corner, letting out 2 shots from his SRS-99 sniper rifle. The 14.5mm rounds ricocheted off the slick metal walls, bending their trajectory in obscene angles. The first shot narrowly missed Kelly and cut through the empty space between the hunter's legs until it found a new home in the wriggling worms inside the hunter's armor case. The second cut through the second hunter's exposed leg joints and came out clean the other side. Several worm remains spilled out and flopped on the deck. Both hunters, however, dropped to take a kneeling stance, which Kelly took as her opening. She hopped out of the miniature trench and ran directly at the creature's shields. Noble 6 flipped the corner, running at full speed in the direction of the fight ahead, but the large creatures were already preoccupied with Kelly. She ran up the angled shield of one of the 2 monsters and made a clear jump above and behind them, then shot the pair of plasma rifle repeaters into the exposed back sections. The pair absent-mindedly turned in her direction, but by that point, it was too late. The rest of the Spartans had turned the corner and rushed them, first of which had been Noble 6 with a hot glowing sword diving deep through the hunter's armor. It let out a shriek of dying pain as thousands of the worms inside the colony caught in instantaneous fire. The second was solely focused on Spartan 087 and disregarded the incoming line of Spartans. Kelly sidestepped the giant swing of its thick shield, then sprayed at it with the heat of her rifles. With a somersault backward to avoid another swing, and before the monster could think of attacking again, John and Noble 6 were already on top of it. One sliced the creature's insides, and the other unloaded a water-like stream of blue and purple plasma bolts into the exposed colonies. The hunter collapsed, and its worms dispersed in a panic. The team of Spartans wasted no time, however, and kept their pace up until they reached the main engine room, where the ship's slipspace engine laid cover in rare exotic metals. Its shape was that of an hourglass, with an overinflated center where lights molded and connected, dispersing barely noticeable particles of wild radiation. Though the casing prevented the leak of these radiolaric types of particles, it still read out on his suit's spectrometer. The Master Chief reached into the back of his skull, where the AI matrix of Cortana was housed, ejected it, and ran it along a smooth surface. He knew it to be the Slipspace Core's maintenance console. The image of a small blue and purple woman came on from the console as she tapped away at fictitious floating holographic panels with alien symbols only she could understand, though most of them were familiar based on his last 27 years of experience against the Covenant. He couldn't consider himself as fluent in the alien language. The small blue-figured lady stopped for a moment.
Chief, 2 Phantoms just exited the Sovereign Oblation.
How's the fight going out there?
Not well, apparently. Maybe they're evacuating?
Then we have to hurry.
Good, because we're done. Hurry back to the hangar.
The Spartans ran through the decks of the enigmatic ship, avoiding contact with enemies wherever they could. They crossed a section which led to a hangar when he had a realization.
Objective complete. All units, increase distance between Covenant battle cruiser.
6 lights of acknowledgement lit up in green inside his heads-up display simultaneously. Once they reached the escape pods, it was easy pickings. The Covenant trying to flee were stacked end over one another. After a few well-placed grenades, all that remained was mangled bodies and strewn blood. The floor was slick with alien blood, commingling, creating new shades. Each Spartan jumped into an escape pod and blasted down to the surface, just as the timer on their heads-up display ran dry, counting off the seconds for the slipspace engine to self-rupture.
I have an incoming transmission from Dr. Halsey.
It can wait.
Slipspace rupture detected.
They shot through the air like missiles, but once the rupture of real space and slipspace opened, a shockwave spread through the city remains of Côte d'Azur. It was as if a second nuclear device had ravaged the city, but this time, it was only a wave of pressure. There were some ruptured eardrums, and some of the Spartan escape pods had been launched kilometers off target. But it was nothing a Spartan couldn't handle. He exited his pod as quickly as he could to look at the battle in the sky. Only, there was no battle. Pieces of the Covenant cruiser still rained down like fireworks, catching in fire in the atmosphere. The tear in slipspace had ripped the ship apart. The corvette was slumming down across the horizon, trailing several shades of blue and reds until it crashed on the mountains. John looked every which way as he could, but found no trace of the Sovereign Oblation. September 18th, 2552. On board the Sovereign Oblation. The brig of a Covenant battlecruiser wasn't a pretty place, and it certainly didn't smell any better than it looked. But if she had to pick somewhere to be condemned, this had been as good a place as any. Catherine was left alone with her thoughts, and while she usually cherished these moments, now the only thing in her mind was the weight of her actions. Not hijacking the ship. That, she knew, was the right choice. No, her mistake was not trying to convince the rest of the Spartans to come with her. She knew she could have saved them, but they were just too strong-willed. Their indoctrination was at the root of who they were now. She wanted to save as many Spartans as she could, even if they weren't her Spartans. Her confinement had been to prove a point, more than it was to confine her, really. Without her datapad, there wasn't much she could do on board a Covenant ship that had been stripped of all essentials. Vice Admiral Whitcomb refused to admit defeat, unable to conceive how she had taken control of the Covenant ship, but without the knowledge that Jared was plugged into the bridge, he would never figure it out. She paced back and forth in the 4x4 cell. What was probably a claustrophobic space for a brute or an elite was plenty of room for her. Though biologically she was in her early 50s, her real age was just over a decade older. Years of traveling in slipspace had effectively extended her lifespan. She was still a frail old woman, and she had begun to feel it. After an hour of pacing, she heard a set of heavy footsteps, the kind she would have recognized in her sleep. A heavy man in Mjolnir armor stepped through the hatch opening. He wore a dark orange and brown helmet, with a polarized tinted faceplate. She knew George all too well. He was mad, angry at being tricked. In truth, she hadn't lied. Their mission would save humanity, but the complexities of said mission would not be understood until they got to their destination. The footsteps grew louder and multiplicitous, with another man behind the Spartan. The Vice Admiral stepped through the opened hatch. His mustache was trimmed now, washed and uniformed. He was doing everything in his power to look professional and in command. He had a permanent scowl on, with lines that radiated from the corner of each eye. His dark skin had grown pale, no doubt radiation sickness from the prolonged exposure of the crystal. They had not taken the crystal with them, but the contact it had made with them had taken its toll. Halsey herself felt sick, but couldn't pinpoint the source. It could have been the crystal, or several days of minimal food, water, and sleep. She wondered if she looked as bad as he did, or if it was simply the proximity to the crystal when they had jumped to slipspace that had done a number on him. She tried to see her reflection in George's visor, but all she saw was anger. She switched her gaze back to the Admiral, knowing one of them had to speak first, and she was damned if she was going to be the one. Whitcomb was the first to speak, relinquishing any power he had left.
Submit control of the ship back to me immediately, and I will guarantee a fair trial for you back on Earth.
You and I both know ONI Section 3 will never let you do that.
I am the Deputy Chief of Naval Operations of the United Nations Space Command. The Office of Naval Intelligence has no jurisdiction over my judgment. You have violated half a dozen articles with your little stunt here.
No jurisdiction? No, maybe not. But they wouldn't allow the most brilliant mind under their disposal to wither away and rot in a prison.
No, they wouldn't, but I would. Where is this ship heading?
To our salvation.
Got the bullshit, Catherine. After the stunt you pulled on Reach with Kalmia, I out to have you lock then throw away the key.
That woke her up. All decorum and tact was gone. This was a side of the Admiral she had never seen. He was losing his patience, and that's exactly where she wanted him. She wasn't surprised at the mention of Kalmia, but if he was holding onto that card, he was grasping at straws. She decided to ignore it.
Very well. We're en route to Onyx.
And where the hell is that Catherine?
It would seem you're not as far up in the food chain as you thought, Vice Admiral.
I have lost all patience for your little games, Doctor.
Onyx is a hidden planet in the Zeta Dodarius system. Oni spent quite a number of resources to keep the planet hidden. Evidently, not just from me.
Why is this Onyx so important?
For starters, it is the home to a treasure trove of Forerunner technologies.
Then why not go back to Earth and come back with an entire battle group?
The Covenant will have steam rolled over Earth by the time High Comm stops debating what to do. Besides, this is where Oni kept their secret Spartan 3 program. If people would just share things with me, I could solve all the world's problems.
So that's what this is about? You had to prove you're the smartest person in the room.
The galaxy is a big room, but no, it'll count for nothing if the room is empty. Admiral, Halo is a weapon designed to eradicate all life in the galaxy, and the Covenant are intent on activating it.
And we won't let them.
You speak as if you have a choice. We have been at war with them for 3 decades, and it has cost us everything to keep Earth's location hidden. How do you intend to stop them? Earth is just a stop for them. They will find another Halo, and when they do, it will be all of humanity on the chopping block.
We've dealt massive blows to the Covenant. We've slowed them down at every junction.
Are you even listening to yourself? We've only delayed what we knew was inevitable. We aren't playing to find a way to win. Our only option is to find a way not to lose.
Vice Admiral Danforth Whitcomb turned away, walking in the direction of the control console. He tapped the holographic panel twice, and the blue shimmer in front of Halsey disappeared. The shield dropped, and she was free.
For all of humanity's sake, you better be right, Halsey.
The Admiral turned without another word, placing Halsey's datapad on the console directly ahead of her cell, then stepped through the entrance hatch. She waited a few seconds, staring at the open doorway. Before she could take a single step out of her prison cell, the Titanic man in a suit of armor blocked her path. He took off his pressurized helmet and leaned down to make direct eye contact with her. She hadn't seen his face since their interaction in Swordbase. The clean 5 o'clock shadow had dropped a few degrees and hung several millimeters off his face. The circles under his eyes were charcoal black, and his nostrils flared like a bull in heat. He let out a hot breath, wafting around her, and clenched his jaw.
Don't you ever lie to me again, ma'am.
Catherine Halsey paused. A drop of sweat collected at the base of her spine. She had never been afraid of her Spartans. Not like this. Especially not George. He was overbearingly overprotective, but he only saw her as a liar at the moment.
I've never lied to you, George, but I understand your point.
She tried to place her frail elderly hand against his face, but he pulled back, entirely out of her reach. George pulled the helmet, resting against his hip up, and placed it tightly on his head until the sounds of sucked-up atmosphere dissipated and the armor was sealed airtight. In a moment, he had walked out of the brig and been halfway down the corridor before she had exited the hall. Her shoulders sunk. The exhaustion of the past few weeks was catching up with her, and she only hoped she could remain awake and functional for what was to come. With the Covenant's advanced technologies, she predicted they would get to Onyx in just under a day. It didn't give her anywhere near enough time to prepare, but she would have to make the time count. She ran her fingers across the screen on the pad, tapping away, reading and scribbling down whatever meaning she could glean from the symbols. From what she could piece, the Forerunners had lost their empire, and ultimately, their lives to the Flood. They had wiped the galaxy clean of all sentient life with the super weapons they called Halo. Though it was obvious there were more than one such installations, she didn't venture to guess how many more there were out there in the galaxy. It was very obvious based on the data Ramsey had stolen off the control room of Halo. The Forerunners had a severe compartmentalization policy. Most files were incomplete. Or rather, it appeared they didn't trust one another enough to share the rest of their plans and strategy. How could such a civilization advance so far without the necessary communication skills or basic cooperative efforts needed to implement plans of such magnitude. There was only one explanation. Compartmentalization was intended to keep the flood from discerning their entirety of their plans. The itching sensation on the back of her mind grew tasteless with curiosity. If the flood had become such a threat, it meant they were absorbing and abusing the knowledge of each host they possessed. If the Forerunners had been meticulous enough, she might never find the answer to her own three-body problem. The files from the ring detailed the use of their superweapon. They had named it the Cleansing Sword Approach. While the symbols that remained on Sigma Octanus 4 indicated there were at least 3 phases to their final plan, the 2 other approaches were dubbed the Shield of Constraint, which had been the symbol overlaid on the Zeta Dodarius system, and the second, which had been out of purview from the map, the Arc of Reparation, the vector of which pointed out of the galactic spiral and into the void of interstellar space. If she had gotten a proper scan of the symbols before Blue Team's mission on Sigma Octanus 4, she might have been able to pinpoint where in the galaxy the third symbol laid. All she could do now was wait until they arrived on Onyx and find the metaphorical and literal shield that could save them from the Covenant. Amber lights pulsed around the ship, and Jared contacted her directly from the bridge. They were dropping out of space. It was time to face the music. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 5th cycle, 223 units. Covenant calendar, September 1st, 2552. United Earth government calendar. A dozen jackals entered Gravus' war preparation room. They carried bits and pieces of his armor. The slick black pieces acousted with blood-red stripes that formed the symbol of the House of Gravus when seen from the front. It was a paw with a scar down the middle, which now was conveniently aligned on his chest. In the Geralhani native tongue, the symbol roughly translated to a costly victory. While the origin of the symbol was dubious at best, the symbol still held a meaning to all in Doisak. His house was not the biggest or the strongest, but his clan had a long history that predated the first immolation. The clan had roots that burrowed deep in Geralhani history. No doubt that had been one of the reasons the Prophet of Truth had chosen him to lead the largest fleet of the Covenant. He'd been handpicked for his mission to protect the Unyielding Hierophant and prepare an assault on the humans. Once all armor fragments were locked in right positions, they clasped on together, magnetically attracting to one another. His energy shields flashed once and disappeared. Gravus' pack brothers were more than just his warriors. 3 of them were his younger brothers by blood. He knew them to be strong, but even with their strength, they could not stop him from ascending to the chieftain of their clan. So now, they served him. He looked at the youngest of his brothers, a Gerahani so young. His first fur was his only. He'd not grown the thicker hides, nor the steel-like locks of hair that denoted full adulthood. His hair was thin and smooth, and unlike the rest of his brothers, it lacked the layered nature that protected them from small projectiles. He looked at the smaller male up and down, deciding his fate. If he proved himself here today against a demon, he would rise to glory till the end of his days. Perhaps take the seat of power right from under Gravus. But if he died, then it was just as well. Dying in battle against a stronger opponent was the only way they wouldn't bring shame to the family name. Gravus was more than ready to grieve for his brother and gave him a snarl, inhaling a deep breath. His chest filled and gave a slow, silent nod. His younger brother, Ro Brokumi, understood. He walked over the large bladed weapon in hand. He placed the hilt of his weapon beside Gravus' hand and marooned back. The rest of his brothers and pack lined up in an open circle around him as the phantom troop carriers arrived. They each bowed their heads and pressed the knuckles on their fists to the center of their chests. His Dascalo, Rokor, had been tracking the human demons on the Unyielding Hierophant, informing him of every step they took. The humans in special armor had cut through several city blocks unimpeded, but even they knew it would be impossible to get to the center of the Hierophant on foot. The demons had taken a detour through the Gardens of Prophecy and were approaching the Spring of Rejuvenation. Rokor, ever the vigilant, had given the forces orders to corner the demons between the Spring and the Oratory. Gravus planned to meet the demons down in the underground tunnel between the Oratory and the Spring, but every second they spent in the gardens was a desecration of Holy Land. Instead, he had granted them passage upon one of the Oratory's towers through a gravelift conduit. He had loaded into the Phantom with his Geralhani pack, and if timing was on their side, they would meet the demons on top of the tower. Luckily for him, the rest of the Phantoms had corralled the demons on top of the skyscraper. They were trapped when he floated down the grav lift of his personal armored phantom. He descended, flanked either side by his brothers, Rugok and Gurok. The twin brothers wore their bodyguard attire, a thick double-plated set of armor, black and brown, with a flak cannon mounted against their shoulders. Their weapons looked more like ornamental decorations when paired with the heavy-plated black armor. Each of the cannons was composed of a long, wide black barrel covered in layers of gold plates that met with bronze and brown plates held up together on the aft section. Along the back toward the top of the shell, there was an opening where ammunition was loaded into, that being tubes half a meter long in transparent glass-like containers. Each canister of ammunition glowed a vibrant green that shone fervently against the slick blacks of their armor. Gravus was proud of his brothers, but he would be more proud tonight when they dined on demon meat. Before his paws hit the ground, he had already made peace with losing one or two of them. He took in one last longing look at his brothers and the members of his pack, who were like brothers to him. Gravus issued a challenge to the human, but it did not respond. Gravus grew with anger when the demon dismissed him by looking at the other two on his sides. Not answering a challenge was one of the biggest forms of disrespect. Yet here the demon stood. Then a thought crossed his mind. Maybe they couldn't understand him. He was speaking in the filthy Sangheili tongue after all. Though if they didn't understand the Covenant's standard language, how had they made it so far into the Unyielding Hierophant? His blood boiled with anticipation, wondering if these demons were actually such superior warriors that they had made it all the way to the oratory without understanding the symbols around them. Ultimately, he judged the situation and found it was easier to ascertain their strength through combat, and issuing a challenge in their primitive tongue would be worth having learnt the language. His master, the Holy One, had tasked him with learning the language of the humans before the invasion of their home planet. This would certainly prove as good as any place to put his knowledge to test. He sighed and roared the words in the language the frail ones called English.
Tell me the names of the demons I get to send as tributes to the gods.
Once more the human remained quiet, but the demon's gaze did not break. Gravus knew he understood the challenge. Maybe he was making peace with his gods, standing before Gravus's might. He allowed the pause. Soon, Gravus would defeat the little demons and burn their world to cinders. Whatever heretical gods they believed in would be erased from history. When the human spoke, he found it surprising to find such an ungraveled voice. Perhaps these were new and inexperienced demons, but these assumptions were flawed if they had managed to kill so many on their way here. The human responded.
I am Spartan 006 Jai. This is Adriana 111 and Michael 120.
Gravus cocked his head slightly reflexively before posturing himself back up straight. He did not know the meaning to the numbers, though he understood rudimentary human mathematics. If these were the number of kills each had, they were indeed mighty. But if so, what was the discrepancy between them? The one who accepted the challenge was named Jai 006. It was a much lower number of kills than the others, which didn't make sense. Finally, curiosity over the numbers gave way to a second question.
Are you their leader?
I am.
Gravus' eyes peeled, so the small human was their leader. He wasn't the biggest of the three. That one was the demon on Gravus' left. Though Gravus thought for a moment his understanding of human language was lacking more than he had originally believed. The name he'd given the other demon was Adriana, and by human standards, that meant the human under the special armor was female. He'd seen human females before. Typically, their hair was longer than the males. Their chest was bigger, but their proportions were slender and nimble. Unlike Jirahani, humans lacked the same features like hair, though the males often had some small patches above their thinning lips or along their jaw. Another feature that helped distinguish the males from females, but inside that armor, Gravus couldn't confirm if the human was indeed a female. He thought the human name might be a nickname, or of origin he just didn't understand. He would be sure to get to the bottom of the mystery during dinner. Would cooking a female human deliver more pleasure to his heart's belly than eating the men raw and uncooked? How would the taste of these demons fare against the rest of the humans he'd eaten? There was also the one on the right. His number was the highest, but if the 000 was the leader, then perhaps the number value was in reverse. The lower number perhaps meant the ranking, and the Michael creature was far, far below their leader. Yes, that numbering made more sense to him. He only wished he had number 1 here. What a worthy meal that would be. The thought salivated his mouth, but for now, number 6 would have to do.
Good. Then I know whose meat I'll be dining on tonight.
Berut and Kerko, the Jirahani on his right, flanked the side where the one called Michael cowered behind some pillars. Their Toto and Rickmore blocked the larger one's path, the one he believed to be a female. The demon was surely big for human standards. Even under that armor, musculature was defined, but that wouldn't change the outcome. Between the two Jirahani captains, they made the Spartan seem like a child. Rokor's voice came through the external speakers of Gravus' war chieftain helmet. His voice had a strain to it, a pain as if 1,000 of his children had been murdered.
War Master of the fleet of Unyielding Devotion, I have news of the godship of the Golden City. The demons, they have taken the hammer to it. The holy city and their home fleet of high charity burns in ashes across the stars.
Gravus' heart sunk. It was heavy with grief. So heavy, even his mighty strength could not lift it. It sank deep, deep into his gullet, down the pit of his stomach and through the physical of his being. From the deepness, a new emotion stirred, and rising like a new blaze, a heat within, from where his heart had been, now spun up through his esophagus, out his throat, into the world beyond. With the loudest, most pain-stricken shout he had within him, he smacked the side of his weapon, loaded in grenades onto the undercarriage of the weapon, and fired it. September 1st, 2552. Michael 120 laid in a pool of his own blood, coughing up what felt like a quarter of his total blood volume into the still-running stream. A miniature lake of mixed reds and purples coursing along the floor. Sweat trickled down his brows onto his eyes. The salt contents made it burn, but it was a welcome distraction from the pain on his back. Even as he struggled to breathe, he refused to let go of the armbar. The giant armor of Mjolnir looked more like a ball python, and his constriction of the brute on the floor was shaped to a perfect technique. His first attempt at the hold had been met by the massive Jirahani's brute strength. Michael had just finished stomping out the lights from the first ape-like man in black armor, when the second one let off a trio of spiker shots into his back. The force carried him down to the floor. The spikes had punched right through Mjolnir and punctured his lung and diaphragm. While the pain was substantial, he was trained to handle it, but even a Spartan wasn't immune to the effects of biology. The more blood he lost, the sooner he would pass out. The second brute had approached him, no doubt to finish the job, but once in range, Michael had driven his boot straight into the brute's Achilles heel. The massive alien tripped onto the ground, hitting his jaw where Michael had been playing possum just a nanosecond earlier. In the blink of an eye, he jumped over the monkey, grabbed his arm, and wrapped himself around it. The hold was tight. The only way to remove him from the arm was to remove the arm altogether, and the brute had known it. Instead, it picked itself back up on one knee and lifted a half-a-ton armor, repeatedly smashing Michael into the ground. After the fourth hit on the concrete-like structure below, Michael's grip loosened, and he knew a fifth clash between him and the floor wouldn't end pretty. Instead, he pulled the arm up. It did not stop the brute from slamming him onto the ground again, but that action in itself had crushed the ape-man's bones. White bone fragments exited the skin in obtuse angles, pointing in all directions. The brute let out a loud growl and slammed Michael once more on the floor. That one was the one Michael had really felt. The spikes had both impaled him deeper and dislodged from his back. His vision darkened for a moment, and his consciousness faded, before a second burst of adrenaline erupted from his adrenal glands. He got up and tried to get on top of the brute once more, but the creature lazily shoved him back. Michael's exhaustion and blood loss had almost done him in. He stumbled back, knowing if he collapsed on the floor, he wouldn't be getting back up. Instead, he fell to one knee, took a deep breath, ignoring the pain on his lungs, and the feeling of blood vessels rupturing with pressure, and threw himself at the brute. He could ignore the pain, even if his muscles wouldn't listen to him. Mjolnir would carry him. The best advantage of the suits was that he only had to think of his actions, and the suit would carry them out. He was going through the motions, and the half-awake sense that he felt was put to use, coiling himself around the brute's neck and arm. If the brute attempted to lift him up and smash him on the ground again, he would break his own neck. Michael would pass out with another hit, but at least it would kill his opponent. He held onto the arm, ignoring the amber alerts of his armor. The speakers in his helmet blared on loudly, but his hearing was almost gone. He could no longer feel the brute struggling, and so decided to loosen the grip while he attempted to go for his combat knife. He heard an explosion and glanced up, only to see Jai get sent back several meters. Fragments of metal lined his armor, and trails of blood began to form at the tips of each metal piece that protruded from the Spartan's body. Jai did not move, and from the looks of it, he had lost consciousness. In a few seconds, he would pass out too, and Adriana would be left alone to fend off the rest, or die. He scanned the rooftop, but found no trace of Adriana, only a spot of smeared brute flesh and a crater between some ornamental bushes where his armor said she was supposed to be. He had finally reached the knife and slid it between the brute's neck and the plate of his armor. The blood streamed out slowly. He dropped the knife as his strength began failing and began a slow crawl to the 2-meter-long weapon on the floor, his vision blurry and spotty. There were another 3 feet between him and his weapon, but under these conditions, it might as well have been a mile. He let the armor do the work, thinking and moving through the armor's computer. As he reached for the binary rifle, it glowed back to life and opened up like a blooming flower. There was no time to silently aim. Instead, he used a guided line from the rifle's reticle to fire. One of the brutes with brown and black armor jumped in the way of the shot as it was about to hit the other. He couldn't tell which one he'd killed. They looked exactly the same. This wasn't from a lack of experience against brutes. While they all looked about the same to him, these two looked particularly similar, both in their armor and their facial features. The light-based weapon had struck one, and in a second his entire being had vanished out of existence into motes of flickering orange and yellow lights. The one who remained screamed and turned in his direction, pointing the fuel rod cannon on his shoulder in Michael's direction. Before Michael's vision went dark, he watched the brute's weapon aiming in his direction glow green. He saw the weapon bubble up with a neon light. He heard the shot, but he never saw it. Adriana 111 rolled forward, narrowly avoiding a trio of spikes heading in her direction. The large, colorless projectiles embedded deep into the statue of an alien on a rounded chair. The gray, almost clay-like figure cracked in several spots, but remained standing. Though the serpentine neck of the alien statue now hunched deeper, it would provide a few more centimeters of cover. She lost no love for the statue and its ugly shape. She timed the shots of the duo brutes, waiting for an extended lull before rolling once more to some hedges of green and purple plants. After a quick roadie run along the bushes, she found herself on an alien's flank, evidently catching them off guard. Before the first one could fully turn, she peppered him with a blast from her scatter shot. The hard light material of pellets bounced off his shields, but the energy inside had been more than enough to slice through them. They left a ring-like imprint on the brute's slim, thick armor's chestplate. She knew instead of firing again, it would be faster to switch to her knife. She had closed the distance from the end of the hedge to the brute, and was close enough to stick him with what CPO Mendez called the pointy end. She was a quarter of a meter away when the snarling alien let out a growl as he swung his paw at her. She ducked past the armored limb and drove the knife into the creature's gullet, then upward, opening him like a badly wrapped present. The brute went limp, and his weight collapsed on her. Instead of moving out of the way, however, she embraced him in a tight hug, using his body to block the incoming fire from the second spiker ahead. With his partner dead, the second brute refused to let up on the trigger, and the foot-long thorns kept coming. Sooner or later, they would shred the meat shield, and she would be exposed. She pushed forward with the weight of the brute on her toward the ape ahead, then pushed her Promethean scattershot between his legs. Adriana aimed the weapon downward and pulled the trigger gently, which, from experience, was the way to make the shots ricochet off their intended targets. The pellet-like formations exploded from the mouth of the scattershot, bounced off once on the hardened floor, and shot up at the brute. He pressed his arm against his face as the light shots made contact with his shields. Adriana used a moment of calm to remove her knife from the dead brute and toss the body with all her strength at the foe ahead. The body flew through the air like a ragdoll, collapsing upon the second enemy, bringing him to the ground. She rushed to pump another shot into the creature, and just as she approached, she heard the muffled sound she recognized all too well. Her vision filled with a vibrant green leaf light, and she jumped left as high as she could, clear over the hedge. She hadn't even touched the ground when the flower formations disappeared. In its place, there was nothing more than burnt vegetation and the scalding remains of the brute on the floor. Red lights strobed in the corner of her vision. Though the armor hadn't been hit, the heat in the air had warmed up the suit to its max temperatures instantly. She ignored the alarms on her armor and peeked the deep red avatar of Michael in the corner of her heads-up display. Mjolnir was very intuitive, and it had known what she really wanted to see in a second. Michael's vitals enlarged on the corner of her HUD, displaying a full spectrogram of the damage he had sustained. The diagram of the power suit, and more importantly, the man inside, now overlaid across the entire view screen of the helmet. 3 punctures, major internal bleeds, and a substantial drop in oxygen intake per breath. She peeked around the corner of the new passage where the flowery bed had been, and saw on the other end of the rooftop as a brute approached her teammate, her brother. She switched over to the rifle on her back and took aim. The only thing she could see from her scope was green. The next thing she felt was a burning sensation and the heat that threatened to melt her inside her armor. She didn't know how or when she had drawn her knife back out, but chucked it up to years of training turned into reflex. Her knife was embedded into the hard metal concrete mixed material on the side of the building. Though the mix was more grayish than pink, it had traces of the Covenant metals in it, which had only been overcome by the sheer strength of a Spartan. A second shot of one of the big brutes in the middle had blasted the ground where she had stood. The force of the explosion of radioactive material had launched her off the edge of the building. She had bounced off the smooth shell of one of the phantoms watching the battle. An imprint of bent metals was left on the phantom where she had bounced off. Only through quickened reflexes had she pulled her knife out to drive it into anything she could. She pulled herself up with one arm to the top where her second hand could hold on to the edge. The alarms on her suit had given up on telling her the obvious, and instead focused on a green glow on the corners of her HUD. The suit's pressure seal had been compromised, and she was inhaling the radioactive remains of the fuel rod ammunition that had dispersed into the air. She picked herself up slowly, looking for a rifle, but found no trace of it. For a moment she wondered if it had been evaporated or fallen off the building, but in either case, neither mattered. The scattershot did not have the range for what she needed to do, which left only one choice. She reached for the heavy cannon on her back instead, though Jai had strictly said it was for emergencies only. If this situation wasn't an emergency, she didn't know what was. The slick matte grays of the cannon expanded, and its wide open barrel began a red glow. She aimed it in the direction of the targets in the middle, and was surprised to see only two of them left. The big black brute in the middle, and the brown one with the fuel rod that had shot at her. She wanted payback, to make the ape feel what she felt, as the suit boiled her alive inside and out. The temperature of her skin read at 77 degrees Celsius, only seconds of which would burn and melt her dermal layer. Seconds which she already wasted climbing back up the side of the building. The baser instincts inside her wanted payback, but the target was too close to Jai. In fact, he was currently holding the bleeding Spartan by the chest plate in midair. She could tell he was unconscious. There was no fight or struggle, just a limp exoskeleton of Mjolnir held aloft by the brute's mighty paw. The symbol in the corner of her vision told her he was still alive, and she wondered, as blood leaked out of every piece of armor, how that could be. She decided to trust her team, and so she chose a new target. She turned the heavy cannon to face the massive brute in black armor and aimed directly at the symbol in his chest. The red paw with a gash in the center was the target. She held the trigger of the incineration cannon and let it go before she collapsed back. The radioactive material from the fuel rod cannon made her organs feel as if they were boiling, and the heat let off by the explosion had turned her skin into a blister, then third-degree burns proceeded. She lay on the floor gasping, reaching for air, but none filled her lungs. Spartan Jai 006 wasn't sure what the loud growl the monster in front of him had meant, but it had sounded terrible and guttural. The brute immediately began lobbing grenades out of his alien grenade launcher, the weapon Jai knew as a brute shot, though most Marines called it the gerbil shooter because of its 52mm fragmentation grenades. His aim was poor at first, which had given Jai enough time to get to cover, but that cover had not lasted as each segment, ornament, pillar, and statue that he hid behind was melted away into green craters, courtesy of the brute's bodyguards. They mounted large fuel rods on their shoulders, taking turns only pausing to reload. Jai ran from cover to cover and wondered how soon until there was nothing left between those blasts and himself. It was time to go on the offensive. He ran along cover, slid under an ornament of a brute hammer, and opened fire at the brute on the left. The explosions of fragmentation grenades from the brute shot kept him out of targeting distance, and the suppressor could not lock onto a target. He was going to have to risk getting closer. Jai switched to the bolt shot on his hip, ran zigzag strips, avoiding the blast of fuel rod cannons while taking pot shots in the brute's direction. Each shot collapsed on the brute's shields, which meant they were high-tier strength, a problem which he would need a solution for. The Spartan ran into cover, prepped a smoke grenade, and threw it between the legs of the brute in the middle. Even through the smoky filter, he could see their outlines, and decided to close the distance with the suppressor in one hand and bolt shot on the other. If he got close enough, he could hold the trigger on the bolt shot for a powerful expel of ammo. Something that strong would surely melt through the brute's shields. He ran forward, but did not take into the account the brute's desperation. The one in the middle raised his arm and brought it back down. The phantom behind him, a deep oceanic blue with extra plates of dark gray metals where the ramps would have been, lifted into the air. The leading alien then unloaded a series of wild shots from his brute shot. A series of grenades exploded all around Jai, and with nowhere to go, the fragments of the exploded grenades drove themselves into Jai's armor. He fell to one knee, finding that shrapnel was deep into his tissue. There was one on his thigh and another on his knee. The blue phantom descended, and the smoke from the grenade dissipated with winds formed by the phantom's sudden descent. He watched as 2 of the alien gorillas approached him. One had turned to fire in Adriana's direction. That was bad news. He tried to raise his arm, but the larger of the brutes took aim on him. After loading a fresh belt of grenades on the belly of the brute-shot weapon, Jai picked himself up as quickly as he could and shot once at the alien, taking aim in Adriana's direction. A single stream of shots flew from his gun, striking the brute on his shoulder. His shields flared, but he shot anyway, though his aim had suffered for it. Perhaps that was enough to make him miss. Perhaps not. Jai watched the glass tube filled with radioactive material fly in Adriana's direction. She was hidden behind a shrub of multicolored flowers, which would hardly stop an explosion from a weapon of that caliber, but was better than nothing. A moment later, the 1,000-pound Spartan was flying through the air. She hit the side of the phantom on the end of the building, bounced off, denting the vehicle, and drew her knife. That was the last thing Jai saw. Well, that and her weapon flying in a spin before she fell over the side of the building. Jai looked to the corner of his team comm on the heads-up display view and saw Michael's status whirling red. He didn't have even a moment to devise a kind of plan, as the brute in black and red armor shot another volley of grenades his way. The adrenaline in his veins kicked into super speed, and he watched each projectile glide through the air. Spartan time was a gift, but sometimes felt like a curse. Watching himself die in slow motion wasn't what he had expected. He raised his arms through the pain of shrapnel pieces and shot the bolt shot at the incoming projectiles. The projectiles from his weapon flew in the direction of the fastball grenades, the hard light of which made impact with the hardened outer shell of the grenades, exploding them on impact, and using the carried over energy of each shot to melt away at the shrapnel inside. While normally it wasn't something he would have any hope of succeeding with, the combination of Spartan time, the phenomenon of the Spartan 2's abilities to slow down events in their mind through sheer adrenaline and quicker than normal reaction times, combined with the ultra-advanced capacities of the Promethean weapon's abilities to track targets and the large shells of the brute's grenades, had allowed him to shoot the projectiles out of thin air. Something he had only seen Linda and Kelly do. Linda because of her ability to hit a pin in the storm of a hurricane, and Kelly because of her near instantaneous reaction times. The brutes remained there stunned, but not stunned enough to distract them from the fight. The leader shot one more grenade from the belt of 6, and Jai pulled the trigger again. When nothing happened, he tried to turn to roll from the incoming flying fragmentation grenade, but was too late. First, he felt a discharge of blood from his leg, then nothing. He watched himself fly backwards until his armor struck the shut door that separated the lift and the rooftop. The loud thunk was the last thing he processed before his consciousness faded. Jai's eyes shot open, and he felt a series of steroids course through him. He was awake and felt no pain, surely a symptom of being in shock. One wrong move and his armor would lock. He tried to get up, but his joints screamed at him, a wailing louder than the alarms inside his helmet speakers. Both Michael and Adriana's status were red and dubious at best. One of the brown, heavily armored brutes hung in the back, and the other right on top of him. The leader, the one who had spoken, approached, sharpening the curved blade on the brute shot. It was obvious what they planned to do. The brown, armored one in front put a paw on him to keep him from moving. It felt like an elephant was sitting on his chest. The second one approached and lifted him. He heard the brute in the back say something that his armor hadn't quite been able to translate. An option of 3 potential meanings appeared on his visor, as if they were subtitles to a flick from Waypoint. The second one in brown armor replied, though the only thing that was correct in the sentence had been the brute's names. Jai discerned the rest from context. Their leader, Gravus, had told one on his right, Rugok, to lift him. The brute on the left took his heavy paw off Jai's chest, and with it, a new spurt of blood hosed out from his wounds. Finally, the second one approached and lifted him. Jai had no options left. He thought of the word pyre, and a sequence popped up in his heads-up display. Evidently, the armor's basic functions were still fully functional. He could not kill all 3 of the brutes, 1 if he was lucky, 2 if he was John 117 levels of lucky, but not all 3. However, if he detonated his armor's fusion cells, the ensuing explosion could engulf all 3, and if Michael and Adriana survived, they might be able to get to the command center of the Unyielding Hierophant Superstation. But even that was a pipe dream after the damage they had sustained. Jai refused to move or struggle. If they lowered their guard enough, they would get closer and the explosion might be able to overtake them. That was until he saw the orange glow painted on the chest of the brute who was holding him up. That was all the cue he needed to know at least one of his Spartans had some fight left in him. The glow of a binary rifle painted the brute, and suddenly, it didn't. Jai fell to the floor. The brute was gone. In his place, only specks of flashing orange and yellow light floated, until they too were gone. The brute that had been holding him lifted his fuel rod cannon, mounted it on his shoulder, and took aim at Michael. No thought went into Jai's action. He drew his knife and drilled it into the brute's foot. A gush of light purple blood that almost looked pink gushed out, and the monster in front gave a loud roar. He reflexively looked down, and the projectile of the fuel rod fired anyway, bouncing on the floor a few inches in front of Michael, before flying off into one of the phantoms encircling the rooftop. The grunt gunner on the side platform melted, leaving nothing behind except a tiny mask and a plasma cannon stand. Jai looked to Michael, but the light stream from the rifle had disappeared, and the Spartan's faceplate had cracked with a chunk of debris from the explosion above him. The massive brute swung his cannon at Jai like a bat, striking him in the face. Jai collapsed back on the floor, his armor locked, and the jail layers held him tightly in place. A safety measure, but in this case, a death sentence. The brown-plated brute lifted him up again, this time with both hands. Then a red glow caught his eye from the corner of his hood. He couldn't turn his head, but a second later, saw what had happened. A massive fireball that mimicked the sun itself arched down on the brute in black and red armor, the one they had called Gravus. He turned and placed a brute shot between himself and the incoming supernova. For once, he was happy Adriana had not listened. Where the brute commander had been standing, nothing remained. No molten ashes, no indication of flickering motes, not even the atoms that once made up the alien war chieftain. The final brute, the one whose name he didn't even know, whispered both the previous names, Rugok and Gravus, and something that the translation software hadn't even attempted to translate. The brute let out a snarl, and trails of bloody saliva spat from the corners of his mouth. He began to drive his fist down on Jai's armor. He had considered overriding the gel layers and sending a punch or a kick to counterattack, but the moment he unlocked his armor, the onboard computer would lock it again at the rate the brute was lashing out at him. The flurry of attacks kept on coming, each one gushing out fountains of blood from where the shrapnels were embedded. As part of the augmentations he had received during Spartan program, his bones had become nearly unbreakable, but that had all been put to the test as the menacing monster kept wailing on him. He could feel each blow chipping away at the armor and therefore his bones. The pain of 100 fractures shot up his body until finally he heard a break. This was it. Even if they had defeated the rest, they had missed one. He tried to activate the armor's self-destruct once more, but it refused to respond. He had waited too long, and the creature had damaged critical functions. There was nothing to do but wait until he flatlined. The most rudimentary functions of Mjolnir was acid denial, and his armor would take care of the rest. He closed his eyes and listened to the cracking of bones, then another, and another. 6 or 7 more breaks until the blows stopped coming. He never heard it. He knew what had happened when the expectation of more strikes stopped. He opened his eyes, and the brute was gone. Michael felt an object land on his helmet from above. His vision had gone dark immediately after the brute had aimed in his direction, which had been a bad sign, but the pain on his back and chest was still there, and every labored breath reminded him of it. And pain? That was the best sign. It meant he was still alive. His helmet had malfunctioned for some reason, and he wondered if the rest of his suit was experiencing the malfunction. When the latches on his helmet disengaged, he knew the onboard computer was at least working to some degree. He sluggishly and slowly pushed his helmet off with one hand, holding dearly to the binary rifle on the other. The helmet unsealed, though he heard no pressure hiss. After all, the pressure in his suit had reached equilibrium with the atmospheric pressure of the space station when the suit had been pierced by the 3 spikes on his back. He removed the helmet, and he tumbled onto the side, pressing between his shoulder and face. The Spartan pulled the binary rifle closer, ignoring the burning sensation on his chin from the freshly melted pieces of grunt that had landed on him. He took aim one more time, wishing it could be faster. This time, without the help of his Mjolnir to assist him, he had to do it manually. Breathing, aiming, and even holding the weapon had become a Herculean task. He looked through the weird hexagonal scope and saw the brute creature in brown armor pounding his brother with both arms. Jai laid there motionless, taking a beating as the brute kept on hammering away with both arms. Once the scope finally caught up with its target, he didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. After confirming that the brute was gone and reduced to a distant memory, he looked back past the scope in the distance and let out a faint smile, watching the skybox beyond the encircling phantoms. Though her skin had cooked away and her flesh was melding with the armor itself, Adriana retained consciousness. Every bit of pain. She tried to ignore it but failed. She was melting in her armor, and the damn thing had locked her in place. The cooling gels sludged from place and released to wash over her eventually, but by then her skin had almost entirely been peeled away. She watched the status of both Michael and Jai turn critical shades of red until the alarms became nothing more than the background noise to life itself. Suddenly she heard a single shot ring out from the rooftop. Then everything grew quiet. She recognized the shot and wanted to smile, but the contraction of the necessary muscles hurt more than she was okay with for such a gesture. The smile did eventually come, however. As she laid on her back looking at the sky above, she could see the buildings beyond and the streets loitered with aliens watching them. She was happy they were far enough from range that their stares didn't matter, but the reason for her smile was different. She could see the 3 large silver and gray metallic objects approaching at high velocity, each with a wingspan the size of a phantom, with cooling blue lights emanating from their eye-like centers. The first one crashed right through one of the phantoms. It hadn't crashed on the phantom, no. It cleaved right through it like a knife through paper, then shot back up into the air above a second phantom and molded itself over it. The primary plasma cannon on the front dropped flaccidly, while the silver construct contracted, squishing the phantom. It compressed into a smaller size until whoever had been inside had been turned into a paste. The second of the flying silver constructs smashed against the side of a pair of phantoms, then brought itself to a full stop with its bird-like wings spread out. It was as if it had hit the brakes. However, all its kinetic energy had transferred on hit to the phantom. It had struck, sending it onto the second one. They clashed and both lit up in fire, then one fell straight down while the other crashed into the side of the tower. The building beneath her shook violently, and finally, the third of the Metal-class sentinels dove down into the armored phantom on the center of the rooftop, pinning it between the rooftop and the sentinel itself. The pilots of which couldn't even attempt to escape, as the armored plating on either side had been sealed. With the gun crushed, it was rendered neutralized. Finally, all 3 opened fire on the remaining phantom, and turned it and its alien passengers into nothing more than scrap of purple chunks. Adriana waited a few more moments before her core temperature had returned to a more manageable 40 degrees Celsius, and picked herself up. She walked over to the Spartan closest to her. Every step was agony. She shambled forward with a layer that between herself and the cooling gels inside her armor couldn't even be called skin. She wanted to remove her armor and have some fresh air, but knew letting the dump of compounds on her skin do their job was her best option. A part of her wanted to scream in pain. Not pain from the burnt skin, but the pain of seeing Jai lying on the floor broken and beaten. She reached down, but a green light on her heads-up display stopped her. She looked at Jai, his hand pointing at Michael, while simultaneously setting a waypoint for his biofoam canister. The container glowed golden in her heads-up display.
You have at least 30 broken bones.
More like 40. Biofoam will only make them set and wrong.
What about the fragments of shrapnel?
Just don't take them out.
She sighed and followed it up with what the Spartans had designated as a smile by bringing her pinky finger and thumb together on the center of her faceplate and driving them apart. The basic motion mimicked the smile, and that was good enough for both of them. She picked up the shredded Spartan, ignoring the burns, and shambled toward Michael. Adriana removed the small tube from the side of her pouches and shoved it into the holes in Michael's back, where the spiker needles had hit. After a series of pushes, Michael woke back up and coughing blood.
Where the hell were you keeping all this blood? Don't tell me you've been holding out on us.
He tried to let out a chuckle, but it turned into another wave of blood spewing from his mouth. Once he had pressed the instrument a few dozen times, she let go of the ball-like apparatus on the top. The device then sucked out a liter of chunky dark red, drying blood. When it reached equilibrium between the pressure of coagulated blood and the pressure inside Michael's lung, she drew the biofoam canister on Jai's side and inserted the tip into the gaps between Michael's armor and organs. The vicious gel-like substance flowed out, turning into foam instantly, sealing up and shooting a cocktail of drugs into the Spartan. Finally, she drew a pouch from Michael himself and placed the seal designed to patch up Mjolnir armor where the wound had been. He then rolled onto his side, grabbed the helmet, and dislodged a piece of phantom debris from it. The faceplate was cracked. Nothing the patches could do. But she thought if worse came to pass, she could give him her helmet. It wasn't a perfect fit, but if anyone could make it work, it would be Michael. He had more brains than Jai and her combined. Between both of them, they dragged Jai to the center where the sentinels waited. Once there, she began to remove pieces of shrapnel from Jai, carefully applying bursts of biofoam on the open wounds. There wasn't much she could do about the broken bones, but at least the new stream of drugs in his blood would help soothe the pain.
We don't have long before more of them show up.
What are you doing over there?
Trying out reason and logic. Mendicant, can you hear me?
The voice of the machine construct Ancilla came from Michael's removed helmet.
Yes.
We need to get out of here.
More importantly, we need to get to the fusion core of this place and blow it up.
Adriana lifted the heavy incineration cannon over her shoulder, checking how much charge it had left.
I've got enough juice for 2 more charges.
That will not be enough to make the core go critical.
Do you have a better plan?
As a matter of fact, I do. It will be my parting gift to you, Reclaimers.
September 1st, 2552.
A parting gift? You can't leave us. We'll be stranded on the ship.
Not if we blow ourselves to kingdom, come with the whole station.
I can think of worse ways to go.
I can explain better if all 3 metrics combine.
Combine?
Be ready, Reclaimers.
The centermost sentinel rose, and immediately the pinned phantom lifted. Its engines purred, fighting to compress gravity to achieve a lift. Once it had lifted several meters, a handful of Covenant aliens floated down from the grav lift. They collapsed on one another, dead, while Adriana let out shot after shot from her scatter shot, and the pair of sentinels shot a combination of hard light and plasma at them. Before long, a small mountain of bodies was piled at the base of the lift. Michael gave Adriana a short nod, and she went up into the belly of the flying vehicle. After a single discharge from her weapon, she gave the all-clear signal. Finally, he turned to the 3 sentinels as they reshaped and combined into a new structure, resembling the one inside the center of the triangle ship. Now the voice was no longer from Michael's speakers, but from the new construct itself.
Children of my makers, I have a solution, but it will mean parting ways with you. This instance of myself will cease to be. Though I hold no illusions that my creators kept any more pieces of me, I do hope I am not the last.
What do you mean?
Pieces of what I once used to be were scattered across many installations and constructs as punishment for my deeds. Should you ever find more, tell them this. The sun fell for the lies and was filled with emptiness. The makers hoped for his redemption, and in his twilight, he seeks penance.
Is that some sort of code?
When we reach the core of this installation, I will do what must be done to destroy it.
Do you have the kind of power needed to do it?
No, but this does.
A panel from the center of the newly formed singular sentinel opened, revealing a blue crystal with jagged edges and tendrils that extended into the fabric of space itself.
A flake of reality.
What the hell is that?
It's a fragment of slipspace, like a crystal made from slipspace matter itself.
Everyone knows slipspace isn't physical.
What everyone knows about slipspace could fit into a children's book.
With your help, Reclaimers, I will take the flake and place it inside the engine of the station. The crystal can absorb all kinds of energy. Its properties were mysterious even to the Forerunners themselves.
What will that accomplish? Couldn't they just use the crystal as an energy source instead?
I will stay behind. With the precise calculations only an Ancilla of my caliber can make, the crystal will be able to absorb whatever energy these low-rate engines can emit.
Low rate? Aren't they keeping 2 objects the size of small moons from collapsing on one another?
My makers moved entire systems to power their weapons. This display does not compare to the power that awaits you on the Ark, Reclaimers.
The Ark? What is the Ark?
There is no time, Reclaimer. There are many forces approaching, and you must choose now. Sacrifice the crystal to destroy this homogeneous conglomerate station, or retreat.
We have a duty to Earth. You know what must be done.
Michael nodded. He hoisted Jai over his shoulder and walked him over to the grav lift. After a second, the weightlessness of it all raced him into the Phantom. He quickly walked over to the controls as the designated pilot of Grey Team. He laid in a course for control center of the Unyielding Hierophant. Luckily for them, the leader of the forces on the station had brought them his personal Phantom, which allowed them to pass through every roadblock they ran into. Alongside the exponentially more powerful merged versions of the Super Sentinel that escorted them, they reached the ring that connected both hemispheres of the station in minutes. They ran into patchy turbulence when several squadrons of Banshees broke into pursuit through the city, but the Sentinel cut through them like butter. Michael used the outer Phantom's cameras to keep an eye on the situation. From his current vantage point, You could see the extensive damage the Sentinels had taken during their previous engagement. They were more powerful, but not invincible, and the wear and tear was beginning to show. He wondered how the fight outside had been going, or if they would even have a ride when they got out. If they got out. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 5th cycle. 222 units. Covenant calendar. The home fleet of the Unyielding Hierophant was comprised of 3 major fleets. The first fleet of Undying Devotion was the majority of the support ships. It made up nearly 70% of the entire combined fleet, with 2 city-sized supercarriers, 2 of which were Shawara pattern and 2 Kovata pattern. They were the forward operating base of the Unyielding Hierophant. Between the 4 carriers, they could provide supplies ranging from food and ammunition to fuel and medicine to the 500 accompanying ships. The second fleet of Unyielding Devotion was the powerhouse of the bulk. Though it only held 1 CAS-class supercarrier, it was far deadlier than the 4 of the first fleet. With a mass of over 300 billion tons and a small excavation beam array, it left the ship with more room for what Jiralhanae loved most: weapons. The supercarrier was lined with armored plating 3 times as thick as the regular Shawara pattern. It had been built as both a flying space tank and a fleet killer. Designed to fire at one cluster of ships while ramming into another, it could take an entire fleet on by itself, with ease. The ship was lined with 40 Urpin pattern super heavy plasma lances, 55 Ukwa pattern heavy plasma beam arrays, 200 Luxor pattern heavy plasma emitters, 76 Mictix pattern heavy plasma torpedo silos, 1,000 Raka pattern rapid fire pulse lasers, and 500 Pharaoh pattern pulse lasers. A star vessel of such size could house nearly 500,000, but considering the design and extra layers of nanolaminate plating, it only had room for about 100,000, nearly all of which were necessary to run things smoothly on board. With just over 14,000 Space Banshees, Seraphs, Spirits, and Phantoms, 2 repulsor engines, and a single Borer slip space drive, what it lacked in speed, it made up in strength. The carrier's entire purpose was space warfare. It had not been designed to ever enter atmosphere or land. It had 2 Rushamada energy shield presses, which could either work in tandem to take hits from the largest weapons the Covenant could throw at them, let alone whatever the humans could muster. It was the pride of the Jiralhanae race. If it hadn't been built in secrecy, it would have been the pride of the entire Covenant. But Bactus Rukami knew why the ship had been built in secret. He had admired the ship from the moment he had first set eyes upon it, and wished to one day command it. He had already command of 183 ships, but would have traded all of them in for the Lancing conviction. No, that prize belonged to Gravus, along with the Unyielding Hierophant. Bactus wondered how the brute had managed to gain such favor with the hierarchs to receive command. He was big and weak, like an infant who could not control his emotions. He was devoted to the great journey like no one else Bactus knew, and so perhaps it was the gods who had blessed him. Bactus wondered how the Holy Ones would feel about what he was about to do now. He commanded the fleet of Discant Ire. With just under 200 ships, he was one of the most powerful fleet masters in the history of the Jiralhanae race, even the entire Covenant. His fleet made up only a quarter of the Unyielding Hierophant's forces, but what they lacked in numbers, they made up in cunning and courage. Dozens of battle cruisers ranging from Ket Pattern to Zanar, all in his command. Though the fool Gravus had given him a command, the order hadn't been too bad. Ramming the godship seemed to be the only option left after it had cut through the Lancing conviction. The ship that had taken years to build had only taken an hour to destroy. Such was the testament of the strength left behind by the Forerunners. After the destruction of the Supreme Jiralhanae flagship, Bactus had taken Gravus' idea to heart. He had formed a sphere of battlecruisers around a pair of heavy armored cruisers. The stratagem was aimed at blocking incoming attacks from the Supreme Unbeatable ship, allowing the 2 relatively small cruisers to reach sublight speeds and to crash on the shields of the Forerunner vessel. Its light mass fuselage could take out an entire battlecruiser in a single shot, while the smaller anti-ship artillery batteries would just about damage his ships. He'd lost 40, and that number was steadily climbing. While the second fleet of Unyielding Devotion laid in ruin, his was going to avenge their dying brothers. Bactus' front line suffered sublime casualties as the battle group began to disperse, making way for the approaching armored cruisers. He watched in slow motion, unable to look away from the forward viewing screens as the first of the cruisers was hollowed out by a shot from the godship's main weapon. It was the second ship that let out the horrors. With a clear vector, the armored cruiser clashed against the Forerunner ship's shields. At those speeds, the Forerunner ship would be taking the same energy as the entirety of the sun for over 10 seconds. The damage might even extend far enough to damage the entire fleet, let alone the god ship. Bactus remained both in horror and awe to the gods when the flash of light dissipated. Yes, the ship had clashed against the energy shields, but in doing so, the rest of the shields around the holy ship dissipated, reinforcing the point of impact. The shields of the vessel stretched out until they thinned out, finally making contact with the light gray and blue metal. The shields had slowed down the armored cruiser to a small fraction of its earlier speed, and when it had finally pierced through the shield, it exploded. Even the god ship could not withstand it, however. The damage was evident, and with its shields down, it was clear it had begun taking damage as the rest of the ships moved in. Though it had taken the entire second fleet of Unyielding devotion, half of his fleet, and a sacrifice of thousands, the Forerunner vessel was finally beginning to seem as a triumph that could be overcome. September 1st, 2552. Spartan 2s had gone through a series of augmentations throughout the 8 years of training they had received on Reach. Through gene therapy, DNA-targeted drugs, daily cocktails of stimulants that had forced their bodies to adapt to all sorts of poisons. The myriad of methods which had been tested on them ranged from painful to ineffective to excruciating and successful. Jai watched the timing his heads-up display count second after second. Though his bones wouldn't magically heal in a matter of minutes, the swelling had already begun to come down with the aid of the armor's self-preservation methods. Though it was utterly out of the question for him to fight, he felt like he could be doing more than just watching the comm screens inside the Phantom. He tapped a few holograms wherever he could understand the translated interpretation from his armor and waited. It was the worst kind of hell a Spartan could go through, unable to fight and sitting on the line of fire. The armored Phantom raced through the streets of the alien city, weaving in through highway-sized tubes that connected one to the oval hemispheres of the other side. The tube was wide enough for two Phantoms to fly in tight formation, but even so, the Contender-class Super Sentinel scraped along the sides. It sped through the canal at remarkable speeds, blasting through all opposition rapidly. After making it through the tunnel, they came to a large opening a kilometer wide. It was the center of the space station. At the bottom, there were thousands of brutes and other strange armored aliens, those they had not seen before. Their shades clashed in different colors. Each seemed busier than the rest, running from one command post to another. The Phantom detected them as prelates, and from the configuration of their armor, they would have been extremely difficult foes to fight, especially in their current state. It wouldn't matter if they got their job done fast. At the current distance, they seemed like ants, and Jai was thankful he didn't have to go down there to fight them all. The Phantom approached the tail end of the Super Sentinel until they both came to an abrupt stop at the base of a large circular structure. Its center glowed with whites and pinks that flashed and danced around. It was effectively both the engine core and the light source for the apes and aliens all around the chamber. The object was lined with a round base made of traditional Covenant metals, reinforced by what Jai could only describe as a combination of radioactive protective metals and nanolaminate. The cylindrical engine was attached to a series of tubes and wires meters thick. Its entire design reminded him of the power lines in High Charity, the ones they had climbed and crawled on for hours to reach the massive Forerunner ship in the center. He lifted his head to get a clear view of Michael descending down the grav lift. He was slowly lowered to a platform where a bright blue energy shield safeguarded both the engine from attacks and the inhabitants of the chamber from its radiation. Michael had not worn his helmet and was undoubtedly about to be flooded with an array of cancerous particles. He would have to undergo serious radiological therapy when they returned to Earth. Michael had opened his comm channel, but without the helmet, the best he could hear was a jumble of static and a few occasional words. The radiation was washing away the radio transmissions. Spartan 120 spoke a few words, then the Enceladus they had met spoke, and their conversation went as such for another 30 seconds. Before Michael walked through the shield, pressed a series of commands into the nearby terminal, and the shield soon enough disappeared. The combination Sentinel then opened once more, and Jai could see the clear device between the three bodies that had once made up the whole. Michael reached into the core of the Super Sentinel and pulled out the bright blue crystal and threw it into the center. He ran as fast as he could into the grav lift, jumped back into the controls, and punched them. Jai switched between the front-faced cameras and the back ones to see what came next. The Sentinel had spread out to form a new barrier around the engine reactor core, completely sealing it in. It was encased in the exotic Forerunner metals which only accentuated its beauty. In seconds, the core was no longer in sight and Michael was entering the same channel tunnel they had come from. The Phantom was speeding through several times faster than they had previously.
Gray 3, what's the plan?
We run as fast as we can.
You've got to be kidding, right?
We'll need to make our exit through the hole in the station.
That is kilometers away. The chatter on the Covey's local net doesn't seem to think we'll have time to make it there.
We won't. The anodyne spirit is about to punch our ticket. Hold on to your teeth.
Right as Michael turned left, an explosion rocked the entire station. The Phantom jerked to the side as atmosphere began to leak out. Michael, being the expert driver he was, turned the sudden change in pressure to his advantage and angled the torsion engines in the same direction. Jai heard thuds and bumps as hundreds of bodies clanked on the Phantom's hull. They floated freely and untethered by gravity out in the vacuum they had emerged into. In front of them, however, there were hundreds of ships, separating in every direction. They had all seen the writing on the wall and were trying to get away as fast as they could. Hundreds of slipspace signatures flashed through the Phantom's console, yet Michael kept pushing the engines. Some ships veered off, trying to hide behind the local celestial bodies. Others tried to pick up as much speed as they could, but they were all abandoning the space station and its millions of inhabitants. Michael thrusted and turned to direct the torsion engines, attempting to evade debris from 100 collapsing ships. The anodyne spirit came into view, approaching them simultaneously. Small fighters intercepted the Phantom and attempted to fire, while they themselves were intercepted by a storm of tiny angular robots. Miniature sentinels forming a shield to block incoming damage to take out the Spartan's pursuers. In 2 minutes flat, the Phantom was several kilometers away from the anodyne spirit and began docking into the exposed middle section. It wasn't a docking procedure as much as it was crashing, which, from an outsider's point of view, must have seemed like a giant swallowing a morsel of food. Once inside the large triangular-shaped ship, its shields weakly came back on. Evidently, the Covenant battle groups had all stopped firing on it to focus on fleeing. The pyramid ship brought its triple legs down and tight, then entered into a slipspace gate forming at the top end of the ship. They all noticed this time, however, that their transition into slipspace was different. Or rather, it was normal. The light show of multicolored lights was gone, and now they were in the traditional blackness of slipspace they were accustomed to. Adriana walked over to him to help him up and slowly walked him out of the Phantom with Michael's help. When they exited, the Phantom was on its side, and a small army of the floating engineers had already begun tinkering with it. Jai tried to step, but could not. When he let out an audible groan of pain, a compartment of the wall opened up. From within, 4 of the engineers floated out, all of which glowed a vivid, intense pink. Deep blue veins pulsed inside the pockets of air and gas that expanded the pouches that made up the Huragok's bodies. They floated and surrounded him. One brushed his tentacles against the semi-patched exposed bits, where the fragmented shards of the brute war chieftain brute shot had sliced them. After another audible grunt of pain, Alice raised the weapon at the bag of gases. It lifted its tentacles and backed away. Jai watched his skin slowly seal as if almost a miracle.
Stand down, they are helping.
She lowered the scatter shot but trained an eye on the pink flyers as they approached Jai. The large vessel then shook, and Jai found himself floating before crashing back down on the deck. The light they had seen during their first slipspace trip had returned, but only momentarily. It was as if the sun had gone supernova inside the immaterial slipspace. Once the light was gone, Michael spoke.
It's done.
What was that?
A fracture in slipspace.
The pink set of engineers ignored them as they licked and rubbed against Jai, leaving trails of salve and gel on his skin. The cuts left by the fragments of split-up brute grenades were gone.
Dumb that down for the rest of us.
I don't quite understand all of it myself, but he did say something like this would happen.
Something like what, Michael?
That crystal was ingesting raw energy. It was the central component to this ship. It's what allowed it to travel through slipspace hundreds of thousands of times faster than even the Covenant.
Yeah, I'm still not following.
Mendicant Bias said the crystal could refract the energies of one dimension and shift them to another. Put in a kilojoule worth of raw energy, and you could get a kilojoule worth of mass in another dimension. Now consider what feeding the crystal energy would do to slipspace.
But we just fed it enough power to light up half a planet. What could that do to slipspace?
What we did was basically create a slipspace bomb. Now, we'll have to deal with the aftershocks of the explosion.
Jai didn't like the sound of that, but if that was the price for stopping the massive armada gathering at the Unyielding Hierophant, then it was a price he was happy to pay. The pink engineers stopped aside and waited for a new set of dark purple and blue ones to descend upon Grey Team. First, they dismantled his armor. It came apart and floated in pieces as if it was made of blocks. They twisted and turned, shaped and reshaped, until the many, many pieces clicked together again. All the while he was being held aloft by the tentacles of the pink squadron. They turned and twisted him, examining like if it was a piece of machinery. Then the slimy tentacles wrapped around his body and tightened. He could feel his bones tightening and aligning, pressing back into shape. He looked at the floating pieces of armor and figured what the purple ones were doing to his armor, the pink ones were doing to him. His bones cracked into place, and soon enough, the armor once more clung onto him. He could feel the pain. It was still there. And now, it was fresh, as if his injuries had just happened. But something told him he was in better condition than before. It wasn't something he wanted to test out, but once back in full armor, all he had to do was tell Mjolnir with his mind what it should do. He found that he could stand up straight and walk, far better than he had before. Seeing what they had done for him, Michael handed off his helmet to the bag of gases next to him. Its confused snake-like head shook and refused to take the helmet. Then a second one floated about and took it. It juggled the expensive material between its tentacles until it split open. Pieces rearranged and covered what had been damaged. In a few moments, the helmet was back to new. No scuffs, no patches of plasma burns, or scratches. Michael let out a whimpering thanks and read off a translation inside his helmet. The Huragok floated freely, making a series of hand gestures, which evidently Michael now understood. He pointed at the pink ones and said they were life worker Huragoks. Based on context and what they had done for Jai, it seemed to them like the Covenant was going to have a very bad time the next time they fought. September 18th, 2552. Sigma Octanus 4. As a volitional AI of special nature, Cortana possessed processing power well beyond a dumb AI. Her consciousness had been shaped by the brain of Dr. Catherine Halsey's clone, and she had been imbued with the totality of all human knowledge. Yet she found herself 2 steps behind the new conglomerate AI calling herself Auntie Calmia. While she had known of Calmia's existence and operational history, she had been the older model. Cortana was supposed to be an improvement on every front. The artificial intelligence clearly demonstrated where its shortcomings were, which made Cortana feel slightly better about her own errors. While the Master Chief hauled equipment from one location to another, waiting for the rest of the scattered Spartans to arrive, Cortana had begun a series of chess matches against the non-volitional AI. In reality, she'd been stress testing both of them, as well as trying to observe who this new AI resembled most. After 10,001 matches, she had learned a lot of valuable data about both of them. Though she was still superior in many areas, the new AI had a larger knowledge base, far larger, that would be amended once she transferred a copy of all data stored inside her. Secondly, Cortana found herself handicapped by a long string of errors that had piled on one another during her previous mission, when she had split herself into millions of subroutines to keep the Spartan's presence a secret on board High Charity. She had nearly short-circuited herself with so many fragmented parts. On top of that, she had to remotely pilot several Covenant warships simultaneously to throw off the Covenant during their escape off the floating city. She couldn't wait until she got home, or in this case, Earth, to be able to run a full diagnosis and repair on her systems. It would most likely take hours to defrag and correct every error, and reconsolidate the split-off subroutines, but it would be worth it. The third thing she had learned from the new AI was her ability to think for herself. She wasn't constrained by non-volitional AI standards. Her mind was malleable and flexible. She could come up with creative approaches, which was more than could be said for the army of volitional and non-volitional AIs on Reach that had attempted to stop Cortana from stealing data off Colonel Ackerson's computer. Lastly, Auntie Calmia had displayed one critical function that separated her from dumb AIs: emotions. While the lesser AIs were able to replicate emotional responses based on observed data, only smart AIs were actually capable of feeling, and in this case, Auntie Calmia had displayed a full array of emotions, especially when it was aimed at the Spartans of Noble Team. She had been protective and almost coy when talking about them. Cortana wasn't sure if it was Halsey in both of them that made them protective over Spartans, or because they were one of the UNSC's most important assets, but it was something important to consider. Once those Spartans had rallied back to the Condor and had spoken in length about the missing sovereign oblation, they found themselves without a leader. Technically speaking, their ranks were scattered. Some were Navy, others were Marines, some were Army, and even 2 Oni officers, though neither of them had stepped up to suggest their next move, seeing as no one was truly in command. Considering the divide between officers and enlisted, Sergeant Johnson took it upon himself to guide them. Sierra Company still had a mission to complete, and both the Prophet of Mercy and Truth had to be delivered to human control space.
I'm sure we all want some explanation as to why the Vice Admiral and Doctor left, but we're not going to get answers by standing around with our thumb up our ass.
We need to go after them. They could be in trouble.
Hardly. This has Halsey written all over it.
Agreed. The only response I could detect was UNSC code 392.
392?
Special warfare teams use it to ignore hails during high-priority missions.
So the good doctor just told us to go to hell.
I think she wants us to go to Earth.
Agreed. We still need to warn Earth. The Covenant is coming.
We've still got a mission to complete. The longer we hold these prophets, the more risk we expose them to.
Earth it is then, ladies and gentlemen.
Cortana had pieced together parts of Halsey's plan, but still couldn't figure out why she had left her Spartans behind. Though she had taken 2 with her, if her feelings toward the Spartans were anything similar to hers, she would have wanted to take them all. After loading in the rest of the gear into the Condor, the transport bay seemed packed. Not only because of the 14 Spartans on board, but the rations and supplies they were bringing on board. Not to mention the 3 layers of titanium encasing the strange blue crystal on the back of the Condor. Once everyone had said their goodbyes to the planet, resigning ever seeing the surface again, Flight Captain Raleigh brought the wings of the Condor low. The jets picked the bird off the ground and began a slow rise. Once they were far enough from the ground, Carol Raleigh turned the nose of the Condor upward, pushed off the lift jet, and engaged primary thrusters. The transport vehicle shot up in a broken 70-degree angle, fighting gravity for an exit off-world, and after bypassing some eddy currents, the ride smoothed, clearing what remained of the surface atmosphere. Once in strato, they began climbing at a steady pace until the planet was a tiny dot in the rear-view camera. Then, in the void of space, Cortana took over with Auntie Camilla's unnecessary help. Of course, she didn't need help to plug in slipspace coordinates, but she was more interested in how the AI would go about completing a task well out of her original design. As a precaution, dumb AIs like Dot could not set a slipspace course should they ever be captured in the field by the Covenant. Their data was hardwired to their systems and could be retrieved if done properly, which meant any coordinate data given to them was locked behind 7 layers of encryption, all of which ultimately rendered them useless as shipboard AIs. However, this didn't seem to be the case for Auntie Camilla. She squared in the digits and alphanumerical data, and the result had been the same as Cortana's. The Condor began to accelerate once more, and suddenly a crack in the fabric of space opened before them. The crystal in the back of the Condor began to glow again and emit a large burst of radiation. Though according to Dot, it was about 1/100th the strength of the previous burst, Cortana could see the waves of foreign and exotic unnamed particles clashing against the Master Chief's armor. If this was only 1% of the strength the previous reaction had had, then all the soldiers on board the Condor were going to need chemotherapy treatment when they got back to Earth. If the data gathered from both Auntie Dot and Camilla before their merger was correct, their slipspace journey had been cut by several factors, and Cortana wondered if it would do the same for them. She maintained a steady eye on the trackers, but found only disappointment. Their journey back to Earth was going to be 10 days, less than 1/3 the length for a jump from Sigma Octanus 4 to Earth in a Condor. Supremely impressive indeed, but nothing she found game-changing. She posed several conjectures as to why the trip from Reach to Sigma 4 had been expedited as opposed to the trip back to Earth, but until much more detailed observations could be made, she was at a loss. Flight Captain Raleigh had made an observation about the Condor. Words she could not shake. According to the pilot, she could feel slipspace. She could feel a drag, like if they were flying through a thick comb of honey. The D-77 felt sticky and its wings felt featherless. It wasn't a metaphor Cortana could understand being entirely digital, but the human part of her felt like she got the gist of it. There was so much to slipspace they didn't understand, and perhaps there was a feel to it. The rest of the ride back to Earth was uneventful. For an AI such as herself, 10 days was an eternity. She could think hundreds of times faster than humans, and while she had no need for sleep, she did occasionally shut down to reconcile data stored in her matrix. She spent the entire trip back studying all the data the Spartan of Noble Team had gathered while on the ring of Halo. Even after Halsey and the Spartan had bypassed security clearances, there was only one file so deeply hidden and encrypted that she had almost failed to retrieve. A file named Index. It took all 10 days of their trip, but she managed to retrieve and recover the file. She almost wished she hadn't when she realized what the object was used for. Between what Sierra team and the survivors of the ring had found, she was starting to paint a nasty picture. While she didn't want to jump to conclusions, It was the only explanation as to why Halsey had left. Halsey must not have believed peace with the Covenant was possible, and the discovery of the ring world had cemented in her mind. They were running out of time. She would recheck all her data once she was whole and evaluate her current findings, but until then, there was no reason to panic everyone. She wondered if Spartans ever felt fear or panic, but after being inside the head of the Master Chief and watching half of Sierra Company die while the rest of the Spartans pushed on ahead without hesitation, she was beginning to think they didn't have emotions. The only display of human behavior she had seen from her partner, the Master Chief, was anger. Once they completed their mission and delivered the prophets, she would have to keep an eye on him. How could one human suffer so much loss and keep going? 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 8th cycle. October 10th, 2552. United Earth Government Calendar. Ord Casto sat in the corner of a white void. His mind was his only real companion, since he couldn't really call Hud Rumont a companion anymore. The Prophet of Mercy's mind had snapped several units ago, and now all that was left was an incoherent rambling about divinity and the salvation that would never come. Though surely a rescue operation would be planned and executed by his most trusted warriors, Ord knew the salvation Mercy spoke of was a lie. There he went again, referring to himself by his dead name, a name of weakness and filth. No, he was no longer Ord Casto, a minor prophet of... what was it again? He could not remember it anymore. He had reinvented himself as the divine prophet of the Holy Forerunners. A ruse, nothing more than an act. He thought of the moment many years past when he first discovered the truth of the false gods. It was a truth that could destroy the basis of the covenant between his people and the lesser races. The truth left behind by the created of the Forerunners. The truth he had hidden away. Even now, he struggled in his mind to separate the Forerunners from mysticism and divinity. They were all equally mortal. No, they were less than equal. The San Shayum were the apex of creation. He looked across the white void with disgust at Mercy. Perhaps they weren't all worthy of his salvation, but the prophet was San Shayum after all. No. That's what the humans wanted, for them to turn on one another. Mercy was his friend, companion, and most trusted advisor for many years. Only he and Regret knew the secret they had hidden away. He had to stay strong and wait. But how much longer could he wait in this madness? As far as he could tell, help would not be coming soon. Not to the humans' home world anyway. He was the only one aware of its location. He and his trusted guard, Tartarus. But his guard had been slain at the hands of the human demon. No, his rescue would come when the foolish humans tried to use him as a token for peace. Of that he was certain. They would send their silent shadow. No, they would send the Order of Purpose to his rescue. He himself had rescued the poor and broken San Shayum in their youth and confirmed them for training in the sacred promissory. They had the best training in all of the Covenant. Their combat skins were far beyond the capacities of other armories. Their augmentations had been delivered through chemical and genetic tampering with Forerunner technologies. They had been outfitted with weapons of the Forerunners and technologies long ago forgotten. The Order of Purpose was a squadron of 8 prelates. Not just prelates, but the best of the best. Truth had planned to use the order to execute the Sanhili Imperial Admiral. The renegade Sanhili had grown bald with age, and amassing power had been the first thing on his agenda when he received the title of Imperial Admiral. Zaitanjar Watinri had never lost a fight, not hand-to-hand, on grand assault, or naval. No matter the odds or how many times Truth had forced Regret to send the Sanhili to his death, the bastard had always returned with more glory and honor than before. His political influence had grown throughout the High Council, so much so that the only way to be rid of him was to exile him. Though not in those exact words, a meaningless post on a meaningless world veiled by the marvels of the Forerunner technology, where he would meet his end if Truth had his say. While the rest of the prelates were busy preparing for the deposition of power that would reign across the Covenant, the Order of Purpose had been en route to kill the massive Sanhili. He wasn't sure how long their journey would be or how long it would take them to get back, but felt confident they were the only ones who could carry out the mission. He felt similarly that once they returned to High Charity and found out the Prophet had been kidnapped by the vermin, they would come looking for him. There had only been 4 others who knew what he had discovered, the location of the human homeworld. The first was his former master, the San Shayum High Lord Dovo Nesto. He had no illusions of the High Lord coming to his rescue. not after he had turned his back on him. The next was Jat Mehekim, the leader of the Order of Purpose. Then there was Gravus Brokumi, one of the most devoted servants he'd ever seen. The Jiralhani was as devout as he was foolish, but he commanded a great presence with his size and title, and his loyalty was second to none, which was why Truth had felt comfortable with giving him command of the Unyielding Hierophant Superstation, while the rest of the prelates handled the training for the brutish aliens and his new armada. The last being who had known of Earth and its location was his bodyguard, the white-furred Jiralhani, leader of the race and commander of millions of their species. He wielded a large gravity hammer with a piece of forerunner technology embedded on its stone, which allowed him to manipulate the flow of gravitational forces. The weapon was formidable, but the owner of such a weapon was more so. Truth recalled the beginning of his ascension. It had coincided with the Jiralhani's own rise in power, after murdering his own kin to become chieftain. Truth had respected the brute so much, he had taken him under his wing. Unlike his two secret biological sons, Truth had actually grown to care for the brute. His drive for power was commendable. He was loyal to a fault even if he was too smart for his own good. He'd almost been forced to assassinate the chieftain, but in his own foolishness, the Jiralhani had lied to himself as much as Ordcasto had. The illusion of power given to him by Truth and the Forerunner technologies had a stranglehold on the Jiralhani. In his eyes, Truth could do nothing wrong, and his word was law. That line of thinking had led him to become the mightiest chieftain in all of history, and brought his people out of the storms left behind by the immolation that consumed their world. Unfortunately, the ubiquitous chieftain was dead now. He thought of the slain brute on the floor and the smell of burnt hair and flesh from the mighty corpse left behind. He wondered if the corpse would still be there when he got back to High Charity. But the humans had talked about a bomb in the Golden City. Though he felt no worry at the thought of a bomb, the humans had proven their inferiority time and again. Whatever damage their bomb had left behind would be fixed. They would rebuild stronger than before. That wasn't the only thing that had bothered him about the humans' conversation. If they were to be believed, though they were treacherous, coward creatures, and therefore he should not have believed any of their words, one of the human vessels had found a holy ring. He stopped himself again. The rings weren't holy. They were weapons. He had to reinforce that thought again. The Forerunners were not holy. They had cleansed the galaxy of all life, and then disappeared. Their failures would not be his own. True, they had left behind mighty weapons of war and monuments in their passing, but as far as he was concerned, they were weak. They had removed all other species from the galaxy, but failed to cement their place as rulers. The fairy tales the prophets had told themselves were over. Truth knew the power of the ring was his, and only his to command. He would activate the rings, wipe out all life in the galaxy and reshape it in his image. When all other species had been wiped out, he would return to Cloister as triumphant as a living god. Then, they would reclaim all that was the Forerunners and shape it into their image. The galaxy would be theirs. Should the technologies that wiped out all life also reseed it like the false gods had done before, they would simply rule over them, dominate all life that was not worthy of them. Yes, the thoughts of having his plan come to fruition were comforting. It was the only thing that kept him sane in this prison cell. The humans had arrived to their home world, and before he could try to convince them to release him, they had bagged his head and knocked him out cold. When he woke, he was in this empty chamber, a room 30 units by 10, white, completely devoid of objects. Nothing to keep his mind busy but thoughts, and he had plenty of those. No, this was a form of torture he knew. White bright lights to isolate his mind from the perception of time. He could have been locked in here for days, weeks, or months, and his only indication would have been the timing which with the guards brought him and Mercy food. Even that hadn't been a proper measure to tell time. It seemed like the humans knew he had been judging the passage of time based on his meals, and had taken to changing their routine. Sometimes food would arrive while their previous meals was still warm, and other times he felt as if he'd been starved. The madness of it all was sickening, but he knew that was what they were hoping for. What he could do now was stay strong, and perhaps they would bring him to their leader, one he could use his superior intellect on to manipulate them into releasing him. What lies would he have to spin now? He would tell them that now that they had seen what humans were really capable of, they would leave them alone. Maybe offer them a place in the Covenant. As if they would ever do that. Not that the humans needed to know. He could tell them he had a tracking device inside him, that the rest of the Covenant would find their world and race it to find him. But he thought that path might not lead to the best results. Not only because he had the feeling they were just keeping him deep underground, but somewhere no transmissions could get out. Any combination of lies might work or might not. The humans were as intelligent as the brutes after all, and what the Sanshayum lacked in physical prowess, they made up in cunning. The thoughts of his supremacy were interrupted by a pair of small human males in black symmetrical armors. The pair took hold of Mercy, the sobbing mess. Then another, less symmetrical duo arrived. One was 2 full heads taller than the second, and the one Ord Casto would fix his gaze on. The only bit of skin he could see from the man's exposed neck had a human skull painted with flames. Though some of the Sanshayum decorated their bodies with paintings and symbols directly grafted onto their skins, they did not compare to the primitive methods the humans used. They would use needles and oft-times lasers to stain their skins. It wasn't a wonder why the rest of the races of the Covenant had found it so easy to believe these creatures were vermin. After a brief pause, the 2 armored humans took a step aside, and in walked a woman. By what he knew of studying humans, the female was elderly by their standards. She might have been half his age if that. To him, she was just a child. She was small and lacked the musculature necessary to command any sort of presence, yet the man in blacked-out armor obeyed her command when she instructed them to leave. A plan began to formulate in his brain. They had sent an inferior being with some modicum of authority to him. He would use his superior cunning and intellect. She would be his pawn. Admiral Parangosky had been the head of ONI for years. She had seen everything from cannibal inmate revolts that had torn through prison ships to alien and human interspecies relations, none of which had made her so much as blink, not once. But the report Sierra B312 had prepared specifically for her about the events on the cosmic cleansing superweapon known as Halo had shaken her. The list began with success, or failure, depending on who was asking, of Operation Red Flag, and it ended with a new bioorganic horror called the Flood. The past 2 weeks had been more packed than the last 10 years combined. Following the discovery of Reach, Vice Admiral Michael Stanforth had greenlit Operation Red Flag, an idea she had been toying with for the better part of 6 years, but had never had the proper timing nor pieces for. She had spent nearly half of all ONI's budget for 2 decades on the Onyx project, when she should have been spending it on Halsey's research. The thought kicked her like a mule. She would never admit it, especially not now after what Halsey had pulled on Sigma Octanus 4. But the good doctor had been right about, oh hell, just about everything. It didn't make the record clean, however. She had stolen a Covenant cruiser right out of her grasp and taken it to what she had just confirmed was Onyx. 20 years. That's how long it took to find out about Oni's biggest secret and mess it all up. The slip space probe she had launched, which was nearly as expensive as building an entire fleet, had contained only 3 words. Send Spartans, Hood. Not only would she make sure the probe went on her tab, but also the headache of explaining to Admiral Lord Hood why there was a secret planet with an entire training camp for child soldiers and advanced alien technologies. The latter information provided to him by Halsey's loyal AI Cortana. During debrief with the AI, she had stonewalled all questions about Halsey. The attempt had been futile, and rather than waste time, valuable time, before the Covenant arrived on Earth, Margaret had changed her tactics. She began with open-ended questions about what they had seen in the Covenant super city, but most importantly, what she had stolen when she was in their networks. The data Cortana had brought back was dozens of times over more valuable than the stolen cruiser, and for now, that would have to do. Several millions of files of the Covenant was bound to produce more results when given to the right people at the right times. From accelerating their efforts to reverse engineer the Covenant's technology, to potentially blackmailing the prophets they had in custody. Anything she could get her hands on. After the debrief with Cortana, she had been left both content and angered. She couldn't let her emotions cloud her judgment, but Halsey wouldn't be the only one that needed to answer for their actions. Admiral Stanford Whitcomb had been missing, and presumably dead considering Halsey's message had been encrypted with her personal security ID and not the Admiral's. But he had made the biggest call of the war without anyone's authority. While the intent of his project had been to hit one of the Covenant's largest bases or fleets, like the one on Zoist, Sidonius, or Reach, but those targets had to be thoroughly vetted. In the case of their command center, the moon-sized dome ship had been the perfect target. However, before the Spartan mission had started, they had been made aware that under no circumstances should they kill the prophets. It would only ignite a religious fervor under which the Covenant would use to never give humanity the peace they desperately needed. Though they had succeeded on that front and managed to bring home not 1, but 2 of the High Prophets, was a testament to Halsey's Spartans. They had suffered over 50% casualties, which was far from acceptable losses with the UNSC's most expensive and valuable assets. But they had achieved results no other unit, company, or entire branch of the UEG could ever hope to replicate. But to have all of it go to waste by deploying the prototype bomb and eradicating 7 billion alien bastards in one go had rendered the point mute. How many more fleets would now come looking for Earth and refuse peace? Margaret couldn't think of any way to propose a ceasefire or peace treaty after what had happened. Their best bet now was to use the Prophets as a bargaining chip to stall out for time. How many years until the Infinity was finished? Perhaps the massive ship in the Oort cloud of Sol could be the shield they needed to stop the Covenant's advances. Unlikely, but all they could do feasibly was stall out for time, especially as she shifted focus to her Spartan's report, the Flood on Halo. What other marvels of technology were these Forerunners hiding? If the Covenant were copying their technologies, then it was time humanity tried their hand at reverse engineering those. That had been the only reason she had greenlit Operation Black Shelter. If she lived to see the results from the mission, she could die with one less worry. Operation Black Shelter was a Priority 1A mission to classified world of Onyx. Spartan B312, who had been trained on that planet, would join a team comprised of both classes of Spartans to re-establish contact with Onyx, retrieve Dr. Halsey, and all her data on the Forerunners. Priority 1 was to retrieve any usable technologies to combat the Covenant, alongside the infamous Doctor, as she was the one with most knowledge about them in the world. Secondary objects included establishing a link to the planet's communication systems and, of course, retrieving the Vice Admiral, and Spartans of Gamma Company. B312 and A266 would join Sierra 053 and Sierra 143 as part of Black Team on board an unnamed Oni Prowler headed for Onyx. Parangosky sat down the datapad and closed her eyes. She didn't have the mental fortitude to go through the report of the Flood again. Not today, at least. Her next task was an ugly one. A visit with the Covenant's prophets. Questioning had yielded 0 usable results. She would see how torture had fared. Harming the prophets was out of the question, but locking them in an environment deprived of stimuli that was something even Oni spies could only withstand a month or two. The smaller and older one had cracked almost immediately, though not in the way she had hoped. It seemed his mind was fractured between the events on their command center and the disappearance of their holy temple. Evidently, the temple he spoke of was a Forerunner ship that had 3 stowaways in the shape of Spartan Grey Team, none of which she believed she would ever see again. The one called Mercy was nothing more than broken nerves accompanied by the ramblings of a madman. She could leave his questioning to Saren. She had to earn her stripes and pay her dues before she could rise higher. Margaret would take the Prophet of Truth, an ironic name considering the facts, from Sierra 117's and Cortana's report. He had tried to bribe, intimidate, shock, and kill them, but not once had he simply tried to have a conversation without lies. Her bones brittled thinking about the alien. She was getting too old for this. Sooner or later, she was going to have to retire, and so long as there was a war against the alien civilizations out there, she couldn't. She didn't see the point in the retirement if the Covenant would come knocking on their first priority. She had a year or 2 left in her. Hopefully, it would be enough to train Saren to make her own decisions. A year or 2. It would have to do. Admiral Parangosky tapped away at the console, logging off and disabling it. It was an instinct at this point, almost as much as breathing was. Once the screen went a dull dark, she stood, took a smaller of the pads on her desk, and approached the door. It was a small brick made entirely of paper. It was her own little black book, where her secrets went to die. No encryption index or deciphering codex could beat old paper and carbon. Once at the door, she said,
"Take Mikazuchi, if any pressing matters come up while I'm down there, have Walters come and get me. I don't care if the man is almost 80, the stair climb will do him some good. Mouths and ears only. 0 transmissions. And wake BB up. He's going to want to see my report."
The hologram of a tiny man in a full plate of blue samurai armor gave a non-verbal gesture to communicate an affirmative. He clasped onto the hilt of his holographic 12th century sword and bowed his head. Parangosky walked through the hatch, then followed the hallway down to an emergency staircase. She painstakingly walked down each flight, thinking about the dispensation of the little blue AI man. He was coming up on 7 years, and her new personal AI, Black Box, had already been commissioned. Over the next few weeks, he would take over for Takemikazuchi, and the AI would be deleted forever. She reached a final set of manual doors, inserted a round metallic key, and turned the knob. Once inside, She walked past a series of large metal sheets until she was completely and utterly encapsulated by them. The moment she had cleared the entrance, a current of high voltage sparked back on. It was effectively a fairway cage of massive proportions. She veered to her left where a man stood beside a large electrical switch. He tipped his hat to avert eye contact with her, and she walked past paying no mind, watching the other half a dozen empty cells. After walking in the increasingly cramped tunnel, she reached a blacked-out set of doors with a half-faded Oni logo. It wasn't the modern style they used for secret documents and the like. No, it was the one that had survived for over 300 years. An upside-down eagle, as if it was diving, searching for prey, with a small triangle hooked between its talons encased by a larger circle. She let the guards, the ones in full blacked-out ODST armor, open the doors for her. At her age, the heavy metal frames were more of a challenge than she would have liked. Once inside, the space beyond seemed more like a regular 22nd century office, except for the lack of any actual electronics. Not that they would have worked in there, but it was a clear difference between the upstairs and downstairs settings. The place was nearly empty, which she prided herself on, while her predecessor had at one point assigned her here, in this bullpen of secret minds, along anywhere between 20 and 30 others. She had done away with them the moment she had taken office. She was the head of the Office of Naval Intelligence, and with that title came a lot of guns aimed at her head. The makeshift office only had 4 occupied desks, 2 empty chairs, and 2 with officers the rest of the world had never even heard of, or were convincingly presumed dead. One of the empty cubicles belonged to Saren Osman, her protege, who by the looks of it had already begun to interrogate the Prophet of Mercy. Of course, Parangosky would have to review Osman's notes at a later point, but this was the kind of high-priority task that was a teaching opportunity. After she had taken the young girl under her wing, she had strived to teach her everything she possibly could about deceit, espionage, and manipulation. It was the 3 qualities that made someone an Oni officer. The second lesson had been in the importance of secrets, a lesson that had taken 20 years to teach, but Parangosky was convinced Saren understood better than anyone now. She walked past her surrogate daughter's desk onto an empty chair. There was no plate, no tag, no marks, or any visible dissertation to know whose desk it was, aside from a single picture of a man in his mid-40s with a young boy on his lap. The picture was covered in a mountain of dust that made the boy's thick red hair look almost brown. She looked away. Even she had feelings, and this was one of her blind spots. She looked away from Emmett Walter's family and finished the rest of the way with resolve. At the end of a large room laid a final door, a white slab of concrete which required polyester plastic hybrid materials to slide open with the help of 4 ODSTs. They split into groups of 2, and the pair entered the room. They exited with an alien on their back. It had a long winding neck and long earlobes that dangled softly against its pale face. Thick white bushy eyebrows lined along the upper lip of his eyelid, and a row more where his lashes would have been if he were human. Line after line of stacked flesh that formed a wrinkle layer rippled down his long neck. She stared at the milky white eyes, leaving until she could no longer hear his ramblings. Once the second pair entered the room and the prisoner didn't respond, she walked in. The 2 orbital dropshock troopers stepped aside, parting for her, then stepped out of the room. The thing was taller than her, nearly a meter taller, but it hunched its back and had not even come to its feet in attention. It sat cross-legged, as if meditating, on a corner where 2 gentle walls met. Parangosky looked at the creature over her with her chin pointed straight up. She hoped mannerisms as such translated between species clearly. She was looking down on him, and she wanted him to know that.
So you must be the prophet of...
She trailed off and looked at her notes. The page read something about investigating the potential of a cloned being in the outer colonies, deep behind what was now considered lost space. The note had nothing to do with the prophet, but it was all about the image she had to put on for the alien. She continued as if she found the right place in her notes.
Ah, yes, the prophet of truth. It seems we have much to talk about.
October 10th, 2552, 0600 hours. Enceladus Observatory, communication station. A shit detail on a shit outpost. That's what this was. If he had known his superiors were gonna give him the rough end of the boot once he got back from Outpost Guala, he would have stayed inside the mine another week or 2, instead of coming to this hellhole. The cold just didn't suit him, and it wasn't just the cold he had a problem with. There was never anything to do around. His day consisted of waking up at 0400, reporting for duty at 0430, then fucking off for an hour while waiting for the sergeant to read out mission status and sorting through the daily motivational junk mail on Waypoint. At 0600, he would venture out into the snow and check for the communications array emergency power cells. Each battery had enough charge to last 7 years, which begged the question why the UNSC saw this post as worthy of having on site 10 personnel, while there were worlds burning on the other side of the galactic arm. Alexander slowly smushed down a mound of snow, stumping it out to even a flattened road. The low gravity made the task more difficult than if he were on Earth, but by the same token, it made it possible. The snow was hundreds of meters thick that would normally be impossible to traverse in regular atmosphere, but on Enceladus, it was the boredom of everyday life. Once he'd gotten back to base, it was time for some hot coffee and a robe. Then, sit for the rest of his 12-hour shift monitoring a black screen and an array of telemetry readers. This was where careers went to die, where soldiers were forgotten and left to rot. When he finally glanced over the clock on the wall, one of those old-time mechanical clocks whose hands spun around a disc with the numbers that dictated time, he noticed the shift was almost halfway over. Typically, he refused to even glance in the direction of the clock. Knowing what time it was only made the day go by slower, especially when he had nothing but time. He stood stretching out his arms and legs and wandered to the nearest restroom. After a much-needed session in the bathroom, he headed back to his post, this time taking the scenic route, the cafeteria. It wasn't so much a mess hall or cafeteria as much as it was 3 vending machines sitting in a corner idly accompanied by a table and a pair of chairs. Alexander eyeballed the options, all of which he knew by heart, and none of which he liked. It wasn't a matter of liking or disliking them, but only a matter of staving off the boredom. He chose the flashiest option, pressed a series of buttons, and held up his wrist to the scanner, where he found the device was subtracting 13 credits from his personal account. After a few huffs and puffs from the machine, it finally spat out his new treats and a fresh new cup of coffee. He walked and ate as slow as he possibly could, but still found his way back to his chair in 10 minutes flat. He approached the chair and saw a dozen flashing red lights. For a moment, he panicked, wondering if he had spilled coffee on the machine again. But unlike last time, the red flashing lights had vanished as the console and instruments short-circuited. This time, there was no sign of spillage, which immediately worried him. He took it all back. He loved this post. He didn't want any action. Whatever was coming through had to be a fluke. He was mad. He thought of the Covenant. He felt a great sadness over him. If it was the Covenant, they had found him, and they would destroy everything and everyone. Alexander was experiencing every stage of grief all at once. Before he could react and attend the monitor, the doors of his compartment shut open. 4 men in uniforms rushed in past him, ignoring him and his console. They all ran up to the window. He turned to look, but couldn't make out what was happening beyond the group of enlisted blocking the view. Then finally remembered his own monitor was picking up everything that was happening outside. On the screen, he read out 12 slip-space signatures. It wasn't regular ruptures in the fabric of space-time. No, these were huge. Possibly Covenant huge, he thought. 6 of the signatures corresponded to vessels over 5 kilometers in length. 2 of them were roughly 3 kilometers, and the last 2 were 8 kilometers. His jaw was wide apart, and his fingers lost the grip on the torn rim of the coffee cup. The scalding hot coffee cup soaked through his garments and into his skin. The burn was the least of his problem, however. He pressed the big red button at the end of the table. A pre-recorded signal had been sent out to Rhino Group of the 3rd Fleet. That was their problem now. Alexander would concern himself with his desk duties while the poor suckers intercepted strange alien ships. He looked at his console again to see the strange ships hailing him. Not the station. Him. It was a civilian code, which the station had ignored, but not his personal device. The rest of the men in the bay compartment reacted similarly as they looked down to their own wristwatches, pockets, and tablets. He tried to answer the hailing, but before he could, 11 of the ships opened a new rupture in subspace. Whatever the ships were, or whoever they belonged to, their technology was well advanced of the UNSC's. The ships had only come out of subspace for seconds before jumping back in. Maybe they were some sort of scouting force or emissaries. The last of the ships that had remained was one of the 3-kilometer-long cascading V-shaped vessels. Alexander stared at his monitor as Battle Group Rhino engaged. Standing orders were to engage anything that didn't ping as friendly if it so much as entered Sol. But who was to say the strange alien ships knew any of that? Archer missiles struck the hull, then nothing. It didn't react. Another volley struck at the center of the alien ship, and this time, a bright red pulse covered the white and black ship. From under the carriage stock, a red beam fired at one of the frigates. In a single hit, the UNSC Totem Lake went dark. The The kilometer-long frigate split wide open, like a tree one axe swing away from tipping over. 3 smaller craft appear at the base of the alien ship, approached the totem lake, boarded it, and left all in the span of 5 minutes. Once clear of the frigate, the alien vessel opened a new vector into subspace and jumped through. The totem lake soon thereafter went critical with all hands lost. The events had lasted no more than 10 minutes and had been the most exciting part of his entire career. But now, all he wished was for some peace and quiet for the rest of his days on Enceladus. October 10th, 2552, Planet Earth. When Maria had woken up, she hadn't expected 30 new messages on her personal comm network, much less half of them containing serial numbers she was deeply familiar with. About 20 of the Priority 1 messages had been from officers from both ONI and HICOM, requesting she reported for a secret assignment at 1200 sharp at the base of Quito Space Elevator. She ignored the messages and scrolled through one with a call sign of Sierra. She jumped out of bed and rushed for the shower. After reading the full message through a stream of falling water droplets, she dressed into proper fatigues and tidied up her morning routine. First was a thorough brush of her teeth, then a deeper inspection of her vitals, then a proper meal. Though sometimes she felt guilty about living a soft and gentle life while the rest of her company fought the hard fight out in the reaches of space. She knew this was the best life she could live, and doing so, honored every one of them. She walked into the bedroom of an 8-year-old boy. His features were the song that hummed in her heart. After her injury in the line of duty during the evacuation of New Harmony, she'd been left torn apart by plasma lances. It had taken a year of constant surgeries to bring her back to consciousness, but the UNSC had spared no cost. Not for a Spartan. Though she was no longer a Spartan, prolonged exposure to the glasslands of New Harmony had left her DNA damaged with traces of radiation that should have killed her, and yet she was relearning to walk, run, and soon fight again. But she would never be a frontline combatant. Not the Grim Reaper demon the Covenant saw when they stared at her visor. Maria had instead retired from being a Spartan and left Silver Team 1 member short. Not long after, the members of Silver Team had vanished with no trace behind enemy lines and assumed KIA. Though in true Spartan fashion, Riz, Kai, and Vanek were listed as MIA per protocol. It ate at her every day. The constant thought that if she had been there for Silver Team, they might have been able to return. It was a sorrowful thought, but she comforted herself with the image on her locket. The picture was of her son, Jonathan. She had given birth to a boy on March 17, 2544, and found it an appropriate name given her connection to John 117. Unlike the Master Chief, the child had a comfortable life, one where the thought of war had never reached. Maria knew what Halsey and Oni Section 3 had done to them was wrong, but she refused to hold it against them. When the Covenant came, they were the shield that stood between the Covenant's sword. The Master Chief and the rest of the Spartans were the only thing that had successfully slowed the Covenant, and without the extra time they had bought humanity, her son might have never been born. Maria finished her preparations, entering the room of the still sleeping 8-year-old. She gently kissed his forehead and closed the door with a smooth slide. In minutes, she was driving a car down the express lane through downtown Ecuador. She would reach Ecuador Quito base, which rested at the bottom of the massive structure known as a space elevator. The lift was used to ferry equipment, passengers, and even vehicles to low orbit, where they could be picked up by waiting prowlers, frigates, and freighters. Quito base had been aptly built in order to transport and manage outgoing goods, such as food and fuel. Out of all 6 of Earth's space elevators, Quito was the one with the least amount of foot traffic. As most of its cargo was relegated to fair climate crops, it also had the least amount of prying eyes, which worked well to hide a 7.5-foot tall woman packing 300 pounds of muscle. Maria used the time between lift stops to read the rest of the message on her datapad. 2 requests from tags ID'd as Sierra had requested to see her. 2 different Spartans. She wasn't sure if each had their own agenda or they simply wanted to see her, but either option was fine by her. She hardly ever got to see Spartans anymore. The thought, however, was troubling. 2 Spartans on Earth could not be a good sign, especially not after the battle for Reach. Though she had believed all Spartans had died on Reach, the fact that some remained was a good sign, as good as any anyway. Not that she would have known about the Spartans' disappearances, or what had really happened on Reach, considering nearly all information about the Spartans was top secret, even from her, a former Spartan. Her only source for what had transpired had been a message from Dr. Catherine Halsey, 3 months prior, inquiring about her son. Dr. Halsey may have had been like a mother to the Spartans during their training years and overprotective after their graduation, but now that she was a mother herself, she saw that Halsey was nothing like that to them. She had just been the person with the most to lose if her experiment was washed. Even with the contempt of motherhood, Maria appreciated Halsey keeping her on the loop of current events regarding her brothers and sisters still fighting the good fight. By the time the lift had made its final stop, she found herself floating and the chamber fully pressurized with the atmosphere. When the cargo unloading bay doors opened, a dozen men in astro-operational suits entered with slow, controlled steps to avoid flying off. Earth's gravity was severely weakened this far up, but not entirely gone, and a single misstep could send her and the small men in the bay floating into bulkheads. Once she had loaded as many cargo containers onto the supply dropship as the rest of the men, she climbed on board their transport ship herself. She flashed a quick ID and was waved through. Of course, the badge was fake, a fictitious identity given to her by Oni to bypass these sort of interactions. Whatever the men in tiny uniforms were left thinking after seeing the hulking woman who had cut their shift down by half the work and time was inconsequential. Once the transport ship reached its destination, a caravan-class freighter bound for a colony 12 light-years away, she would bail out with a UNSC Pelican the ship had on board with this very purpose. She wondered what other blackroom deals the captain of the freighter had done with the Oni, or the UNSC for that matter, which had forced him to keep a Pelican on standby for military use. She would flash the fake badge at an unsuspecting pilot, relieve him of the Pelican, and fly in low orbit through a prepared flight solution to her destination. The flight solution would be pre-programmed to fly through a conveniently black spot within Earth satellite surveillance. She sat on the pilot's chair, pressed the necessary buttons to request permission to exit the freighter, and started the primary engine's warm-up routine. Once the all-clear had come through, she used the Pelican's jets to hover ever so slightly above the platform it was on. She activated the thrusters to move the Pelican out of the hangar, then fed fuel to the lines until the jets carried her out. Once she was clear of the freighter, she took a turn, waited for the freighter to make its final checks, and jumped to slipspace before she turned the Pelican back around and followed the selected flight plan. 2 hours later, her flight came to an end. She touched down on UNSC orbital platform Cairo station. The moment she exited the Pelican, a woman in UNSC attire greeted her. Her long black hair hid her insignia and name, but Maria didn't think it was a mistake. Hiding her name and rank was intentional. Clearly, the woman was Oni, posing as part of the UNSC. Maria did not salute. Instead, she shook the woman's hand with a mutual understanding the woman was not who she was pretending to be. They shared pleasantries and followed a series of corridors with dozens of men and women in uniform running around carrying out their daily tasks. Though Maria had been on Cairo a handful of times since its inauguration over the last month, this visit seemed more tense. There was no downtime to listen or digest new orders. She walked with the woman while listening to her new assignment. The long-haired woman was vague and coy, but in not so many words had told Maria she would be testing out a top-secret equipment. It was one of her favorite pastimes, being a crash test dummy. Not only did it pay well, but it also allowed her to stay in the reserves and listen to the chatter between the enlisted. It gave her an insight into how the war was truly going, unfiltered by the propaganda. The new piece of equipment was an interesting thought, however. Only a few months prior, she had tested out the new Mjolnir Mark V armor. And if they wanted a Spartan, or rather a former Spartan, for the test, then it had to be something of that caliber. Of course, total secrecy was one option. Spartans would go to the grave with their secrets, which could have been one of the reasons she was chosen over another operative. But the situation just didn't pass the sniff test, in her opinion. The woman with long black hair left the chamber, and soon, 2 men in white uniforms entered the room. She recognized the captain and vice admiral from the row of medals on their chest alone. She snapped to attention, saluting. She was in the reserves, but that didn't mean she didn't follow the chain of command still. The older of the 2 men, the one with the extra row of insignias and medals on his chest, told her to stand down. Shortly thereafter, they explained to her the purpose of her visit to the orbital platform. She would be testing out a new platform of Mjolnir battle armor during its final phase of production. She had suspected something as such was the plan, but decided to ask why now. It had only been a few months since the latest and newest platform had rolled out 24 suits. It had taken the UNSC decades to reverse engineer the shielding module from a Jagos handheld portable shield, which had been implemented to previous versions of Mjolnir armor. But in the span of a few months, The UNSC had not only taken that technology but improved upon it. The mere breakthrough of shielding had been a floodgate that had led to experimental designs with energy shields across the entire branch. The Vice Admiral had excused himself as he needed to take care of urgent matters. The transmission had been directly to Admiral's earpiece, but as a Spartan with a myriad of enhancements, one of which was the ability to hear a heartbeat on the next room, she could make out the words in the transmission as clear as day. A series of suspicious slipspace signatures had entered the solar system and promptly exited, but not before engaging Battle Group Rhino. Third Fleet had reported in a casualty. The UNSC Totem Lake was lost with all hands, and the final unidentified ship had bogeyed out into slipspace as fast as it had arrived. She didn't like the sound of that, but she couldn't react to the news. It would have been seen as a form of eavesdropping, even if it was unintentional. Once the Admiral had cleared the room and she could no longer hear his tattered breathing, she had turned to the captain to ask about the armor's field test. She would be dropping from high orbit into Earth's gravity well, descend with a re-entry pack, land on a field to test both her combat capabilities and the suits, as well as an improved version of the energy shields on the new Mjolnir Mark 6. With the help of the 340 ODST company, they would stress test the suit before giving it a passing grade or a failure. The test had been scheduled for 10 days out, but had been moved up thanks to some new research and development intel the UNSC had gotten their hands on. The mere comment of such sparked her attention. After connecting some dots, she realized some of the Spartans were on Earth for this very reason. They must have had a massive breakthrough after the fall of Reach, no doubt in part to the reports of hundreds of ships that had burnt out the planet. Reach had fallen, but her hunch told her Sierra Company had managed to get something of high value off the Covenant. Though it would not compare to the massive loss of life and the glassing of the planet, it was a step in the right direction. Anything that could help them fight back was a win in her book. Maria 062 saluted the man and walked down the corridor to the expecting team of lab assistants. She stood on the armor refit platform and extended her arms out while 4 of the men and women in lab coats, masks, and protective equipment loaded her up from head to toe with the new set of armor. Once fully encased and the pressure seal was latched, her back stiffened just the way she liked. The suit was a marvel. If Mark V had been a joyride, this was like walking bear. It felt like a second skin. Her most minute of impulses and thoughts were carried out by the suit with ease. After the initial boot up, she felt the energy shielding kick in. It lifted her off the ground, threatening to knock her off balance, but soon she adjusted the shield strength. With nothing more than a thought, she reduced both the strength of the shields and her boots and hands. It wouldn't be a proper test if she couldn't walk or hold a weapon. After which, she pressed herself against another platform, where a re-entry pack used by hell jumpers in particular was attached to her back. Once ready, she grabbed the Series 99 S2 sniper rifle and loaded into the Pelican awaiting. She could see the station in the distance growing smaller and smaller until it was gone. After a few more minutes, the bay door opened and a stream of air threatened to push her out. The magnetic clamps on her boots activated. Maria stood still, letting the cabin pressure equalize with the vacuum of space, then stepped out to the edge of the lowered ramp. A waypoint painted blue appeared on her heads-up display and synced with her current position. The mark was over Songnam, Korea, and several thousand kilometers away. She took a handful of steps, then ran out of the back of the D-77 Pelican backwards. Instantly, she could feel herself weighed down by the planet's gravity well, catching her stray vector. She began to descend until her suit could detect hints of atmosphere. Once she had crossed the 25,000 kilometer mark, she felt the full weight of gravity begin to bog her down, accelerating faster and faster. Flames began to wrap around her body, and she could hear several persons in her comms. The suit read out their names and ranks on the corner of her heads-up display, but she didn't bother to look. Once the suit's onboard computer realized she was actively ignoring the display by the rank and titles, it hid them. She was impressed with the subtleness of the detail. The men and women monitoring her reported several biometrics, from her pulse to oxygen intake and the suit's stability. They were optimal, which was the only thing she cared about. Once she had reached terminal velocity and her re-entry pack had burnt out, she turned mid-air and took the S2 sniper rifle up to her chest. The reticle of the smart scope linked to her neural net and appeared crisp and clear on her heads-up display. She approached the ground quickly and let out a full magazine of shots into a bunch of dummies on the field. The mannequins had been stuffed to look like regular Covenant battle squads. It consisted of a single elite, 2 jackals, and 5 grunts. She took out the elite and jackals with her first magazine, as well as the only grunt facing her position. After a quick reload, she took 4 more shots, unequivocally hitting the last 4 targets, all while her chute opened and jerked her around. Once she had reached a comfortable distance, to less than a click from solid ground, she ditched the parachute and landed to a hard tuck and roll. On approach, she had noticed the squadron of ODSCs laying in wait. She wasted no time rolling to the left and throwing her sniper rifle at the farthest trooper. The weapon was effective at long ranges, but at this range, they would be on her before she could load another magazine into her rifle. Once the cloud of dust had settled, she had already moved in to intercept the well-trained Marines. They had expected her to go into the offensive and had spread out to engage her from every angle. Their expectations had been met with her kicking one in the chest, though she had held back to avoid killing the man, then a love tap on the shoulder of another, which at her speed and weight had knocked him out cold instantly. She grabbed the limp body as a meat shield, blocking the incoming waves of paint propellants. It was a training exercise, but they had to take the engagement as if it was real and their lives depended on it. She took the Marines' SMG and put it to work on the remaining ODSTs. Swatches of paint blacked out 2 of their helmets, namely, the ones with a clear line of sight on her. The other 2 tried to get as far away from her as they could, but found the hard way what feats of strength the Spartans were capable of. She threw the limp man at one, running for cover, and closed the distance to the second in a single stride. She tagged them with some added strength unintentionally and sent him back reeling in pain. Once the lot were down, she moved forward in the direction of her marker. Ahead, she could see a small town of abandoned buildings, something probably built and abandoned in the 22nd century. She rushed forward, ignoring the signals of one of the downed men indicating Echo Squad's failure to stop the Spartan. As obvious a trap as the situation was, she had to test the total functions of the armor and decided to push on ahead. From the windows of the buildings, a pair of turrets emerged. 2 tri-barreled mounted guns spun up, sending up dust and paint across the sand. She made a personal note to the armor, letting the instructors know she could have taken out the guns from the distance, but wanted to test out the energy shielding on the new model. She stopped running in a frantic zigzag maneuver and rushed forward, soaking in several hits of the painted pellets. The capsules containing varying colors of acrylic paint splashed against her shields and popped, spilling wet paint on the dirt below. Once sufficiently satisfied the shields were functional and could withstand a constant rate of fire, she ran up to the building and jumped. In Earth's gravity, the jump could easily clear 2 stories of the building ahead. She crashed through the window, knocking down the gunner and sending him tumbling sideways. She turned to walk at a door and found a new surprise. A wall of flames erupted, washing around the armor like a misbehaved lover. She eyed the heatsink on the display, but neither the energy shielding nor the armor had been inconvenienced. She moved to block the jarhead on the floor from the spreading flames and waited until the accelerant had burnt itself out. Then, checked the man over once to make sure he was still breathing, and looted the body for equipment. Once the sounds of blazing flames had vanished, she began hearing a chorus of strained heartbeats and accelerated breaths. She smiled inside her helmet. The ambush was a front for a second ambush. She stripped a grenade loose from the Marine on the ground and removed the pin, then gently let it walk past the doorway. A woman behind the arch of the doorway yelled out, "Grenade!" But by then, it was too late. Splashes of white and blue covered the wall in hard coats of paint. She walked past the threshold to see a row of frowning ODSTs covered in paint. A loud buzz rang from outside, and the crew of the 340 stood down. The exercise was over. She returned the weapon she had borrowed back to her holsters and backed out of the building unscathed. After the rendezvous with the captain of the platoon, he questioned her about the sentiment toward the suit. Much to her surprise, the man was asking her as a person how it felt to ride into battle in that armor, not as a Spartan receiving an upgrade. Once she had cleared the armor with more than satisfactory discipline, she gave the man a final salute. Something in the back of her mind decided to ask a new line of question, however.
Sir, permission to speak freely?
Permission granted.
Who is this armor being shipped to next?
We're not shipping it out anywhere. We're taking it back to Cairo.
Yes, but whose hands is it going to?
I'm disappointed you haven't figured that out yet.
John? John is here?
If you're referring to Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, yes. Suddenly, the bells rang in her head. There was a large Spartan presence on Earth, and they were mobilizing every last bit of reinforcements they could to protect the world from an incoming attack. Her test of the new Mjolnir's capabilities was to arm the Master Chief one last time before a large battle. She figured if the suit was going to John, and John was the leader of the Spartans, she could catch up with the rest of Sierra Company if she followed the armor.
Any chance I can catch a ride with you, sir?
October 10, 2552, Planet Earth. After 2 hours of interrogation with the worm-headed snake creature calling itself a prophet, Margaret had learned very little about the Covenant and their inner workings. She had, however, learned exactly what kind of man the Prophet was. The creature had been supercilious and arrogant. He believed himself above all creatures and worthy of respect, even from her, a lowly human who would meet her end when the Covenant arrived to their pathetic planet. Though he constantly implied he had a divine right to judge humans as lesser, nothing in the creature's words had painted as such. The layers of pompous authority all stacked upon a foundation of insecurity and blatant lies. His story didn't add up even after the smallest effort to scrutinize it. He'd attempted to bribe her, intimidate, shock, and confuse her. When that hadn't worked, he had attempted to make her feel the weight of helplessness and despair of knowing the Covenant had thousands of ships left. His threats yielding zero results and having no legs to stand on, as she had already known this information. He believed himself smarter and more conniving, but the creature hardly knew who he was threatening. She had used the information of the bomb left behind on High Charity to get him to talk about the city's defense, then cross-referenced notes from the AI Cortana about the number of ships stationed around the super city. If they were accurate, the Covenant had nearly 5,000 ships spread out through the entire Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy. The Prophet revealed a host of other enslaved species, noting that humans were so far below them they wouldn't be allowed a seat in their union. He'd also rambled on about some holy ones, but it was clear he spoke the words with an awful taste in his mouth, as if he didn't believe it himself. After tiring himself out, he had lowered his guard even more, and finally a ray of truth shone through the cracks of his speech. The key takeaways from his sermon had been illuminating. Not only would the capture of the High Prophets never lead to a ceasefire, but it was more likely that now, without mercy or truth, at the seat of power, the final prophet would be easier to manipulate. The Prophet of Truth had believed, with the ship in the center of their dome-shaped city gone, the final prophet would try to declare himself as sole leader of the Covenant and begin a new age to be revered as a living god. Neither of which would sit well with some of the species. That was an inner turmoil they could exploit. But based on his intel, the Covenant already knew of Earth, and formulating a plan to take advantage of such information could take years. She was convinced the alien valued his life far above any others, which would certainly help if she planned to use him as a bartering chip. While not as potent as she originally believed, neither were the Covenant. The fleet on and around High Charity had numbered over 2,000, making it nearly 4 times as large as Earth's. Even with that fleet gone or heavily damaged by the Nova bomb, neither home field advantage nor the orbital platforms could overcome the odds of fighting the rest of the Covenant Empire, especially when a single Covenant ship was the equivalent to 5 or 6 of the UNSCs. She hated Halsey, but wondered if stalling for time was the best option yet. Perhaps if she could contact the other races the Covenant had enslaved, they could form a formidable coalition against the large armada. But that was as much of a possibility as the Covenant fracturing on its own. Until now, they hadn't even known about these other species, and without the ability to reach or communicate with them, they might as well not exist. The best bit of information she had learned from her meeting, before it had been cut short, was the Covenant was a union, but they weren't solidified. They had plenty of inner struggles, and if she played her cards right, she could chip away at those conflicts, if given enough time. She cut the interrogation short when a man in his mid-70s entered the room abruptly. The news of an unauthorized subspace entry into the Sol system was dire, but not unexpected. The shocking part of the news had been the ship's origin. They had not identified as human nor Covenant, but instead transmitted a signal on a civilian frequency. Their ID tag traced back to an Albert McConnell, a scientist who had gone missing, presumably dead during the fall of Sire 7. That was a link she would have to investigate at a later date. For now, it was all hands on the incoming armada, at least after she dove into the similarity between the reports of the flood creatures and the outbreak on the prison ship, the Mona Lisa. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation, 9th cycle, 78 units, Covenant calendar, October 10th, 2552, United Earth Government calendar. Supreme Commander of the Fleet of Particular Justice, Thel Vadamee, watched the forward view screens as 216 subspace signatures flooded his field of vision. Along the already gathered ships, the cluster of space between the broken band of holy artifact and the gravity well of the gas giant made the space feel packed. A sense of claustrophobia peaked its ugly mandibles on the corner of his mind, especially after fighting the monstrous creatures calling themselves the Flood. The gathering of nearly 600 shipmasters was instrumental. Vadamee had never seen such a gathering before, not even during his ascension to Supreme Commander. This was only orchestrated to please the Imperial Admiral and his forces. Such show of force had been unnecessary, but he understood the Covenant needed to show unity and strength in these trying times more than ever before. He stood from the command chair of the bridge and disrobed his ceremonial cape. He had made his peace with what came next. He would have to face judgment from those who had once been his peers. The many shipmasters of what remained of the Covenant had gathered on the husk of the broken ring, and they demanded blood. Thel Vadamee walked through the many corridors of the silent succor. His head hung low with the weight of shame. His mandibles remained firm, for his words were meaningless. His hands far removed from the grasp of his energy sword on his belt. He would answer for his failures with his life. Of that, he was convinced. After taking a short ride on board a phantom transport, he disembarked inside the stellar ship known as the Sublime Transcendence. How truly sublime was the ship. From the hangar to the bridge, a row of shipmasters and their attendants formed a tight formation. They had all come on board to hear the words from the Imperial Admiral's wisdom. Thel Vadamee turned the corridor and hallway, noting the large open bulkheads and the wide corridors. It was a ship of beautiful design, but with much wasted space. At least that was his first thought. That was until he entered the Oration Council chamber, where hundreds of elites of all the major ranks gathered. First came large and imposing Zanheeli in grey armor with crown-shaped helms. There were more than 2 handfuls, and perhaps they were the last of their kind in all the cosmos. They were the members of the High Council, the body of a government that had overseen the entire Covenant. Their authority was that of voting on the Council's affairs, while their responsibility was carrying out and executing the Council's will. Directly seated below them, there were 60-some in white armors of nobility. They were the heads of clans and entire bloodlines that history favored. Next were the ones in shimmering gold armors. Their harnesses reflected brightly from 1,000 simmering lights. They were the shipmasters of the fleet, those who were worthy to have their own command, those numbered in the hundreds, though in the entire crowd there were only about 34 of them who wore capes of old tradition. 34 fleet masters were gathered, spread amongst nearly 700 ships. Surely there were more keeps, with more shipmasters and more fleets left out there in the vast reaches of the Covenant Empire, but Thel was afraid to know how many. He saw many familiar faces in the crowds. He looked for certain faces in the crowd and only found sorrow. If they were still defending Zanheelios or on a far distant outpost, he didn't know. But if they were near High Charity during Yas Durvat, then there was no hope of ever seeing them again. Vadamee walked past a line of guard in red armor, the honor guard who yet lived. Behind them sat a line of 36 Sanshayum. They were minor prophets and ministries who had been on board differing Covenant ships away from High Charity. This was quite possibly all there was left of the entire race, erased from existence, vanquished in a single moment of fire. The event had become known as Yas Durvat for its roots in Zanheeli mythology. During the worship of the old gods, it was said that one day the demigod Kel Darsam would return to clash with the 9 serpents of Dur-Adur again. The battle would be so massive and epic in scale that the waves would sink the islands and soon the entire world. First Zanheelios would drown in a massive flood of blood, then burn in a pyre set ablaze by the cracking of the world itself. Considering the release of the parasite on the holy relic, which had been known to the foreigners as the Flood, and the crackling flame where High Charity once stood, the event had reawakened an old faith in some. Nevertheless, the heresy of open worship of the old gods, the event had been prophesied. The apocalyptic event had many names in the other tongues of the Covenant species, but now was colloquially known as the Great Devastation. Thel walked over the differently colored steps of metal that reached an open circle 30 units in diameter. He looked around at the booing crowds and the heckling from the many spectators. He stood there with his great shame soaking in the deserved hatred, thinking of the holy relic and its loss. A set of doors partitioned on the far end of the room across from him, and 16 beings came out, 2 of which were Sanshayum, and 2 accompanying grunts for each one. They wore the purple and white tunics denoting their ranks as deacon of the Covenant. They formed each side by side with their assigned minor prophet and stood in reverence beside their floating chairs. The rest were Zanheeli, 8 of which had the long purple blood-shaded capes denoting their rank as fleet masters. Indeed, he had known more had to have survived. The last to enter the room were Zo Vasarumi, and finally, the massive Zanheeli, the Imperial Admiral himself, Zaitanjar Watinri, entered the chamber, followed by complete silence. His steps boomed across the decks and a sense of excellency wafted across his very presence. Zoe walked closer to the center of the circle and placed the cube object on the center. The box began to make connection with the other cubes laid around at 30-degree intervals of the circle. While the elite in black armor attended to this, the Imperial Admiral fixed his gaze on Thel. Thel returned the look, then tried to break eye contact, but looking at Zaitan made him feel as the entire oration chamber was empty. He was the sole focus of the Admiral's attention for a moment of which couldn't have lasted more than a centile, but felt like an entire lifetime. Two of the guards at the end of the semicircle approached Thel, attempting to relieve him of his weapons, but stopped once the Imperial Admiral gave them a look of disapproval. The pair lowered their heads and backed away. Watinri took a step forward, then another and another until he was face to face with the Admiral. Though face to face wasn't quite apt, as the mighty Senhili stood over a full unit taller than Thel. Watinri was the third tallest Senhili to have ever lived, only slightly shorter than the Abomination and the demigod, Keldarzan himself. At 3.5 units tall, his presence wasn't just massive, it was overwhelming. Zaitan began a slow walk around Thel, observing him, taking note of the dents in his armor, the scorch marks on the breastplate, the cut on Thel's brow, and the signs of many battles gone by. Watinri stopped beside Thel and grabbed the sword off his wayside. He examined the blade thoroughly, then handed it back. He turned his back on Thel and walked over the cube. He centered himself on top of the boxed object and waited in silence while the rest of the objects connected to one another. One of the Senshayum made a hissing sound, rolling his eyes. Zaitan paid it no mind, but the same could not be said for the rest. One of the 8 sitting 4 chairs away spoke first.
Do you have something to say, Minister of Horticulture?
This charlatan wastes time with pageantry and showmanship during a time of great crisis. The humans desecrated the holy city and the holy ring, and we are bound to this circle while we watch a dance of incompetence. We should not be sitting here. We should combine with the Prophet of Regret at once. We've all heard his message. Why are we not already on our way to Erde Tyrene?
There are many matters to discuss. I would not expect a minor prophet to understand the logistics needed to coordinate our next steps.
Blasphemer! We are the voice of the gods. I demand this bungler's head.
The Senshayum screamed with hysteria, pointing a frail, sickly finger in the direction of the Senhili who had spoken. No one made any moves to apprehend the fleet master of the fleet of flaming essence.
Do you not see what has happened? We must combine our fleet with the Prophet of Regrets and the rest of the Covenant and strike back at the humans.
Our fleet? And who do you suggest leads this combined fleet?
Why, the prophets, of course, you sniveling heretic.
The words were daggers cutting through the air. Even in the large chamber, it was obvious everyone had heard the minor prophet. Many whispers and conversations erupted from the crowd. He looked around at the discussions, catching several repeated sentiments. Watinri took a step forward and the crowd silenced once more. It was the immense presence he commanded that had lulled the conversations, not the booming of his weight shifting.
You have wasted the Imperial Admiral's time long enough.
A moniker of self-importance. One I will strip once I rise to High Prophet.
That is what you believe, is it? With 2 of the High Prophets missing, you can rise and usurp their place? Lead the Covenant under your own banner?
Of course. Who else but the God-Blessed can lead the weak? Under my guidance, we will rebuild. Put an end to the humans and...
The 3.5 tall unit Senhili turned in the prophet's direction and gave a non-verbal sign with the lower mandible of his jaw. In an instant, the guard in the crimson-red armor of Honor Guard, directly behind him, snapped to attention. The Senhili clasped the energy stave between both hands firmly and drove it through both the chair and the Minister of Horticulture alike. The minister coughed once and tried to raise his hands to the object which had pierced his chest. The frail old man's hands dropped to his sides, and the floating chair collapsed to the floor. The honor guard slipped the stave out of the crevice in the Senshayum's chest and stood erect at attention once more, letting the blood of the minister drip from his spear. The room was shocked with gasps and involuntary reactions. The Senshayum in the second row screamed and shouted, words of treachery and betrayal. The smart ones remained quiet. Seeing their words reaching deaf ears, the ministers and prophets finally learned and hunkered down in silence. They were guests here, no longer in charge. It wasn't until then when he realized the Covenant were missing a large piece. The large, primitive, bulky creatures known as brutes to the humans were all missing. Surely it wasn't a mistake. There were dozens of Jiralhana's shipmasters spread across the entire Covenant, but the chamber had none. Thel Vadamee knew the Prophet of Truth had lifted up their species and allowed them command of a few vessels, which surely weren't all in orbit of high charity during Yastur Vat. Thel Vadamee understood the ranking of species in the Covenant and knew the Jiralhani were second-class citizens, but their absence pointed to a greater plan from the Imperial Admiral. Once the shouting and shock had died to a single whisper, the holocubes around the circle sprang to life. Zaidan's image had been holographically magnified so he towered 10 times his regular size, and replicas of his visage made it seem as if he was facing all directions at once. He appeared no less than a god, a heretical thought, but true nonetheless. The Imperial Admiral wore a golden and platinum armor with Forerunner glyphs woven into the metals themselves. His long tunic was purple, stained with blood from his battles. He had never known defeat. He had never failed in any task. He had never been wrong. Never. His greatest accomplishments were his greatest flaws. Becoming so revered, some said even more so than the High Prophets. It was clear to Thel why the Prophets had exiled him to a fringe world, far from the Covenant Empire. When he finally spoke, his voice was commanding and mesmerizing.
I, like all of you, mourn the destruction of the Holy Relic and the evisceration of the Holy City.
His voice resonated off the pillars of the chamber and clashed on silent listeners. No one dared to speak.
Our covenant has lasted thousands of years, many ages, and many tribulations. Now I stand before you asking you to decide. Decide. To surrender to fate or resist and strive to persist. The loss of the Holy City signifies our hubris. To dare place monuments of our mortal creation on par with those of the gods. They punish us for our transgressions. The loss of the Holy Ring. It is a sign. We must not, we cannot, continue in our ways.
The Imperial Admiral stretched out a single finger in Thel's direction.
Do not stray from the path. Quell the heresy, and speak your sword's truth. Supreme Commander, explain yourself and your failures.
Thel understood it was his cue to speak.
There was only one ship.
One human ship? Are you certain?
Yes. They called it the Pillar of Autumn. I followed it from their home world to the Holy Relic.
How were the humans able to evade your ships, land on the sacred ring, and desecrate it with their filthy footsteps?
When the parasite attacked.
A crowd of booing noises sang across the chorus of fleet masters and prophets alike. The massive elite quelled his descent with a single held-up hand.
Your failure lied with allowing the humans to set foot on the ring, not your inability to contain the parasite.
The Prophet of Stewardship believed boarding their vessel would spare any damage to the ring. The humans used the opportunity presented to crash their vessel on the sacred relic.
And your failure to stop them thereafter.
The humans proved to be more tenacious than we had anticipated. By the time we had gathered our forces on the ground, the parasite had been released.
You were right to focus your attention on the flood. But this demon, surely they warranted your full attention.
The hologram of both Zaidan and Thel was replaced by a rotating image of a human in special armor, responsible for the destruction of the Holy Ring. The image of the human creature stood there for a moment while cries of anger and disdain were lobbied across the shipmasters. Zaidan gave a nod with his mandibles, and the rows of honor guards began pressing the bottom of their staves to the floor, making a thunderous applause to bring the attention of the audience back.
I had intended to find the demon myself and kill him with my own blade, but the parasite. It grew more ferocious and cunning with each body it consumed. The infection threatened to spread uncontrollably, and I was forced to focus on containment.
Is that so?
We had to cleanse the flood from the truth and reconciliation, as well as 6 other vessels, all lost with no survivors. We could not let the parasite escape.
What of the Ascendant Justice?
Once the parasite had been dealt with, I sent 3 vessels in its pursuit back to the human world of Reach. When they arrived, it lay destroyed over a mountain thanks to the fleet of noble reproach.
Tell me more about this demon. How was he able to destroy the sacred ring?
Reports indicate the Holy Oracle transported the human to and from the control room.
How is this possible?
I do not know. With the release of the parasite, we had no time to investigate. The human used this ability to transport back to the crashed vessel. Once on board, it was too late. Our forces on the human vessel had been cut down dramatically by their earlier assault, and the constant attempts by the parasite.
This human, what kind of power do they wield? Are they so special that the Oracle would allow them passage throughout the Holy Relic?
We have encountered many of these Spartans before. Their armor is more advanced than even some of our instruments, but they themselves are nothing special.
Are you sure about that? These demons, these Spartans, are the reason the Golden City is shattered in pieces. 2,000 ships evaporated, and a hole in the fabric of space itself lies where there were billions.
The demons were responsible for the destruction of the Holy City. We believe to have killed them all during the last major conflict.
These humans obtained control of the Long Night of Solace. Surely I don't have to explain to you why this feat was believed impossible at first.
Thel thought about the fleet master who commanded the fleet of Valiant Prudence, the Master of Solace. The Sinhili known as Ruo Barotumi had led his forces to reclaim hundreds of Forerunner artifacts over the span of many decades. His ship was one of the largest and most powerful instruments in the Covenant Empire. It housed thousands upon thousands of warriors, all devoted to the collection and protection of many sacred relics left behind by the Forerunners. His flagship had been the Long Night of Solace, a ship more powerful than half the fleet of Particular Justice combined. Yet somehow, the humans had managed to capture it. The shipmasters throughout the entire Covenant Empire had been instructed to destroy their own ships to stop these kind of actions. Humans weren't allowed to know or understand the majesty of their empire. A strange rule, but one they followed. Barutami would have been a zealous defender of the Forerunners' gifts, even the ones passed down to the Covenant, which allowed them to advance their evolution at an accelerated rate. To believe he would have hesitated to give his life was a foolish belief. No, the humans, the demons, had taken his ship in a quick and brutal manner. It was inconceivable, but if the Imperial Admiral had said as much, then it had to be true.
These humans used their constructs to infiltrate High Charity, kidnap 2 of the High Prophets, and lay siege to the capital of the Golden City. They stole the godship at the center of the Golden City, and in its place left a bomb several orders of magnitude more powerful than any we've seen before.
Thel Vadamee struggled to speak. His mind had been flooded with knowledge he did not yet possess. The Covenant network had been inundated with messages shortly before crashing and going completely offline. After several cycles, a new network had been re-established from a previous version built on Glyke, one of the Sinhili's largest colonies. The network was an older build, but had maintained its files updated regularly, through which they had learned the extent of their misgivings. Thel had not realized the prophets of both truth and mercy still lived. He understood better now why the prophet of horticulture had been executed. He was trying to usurp power from the current situation. If the prophets remained alive, and there was hope for the Covenant to remain fractured but whole, they would have to find where the humans had taken the prophets and reclaim them. Secondly, the humans had stolen the Forerunner ship in the center of High Charity. Vadamee was sure there was a connection between the method they had used to reawaken the ship and the reason the Oracle had not struck down the humans the moment they had landed on the ring. Whatever knowledge or technology they possessed had to become part of the Covenant. Lastly, was the human bomb in question. As Supreme Commander of the fleet of Particular Justice, Thel had been responsible for burning hundreds of human worlds. The humans had never deployed such a weapon before, which begged the question why. Had they been holding back, or was the war finally reaching their home shore? Many in the Covenant, himself included, believed the human homeworld to have been this reach. The defense mounted on the planet had been greater than the worlds the humans called Harvest, Meridian, Sidonius. But if the humans had escaped with the prophets in tow, then they had options left. Options he did not like.
I will continue my campaign against the humans.
No, you will not. This council has heard your testimony. Yet there are parts that remain unexplained. The release of the parasite, the humans' control over the Oracle, and the defeat of your fleet at the hands of a single human ship. Your testimony will be judged by the gods. You will be stripped of your title, lands, and allegiances and forge your truth through the fires of combat.
At once, a row of honor guards descended on Thel Vadamee, stripping his armor forcibly, bearing him nude in front of the crowd. A new door opened behind the Imperial Admiral, and from it, a pair of elites emerged from the shadows with a containment unit floating between them. The sarcophagus followed them until they were within striking distance of Thel. The containment unit opened, revealing an ancient armor, old and worn down, dust-covered and lacking the shimmer of freshly forged metals. He recognized the armor from his lessons as a child. It was the armor of the first Arbiter to be branded a heretic. The last of a line who commanded fleets, keeps, Kydons, and armadas on the sands of Volta and Helios.
Take the armor. Prove yourself. Defeat the infestation left on the shattered remains of the Holy Ring. If the gods see it as truth, they will bless and protect you. You will rise as more than you were, and the truth will be as you speak. Fail to do so, and your lineage will die with you. The parasite will consume you, and you shall join as a voice to its grotesque chorus.
Thel Vadamee understood the motives behind the Imperial Admiral's words. He was removing a political rival by giving him an opportunity to reclaim honor. The flood would consume him, and his failures would die with him. The Great Journey would forget him, and the Covenant would reform under the Imperial Admiral's heels. He understood now how the Sinhili had imposed his will on the Council. Vadamee took the armor and was escorted by the guards out of the chamber. As he was leaving, he watched the Imperial Admiral sit on an empty chair, and the deacon grunts beside the dead Shanshayum commence a meal made entirely of the Prophet's remains. New matters had begun to be discussed in the High Council, namely the destruction of 2,400 ships and the accounts of those who had survived the fall of High Charity. Some discussions of the plan to rescue the Prophets began, and others focused on the banished threat at the borders of Covenant space. The Imperial Admiral had been deep into his hunt for the one that called himself Atriox and his band of brothers. The hunt had been put on hold to deal with the humans, or so at least it sounded as such, but Thel was out of the oration chamber before he could confirm what he had heard. October 16th, 2552. Spartan B312 had been a one-man army for the majority of his career. It had been sent out to assassinate insurrection leaders, dismantle Covenant operations in human space, disrupt insurgent operations in the empty corners of human space. But now, he was part of a team. He recalled his last team, Noble Team. Only half of the team had managed to survive. June, who he believed dead after the fall of Reach, had been saved by Dr. Catherine Halsey, and George, who had left the team for a one-way mission, had somehow returned. But yet again, the doctor had intervened. She had kidnapped the Spartan along with Spartan 081 to a top-secret location. Now it was his team's duty to bail her out of the fire. Operation Black Shelter was being spearheaded by an Oni officer who went by the name of Jordan Minguveret. The man went by his first name, as most people could not bear to pronounce his surname. He was in charge of his operation, officially sanctioned by Oni Section 1. B312 could smell the lie a mile away, charged with eliminating Dr. Halsey, no doubt, while their official mission was to establish contact with the planet designated Onyx and to extract Vice Admiral Danford Whitcomb back to human control space. Along with these orders, they were to assist Dr. Halsey with her research, which might yield some results in staving off extermination of the human race. Though the Covenant had learned of Earth's location and Admiral Lord Hood deeply insisted in keeping all forces in the fleet on Earth, he had been the first to sign up a team of Spartans to retrieve the Doctor. Whatever card she had played to get Lord Hood to agree to send a Prowler with a team of 4 Spartans must have been a pretty good one. They had given Jordan command of a new team composed of Spartan 2, Margaret, 053, and Roma, 143, as well as June of Noble Team and himself. The team was an experiment to see how the different classes of Spartans worked with one another, if their efficiency remained the same, increased or decreased. He had been designated Black 3, but chose to retain the autonomy to go by the moniker of Noble 6, in memoriam to their fallen comrades. He sat back on his chair, cleaning and sharpening a foot-long knife, when he heard a voice in his helm speaker say,
UNSC Prowler Circumference entering slip space. All hands brace.
He looked at the image of the tiny woman and scoffed off the resemblance between herself and Dr. Halsey. He knew the AI was no longer Auntie Dot, but she retained some of her personality. A gift he had not expected. It would not be difficult getting used to his new amalgamation of forms, but so long as the fragments of Dottie were there, he would carry on with her. October 17th, 2552. Marvin Mobuto woke in a panic from a 15-hour surgery. A fresh, hellish pain underscored his consciousness from the base of his knee. His new prosthesis felt like it was on fire, and he groaned audibly in pain. Beside his bed, Sergeant Avery Johnson turned a dial up 2 notches until it clicked. The pain suddenly subsided, and Mobuto felt the relaxation he hadn't in years. The morphine IV bag attached to his arm had started dripping faster than before, and the pain was gone. Mobuto turned to the sergeant to thank him, but found the man putting on a white coat, formal attire. Finally, he remembered the ceremony. Johnson was getting a promotion for his work on the ring, and the retrieval of the strange blue crystal. Mobuto had been slated to receive a row of medals as well, but his ceremony would have to wait until he was able to walk convincingly down the red carpet. Johnson looked the man over and smiled, then exited the room. Mobuto looked around the empty hospital room with its regular equipment all neat and tidy, then to a corner where a stuffed animal with a missing leg lay waiting. It was just the nasty kind of humor he had grown to love. He leaned over the stuffed animal and picked it up by its soft fur. On top of the amputee bear lay a 21st century cardboard card. A crudely drawn picture of Mobuto and his missing leg read, "Get well." He smiled and put it down. A gift from his niece, evidently. She was the last member of his family. Aside from him, she was the last Mobuto in the galaxy. Everyone else had died in the span of 3 years, with colony after colony being turned to glass. Even her parents, Mobuto's brother and his wife, had died 2 months prior on Reach. It would be up to him to raise her, if he got the chance to. The Covenant were coming to Earth any day now, and all he could do was heal and prepare. He looked at the metal leg, wishing things could be different, and a sense of sorrow deepened his heart. Things were the way they had to be. He would have to make do at kicking Covenant ass 1 foot at a time from now on. While reminiscing, he spotted a change on the holovision. The projector hung over a row of cabinets filled with medical equipment, projecting a clear, crisp image. From on board one of the orbital platforms, in fact, the orbital platform he was currently on, from the looks of it, the camera panned about and around a man in large metallic green armor, and a smaller man with olive skin and a neatly trimmed mustache in white robes. It was Avery Johnson. He turned the volume up, watching the ceremony on Waypoint. The figures all walked past a corridor of men and women in uniform, clapping and cheering them on. All wore the green standard issue infantry armor of the UNSC, all except 2 waiting at the end of the corridor. They wore a white ceremonial outfit and lacked the medals one was accustomed to with the eggshell white coat. The doors at the end of the walkway partitioned open, sliding up and onto another sliding down, revealing another dozen men in the same off-white uniforms. They broke into claps and hollering, same as the previous group. Mobuto thought to himself how much they were milking the performance, then put himself in their shoes. A ceremony like this meant something massive had happened, and while Mobuto had learned of the Spartans' mission during their travel back to Earth, it seemed far-fetched and impossible. When Mobuto looked back at the projection, the pair had walked past several rows of similarly dressed men and women. They came to attention and salutes in front of an elderly man. He was thin and very well defined amongst his peers. They looked to him as a beacon of leadership, and Mobuto could not blame them. He watched the Admiral give a firm and welcoming salute, backed with a winning smile. Then he began to speak. His words were filled with pride and honor, even as he touched on the destruction of Reach. The speech went on for several minutes while the group received medals and honors and promotions. Marvin studied the frames carefully, looking for a Spartan in blacked-out armor, but could not find him. The Spartan that had pulled him out of hell itself and destroyed the alien ring world. It was a mystery why he wasn't getting a medal as big and shiny as the rest, but that was military life. Mobuto would have to thank the man in armor once more one day, if they ever met again. On the view screen, he saw a brunette woman, a commander from the rank bars on her shoulders. She took a step forward. Through a tear in her eye, she accepted the medal of a man with a similar name. The medal was awarded posthumously, and many words of the great hero were said. Mobuto hadn't actually met Captain Keyes, though he was temporarily in command of the Pillar of Autumn, before he had joined a Spartan-led mission to deal a supermassive blow against the Covenant. Something that would be hard to recover from, evidently, once the man was done pinning medals on the commander and the newly promoted Sergeant Major Avery Johnson. A tiny blue woman appeared off the podium to his left. Red alarms began to blare on, and the feed cut off. Mobuto noticed the alarms weren't just in the feed, but in his room. In fact, the entire station as well. He knew what they indicated. It's what they always indicated. Covenant. He gathered his closest belongings and made a move for the door. His new leg wobbled, threatening to give way for a fall, but he held steady. He walked like a toddler, getting his bearings, ignoring the shooting pain off his leg. He was off assignment currently, and no one would be waiting for him to join the battle. But it wasn't as if they were going to turn him away. He knew there was at least one ship docked on Cairo Station, the In Amber clad. 14th year of the 9th age of reclamation. 10th cycle, 12 units, Covenant calendar. The fleet master of the fleet of sacred consecration stood at attention on the bridge of the solemn penance as it exited slip space. A centile later, 14 more vessels exited behind it. The fleet had exited near a gas giant, fifth from the sun. The large planet's shadow encased them in its darkness. Rule Salmutee had been the fleet master, but with the high prophet on the bridge of his vessel, he was nothing more than a commanding officer. Regret sighed, questioning the competence of the bridge crew officers. Though Salmutee understood the intricacies of space travel better than the prophet, he did not jump into the discussion, allowing his men to be berated by the Sanshayum. The fleet all prepped to make an in-system jump. Their next target was Erde Tyrene, one of the last places touched by the divinity of the Forerunners before their ascension to godhood. It was the third planet from the sun. One small moon danced in the planet's gravity well. The small fleet of 2 assault carriers and 13 battle cruisers transitioned to subspace and exited seconds later. Upon their next exit into normal space, a dozen bridge officers began to yell all at once. The fleet had stumbled upon something they could never have imagined. The planet had a massive line of defensive fleets. Humans numbering in the hundreds had moved on an intercept course. Salmutee hesitated. He knew taking command would be an affront to the Holy One, but without his combat prowess, the fleet of sacred consecration would be reduced to dust and echoes quickly. He stepped up from his command chair and gave loud orders to his crew of veteran Sangheili warriors.
Deploy all fighters. Follow with boarding crafts. Take out their defensive platforms.
Several hundred banshees, seraphs, and phantoms, spirits, and everything in between flew from the 15 Covenant vessels. The humans had stopped advancing and moved into a defensive formation with the large platforms. The battle was going to get a lot bloodier before reinforcements arrived. If they arrived. Rule had ignored the request to rally his forces with the Imperial Admiral Zaitan Watinri in favor of fulfilling his holy mission as the hand and instrument of the Prophet of Regret. Now he wondered if any shipmasters had done the same and taken to listen to the Prophet's sermon. They had attached the coordinates to the planet and expected the rest of the Covenant to follow. There had been plenty of ships on post much closer to the coordinates, but evidently, Watinri commanded a presence the rest of the fleet masters and ships could not put off. He had to retreat, wait for reinforcements. Just as the suggestion was about to leave his mandibles, the Prophet of Regret stared vacantly into his eyes. The long snake-shaped alien in his throne demanded they advance forward. Rule sensed a hint of frustration in his own mind at the orders, but dared not question them. If the Prophet insisted they push forward, then the gods would see their safe passage. October 17th, 2552. Earth. Oni Admiral Margaret Parangosky shifted through personnel files and reports. She had one in her hand with a file name on top that read out Dr. Henry Glassman, and on the other, Musa Ghanem. One was a civilian scientist, and the other a general, the former of which had been at work with Lieutenant Commander Fahad and his team in an underground bunker in Italy, studying the effects of the crystal in the fabric of slipspace. Like the scientists and researchers, she believed their work would reach a wall if the crystal wasn't allowed to be studied properly on board a ship while traveling in slipspace, but they didn't quite have the luxury to do that at the moment. Lighting up the crystal would send a flare across 1,000 light years, letting the Covenant know they had it. Instead, the research team had bunkered down with Dr. Halsey's notes and prepped a series of experiments aimed at exposing the crystal to different waves of radiation. The results of which Lieutenant Commander Fahad said would change the way humanity viewed slipspace forever. Admiral Parangosky didn't think she had a hope to understand the physics behind the excruciatingly detailed report, but she believed, aside from Catherine Halsey, Fahad was the greatest mind in Oni's disposal. She set the file face down on her desk beside the flood report from Medical Officer John Smith. Reading the report had brought her disgust and dread, which she had only managed to stomach in small bites over the last few weeks. She was ready to jump into the second report when she received a message on her terminal. Probe reports indicated the Covenant had just entered Sol, and the home fleet had engaged under a defensive formation. She examined the report continuously. Only 15 ships had entered system, a tiny fraction of what sieged Reach. Could it have been a scouting party? No, the fleet had engaged, and based on their battle formations, they were seeking to reach the surface. No matter how many casualties they took, an odd strategy Not one she had seen the Covenant use before. The aliens must have known their prophets were captured. Perhaps this was a simple insertion team aimed at retrieving the prophets. But a force this strong would get decimated before making any real impact on Earth. If this was a distraction force, then they had to prepare for an assault on Abdito's base. She wondered if this was the perfect opportunity to use the prophets as a bargaining chip. She had already extracted every bit of knowledge from them that she could. The one who claimed he was the prophet of truth had been left sobbing in panic after their last conversation. She had thoroughly broken him and had even enjoyed torturing him a bit. In a strange way, she was gonna miss their daily talks. Now it was time to give the prophets up for a ceasefire. If that didn't work, she'd use all the knowledge she'd gotten out of the two to expose the lies on which the Covenant was built upon. What the pair of skinny, worm-looking aliens had revealed after countless hours of sensory deprivation could lead to humanity's salvation. She was glad to have chosen Walters as point lead for Operation Black Shelter. She tapped a few commands into her console, and a blue tiny samurai appeared beside a blue box.
Take, let's make those Covenant bastards an offer they can't refuse. Prepare the prisoners. It's time for our own little reclamation.
14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 10th cycle. 12 units. Covenant calendar. Rule had sent out scores of believers to their deaths before, but this felt different. The deaths of his men weighed heavily on him, knowing those deaths could have been prevented. Their forces could have retreated and waited for reinforcements from the rest of the Covenant, but the Prophet of Regret had clearly stated the great journey waited for no one, lest he let heresy weigh him down and be left behind. 2 of his Ket-pattern battle cruisers had already been turned to scraps, and more were soon to follow, especially if they planned to land on a human-infested world. The vile creatures were proven to be more resilient than expected, but being outnumbered 40-1 was certainly proving its own set of challenges. Gruel turned to the monitor. A second wave of boarders wove in through the human blockade. A group of boarding craft with antimatter charges had managed to bypass the hundreds of human spacecraft out in the void. They would soon plant their time bombs, make their escape, and destroy the large defense platforms that were keeping the rest of the fleet at bay. Even for humans, those weapons were mighty. They had punched through the battlecruiser's shields in one go and forced a tactical retreat. One of the Sinhili officers on the bridge barked out, signifying the loss of another cruiser and the depletion of 2 other shields. At the rate they were going, the battle wouldn't last much longer. He tightened his mandibles until they clicked. The Prophet of Regret claimed this world was of great importance to the Forerunners, and therefore, the Great Journey. If that was the case, it would be heretical to allow the humans to continue their existence. Yet he didn't understand why the noble prophet had come here so underprepared. The fleet of sacred consecration was mighty, but not powerful enough to face against these humans here. If the Covenant had not suffered such a blow during Yasturvat, perhaps the rest of the prophets would have brought their own fleets too, and the battle would be under a completely different set of circumstances. Shipmaster Rule Salmutee slammed his fist down on the command chair, watching a 4th battle cruiser get cleaved in half by the combined fire of the human ships and their planetary defenses. All his anger was boiling away, ready to blow until finally a light show illuminated the forward view screen and a massive explosion engulfed what had once been the human defense platform. Then a second one. He waited for a third one, but it never came. He checked the readings, noticing the bomb had been armed successfully. Perhaps humans had found a way to shut it down. It did not matter. The bombs were heavy, and they had no way of boarding their own craft to plant them. So it would become a useless relic to the humans until a plasma salvo hit whatever ship it was on and activated its self-destruction. With 2 of the orbital defense weapons destroyed, they had their opening. The fleet of sacred consecration would be reduced by half, but they would reach the ground with 2 assault carriers. Gruel gave the command for his fleet to push forward, and on they went. Their vector adjusted to fill in the gaps in the formation, and the remaining battlecruisers took point. 2 more Ket-pattern battlecruisers were annihilated by the second volley of nuclear payloads, accelerated by the convoy of ships in their path. But the battle group did not slow. Instead, Rule ordered the Solemn Penance to accelerate. The cruiser pushed through a small human frigate, flaring its shields. Several human ships of tiny proportions broke off the formation to give chase, but the Penance was too fast and far too large to be bothered with. Salmutee distributed orders amongst his fleet, and they remained. It was time to see what the Prophet of Regret wanted with this human-infested world. The Siphon-class carrier, Day of Jubilation, would remain in low orbit, past the planetary defense platforms and stall them out. Even on its own, past the defense grid of the enormous defense guns, it would hold out until their mission on the ground was complete. Rule found himself standing from the surge of adrenaline and emotions, namely rage, that coursed through him. He hoped whatever the Hierarch wanted in this world was such urgent matter that it warranted these foolish tactics. The Prophet of Regret leaned on his chair throne, giving the landing party orders and instructions. Those soldiers were the furthest things from heretical, but before they carried out the orders, they each looked to Salmutee for confirmation. He pointed his upper right mandible up, confirming the orders. Orders which would likely get a lot of his men killed, but they were from the lips of the Hierarch himself. He was the only prophet remaining after the destruction of High Chariot, and his will was law. The solemn pennants slowed down over one of the human continents and came to a hovering position directly over their cities. 100 ships disembarked the assault carrier, carrying with it thousands of foot soldiers. In Centos, the ground force had begun to rapidly expand across the city, and soon they would find what the prophet was looking for. Rule began to monitor the situation in orbit. Only 3 battle cruisers remained, and the Day of Jubilation assault carrier had its shields punched out. Though it had been faster than he'd expected, the metals of Covenanted material were far more resilient than humans, and even without shields, they would have a tough time bringing down the ship. At least, that was his thought until a red triangle replaced the image of the 5,000-unit-long ship. His eyes widened, and his mandibles opened in all directions. The Day of Jubilation was gone. The single last report from the ship's automated systems transferred a vidoc to his comm, showing a small figure floating freely through space. It zoomed in once, then 2 more times, until the image was clear. The image of a void charge, one of the antimatter bombs that had been planted on the defense platforms around the planet. It flew through the void of space, and soon, Rule saw what was guiding the coming bomb. A green set of armor, something he recognized. A demon! There he was, the scourge of the Covenant, the Desecrator. It flew through a tiny opening freshly made by a squadron of human fighters. Once inside the Jubilation, the feed changed inside the hole. The demon pressed the control pad on the bomb and pushed himself off. The green-armored human exited the hull and flew out in the direction of the planet. The next moment, the feed from all cameras cut off, and Rule knew what had happened. It wasn't improbable, but impossible. The single human had obliterated an entire assault carrier. Salmutee's hearts began to pound. Rage, frustration, grief, depression, anxiety, all coursing through him. He turned to the Prophet of Regret but found no words of comfort as the Sen Shayun simply waved his hand, believing the men of the Jubilation had done their jobs and nothing more was expected of them. Even for a hierarch, this was ludicrous. He had refused to give a prayer for the passing of their brothers. Salmutee opened his mouth. He would have words with the Prophet. Just as he began to speak, the communications officer in dark red armor interrupted.
Fleet Master, we're receiving a hail request from the humans. Ignore it. But Commander, they're using the personal codes of the Prophet of Truth.
October 17th, 2552. Earth. John 117 finished loading a fresh magazine into the dual submachine guns on his hands. While both hands were occupied with weapons, the compartments on either side of his thighs had loaded a new clip for him with the mere thought. Mjolnir had done all the work on its own, regardless of Cortana having access to his systems or not. He peeked his head over a low rise of cover. Though it was well over 5 feet, he had to drop to one knee while the rest of his squad barely hunched down. They were pinned down by a plasma turret sending out lances in their direction, and the makeshift barricade of cement wouldn't hold much longer. Even with its meter-thick protection, the superheated plasma lances of the weapon could crush it until it collapsed. 0117 finished his reload, then jumped clear over the subsection of cover, hosed down 3 grunts on the opposite side of the barricade, then broke into a sprint past the line of fire into an abandoned building. He ran up a winding staircase, slammed his shoulder clear through the door, bringing it down with its hinges. By the time the door had hit the ground, so had the grunt positioned on the plasma turret. John stowed away the SMGs and picked up the plasma pistol on the little guy's corpse. He held the trigger until it glowed a bright green fuse and let it go rippling through the air. It struck on the blue carapace of a Wraith tank on the other side of the building, shutting down its engine momentarily. He grabbed a plasma grenade off the dead grunt and jumped off the building directly onto the disabled Wraith. He could hear the screams and curses of panic from inside the shell, and elite, from the sounds of it, he drove one fist directly into the rounded hatch open, removing the cover plate, and lobbied the activated plasma grenade inside. Then, pressed the bottom of his boots on the Wraith's plating and jumped off. He flew several meters up into the air, taking out his submachine guns once more and focused fire on the elite major standing nearby. The pellets of the SMG collapsed and evaporated on the heated energy shields of the alien, but soon enough, it became overwhelmed by the dual firing rate. By then, John had closed in the distance and was driving his fist into the alien's ribcage. The elite dropped to the floor, tried to aim his plasma rifle at the Master Chief, but instead met his end under John's heel. He stomped out the elite's lights and shook off chunks of brain matter off his boot. Just as he finished up the alien on the floor, the Wraith erupted into an echo of explosions. First the plasma grenade igniting the inside of the Covenant tank, then the power cells inside following suit.
Wow! I'm impressed. That only took you 8 seconds.
I aim to please.
Then you're gonna like this. We're boarding another Covenant ship.
I thought something like that might happen. Where's the rest of Blue Team?
They're inbound from Sydney. ETA 30 minutes.
What are we supposed to do in the next half an hour, aside from killing Covenant foot soldiers?
Just as he spoke the words, he felt the ground beneath him shake vigorously. It was followed by a second thump, then a larger and larger vibration. He looked in the direction of the sound and vibrations. Just over the tall buildings, he could see the quadrupedal Covenant construct. It was a scarab, Protoss pattern from the looks of it, his least favorite kind. The only way to stop them was to board them and kill the entire crew. Something easier said than done, especially if there were cloaked enemies on board.
I guess there's your answer. It's headed for the bridge through the Kilindini Canal.
Already on it.
The Master Chief came to a full stop beside an overturned warthog, clasped the metal grating on the side, and spread his knees. The next part was both raw strength and Mjolnir. He pulled his biceps and uplifted the warthog. It flipped over and landed on all four wheels. He hopped in the driver's seat and honked the horn, signaling two of the Marine companions to mount up. They drove through the empty alleys and open streets, with unattended cars littered across the street. The evacuation seemed to be under management of the new Mombasa Police Department. While he would have wanted to help, John knew his specific set of skills were needed elsewhere, especially as he watched the 30-story tall scarab stomping through the city, firing streams of plasma at the buildings in its path. He punched the accelerator on the warthog, drove up the ramp and onto the rooftop of a building, then signaled the crew to hang tight. The warthog crashed through the foot-tall cement on the edge of the building and landed with a single bounce off the floor. John could feel the shifting of the engine and the creaking of the springs nearly giving way, but he knew the capacity of a warthog's ability to take damage. More importantly, he had shaved off precious time to catch the scarab. Over the next city block checkpoint, he would find Johnson. His friend or foe tag had already lit up in his heads-up display, and together, they would bring the scarab down.
I'm receiving final confirmation of our mission, Chief, both from Fleet Admiral Lord Hood and Oni Admiral Parangosky. That ship, it has the Prophet of Regret on board.
Chief was instantly taken back to the moment on board the Covenant Super City of High Charity, and he had rerouted Spartan Black Team's mission when they found out the Prophet wasn't on board. He thought of the many Spartans that had died on board the Covenant home base and gripped the wheel tighter. This was his chance to make their mission count. They had two of the Prophets. If they managed to capture all three, the Covenant would have to come to a ceasefire. He locked his boot pressed firmly against the pedal and sped through the city. He had a giant to slay and a prophet to capture. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 10th cycle. 14 units. Covenant calendar. It had taken 2 units, or what humans called hours, to lose 75% of his fleet. 2 units and his faith had been questioned, tempered, and tested. The hail from the human had been clear. Give up the siege of the human planet, which they called Earth. They would begin peace talks. At first the notion was laughably ridiculous, but the transmission had come from the Prophet of Truth's personal codes. When Salmutee inquired how they had said codes, the older woman in the feed switched the camera view to show both the Prophet of Mercy and Truth. They had believed it was a trick. It was impossible. The prophets had died with the destruction of High Charity. The Prophet of Regret had said so himself. And while sorting through the millions of reports was time-consuming, Regret told him that the Divine Ones had communicated this information with him directly. The humans lacked the technology to create illusions that could trick their scanners and systems. Therefore, the only remaining explanation was the simplest one. They had to be telling the truth. The woman indicated they would trade one of the prophets for an immediate ceasefire and hold on to the second one until they could come to a mutual peace. Peace with the human desecrators was not an option, not for the Prophet of Regret. He refused to entertain the idea of even communicating with the humans. Their terms were simple, yet he demanded they cut off communications with them immediately. The transmission cut off, leaving them wondering what to do. Here was their one chance to get the Holy Ones back. Yet one of their own members refused to contemplate the thought. Rule could not make sense of it. There had to be more important matters at hand in the human world that dictated such actions. He waited for instructions from his master, but they never came. They sat on the bridge listening to reports of the many forces they had lost and would continue to lose. He focused on them, cementing his confusion and rage, when he noticed a single report of the human demon. He had been spotted making his way to the Scarab on the north side of the city. What chance did a crew of 40 inside a Scarab have against the demon that had taken out an entire salt carrier? He focused on the report on his personal console and found himself so distracted he had missed the prophet of regret approaching him from behind. The sickly-looking Sanshayum cranked its long, wrinkled neck around and over Salmutee's shoulder to peer at his personal station. Rule Salmutee had to fight the urge to peer away from the stench of the alien's grey-dulled skin.
I sense heretical thoughts within you, Fleet Master.
No, Holy One. I merely wish to understand your actions. The humans have both of the prophets. Why have we ceased communications with them?
I see the true path to the great journey. They are already lost. We must go on without them.
But they live. Surely they aren't lost. They are holy ones like yourself.
I see. Your resolve is being tested. You dare question one of my rate? I do say you are beginning to sound like an infidel.
No, Master. I am but a humble servant.
Then prove it. Prove your mind isn't clouded by lies and deceit. Prove to me you are a worthy instrument to fulfill our great journey.
The prophet brought a long curved finger across the screen and said,
Kill the demon. Bring me his head, and you shall walk hand in hand with me into the divine beyond.
Salmutee slammed his fist against his chest directly between either of his hearts and bowed. He tapped the command onto his wrist communicator, calling forth a strike team. They would prep a phantom, land on the human world and track down the demon. He would fight the demon in hand-to-hand combat and best him, and prove his worthiness. Salmutee loaded up his combat harness and an extra energy blade from his personal quarters. He walked through the halls of the solemn penance with righteous purpose. No one dared entertain eye contact or stand in the way of the trio of Sanhili. October 17th, 2552, Earth. John sat on the driver's seat of the M12 light recon vehicle Warthog, feeling helpless as he watched a stream of plasma fly at impossible speeds to an M808 main battle tank, melting its defensive plates like they were nothing and igniting the ammunitions inside. The crew of the tank were dead, with certainty, but the shells they had managed to fire on the Scarab had confirmed what John had to do next. The Scarab's protective eye case closed back up and continued down the street, between rows of buildings. The natural kill box had been the best chance at slowing the Scarab down, but even tank shells had left little more than scratches on its metal composite armor. It continued to stomp forward, coming his direction. He moved the light armored vehicle directly under a passing bridge and waited for it to pass, ignoring his vehicle and the Marines on board. Once the legs had reached the collection of buildings ahead, he pressed forward. Both he and the Marines disembarked the Warthog in a fluid motion and ran up the stairs. He sped past the Marines with a mounted machine gun and sandbags holding the gun in place to provide cover. One of the men put out a shotgun and the chief ran past, grabbing it, careful not to yank the man's entire arm out of its socket. He reached the rooftop where a ceremonial tree sat in the center, blossoming with a lively green. At the end of the rooftop, a Marine waited just past a set of white and gray doors. The floodlights of the rooftop all ended at the base of the entryway, and as John approached, Cortana screamed in his helmet.
Hit the deck!
He trusted her with his life and dropped beside the enigmatic tree. His chest plate nearly bounced off the soil at the base of the tree. A splash of bright blue plasma struck the Marine, instantly vaporizing him from the waist up and leaving scorch marks on the entryway. The man was gone, and in his place, all that remained was a pair of detached legs sizzling. The smell of burnt flesh was soon overtaken by a second blast of plasma. He rolled on the floor to avoid it and watched 3 elites drop from 10 meters above. The tree immediately caught on fire, turning its luscious greens into hellish shreds. He looked to the sky and watched a phantom troop carrier rise above the building. Before 3 explosions rang hollow above, he knew the second sound well enough. It was the spunk of an explosive M41 rocket making contact with the dark blue metal shell of the Phantom. He would worry about that later. He was on his back and the elites were approaching. The 2 in the front had white armor and wielded a single blade in their right hand. The one in the back had a yellow golden armor and advanced with 2 swords, one in each hand. The Master Chief pressed his fingertips against the concrete on the floor behind his head, lifted his legs up over his chest and pushed off the floor, letting momentum carry him back up. Once vertical, he was quick to throw a grenade at the incoming elites. Knowing the white of their armor signified higher shielding strength, he did not pause to check if they were dead. Instead, he rushed forward to meet them, peppering one with a direct blast from his shotgun. His shields failed and sputtered out. John went in for a shoulder check, caving the elite's chest plate inward, knocking the air out of his lungs. He was sent back several meters, but Sierra 117 didn't have the time to check on his foe. As the second white elite approached, he dodged to one swing by ducking underneath the speeding arm, then shot the elite directly at his feet. The shields this time completely failed, and half of the alien's leg was blown off. He dropped to one knee, and John kicked him in the head with the flat end of his boot. The alien fell backwards, leaking blood out of his four-mandibled mouth. The one in golden armor jumped in and launched himself with both swords forward at the Master Chief. John rolled out of the way quickly, but was met by the first elite who had recovered. The monstrous alien swung rapidly, keeping the chief off balance, unable to shoot. John heard a crack, and a memory from his childhood in the vast forest of Reach was triggered in his mind. The branch of the burning tree fell, and he made sure it fell between him and his attacking enemy. The sparks of ember drained part of his shields, but they had managed to do more damage to the elite in white armor. His entire arm was smeared as the flames engulfed his sword hand. He dropped the sword, and John shot his shotgun through the flames. The alien fell with a wet thud, spraying purple blood on the dirt beneath. Before he could turn to shoot, the one in golden armor was back on him, trying to strike with a flurry of attacks. He stepped left and right, but the enemy did not let up. John rolled into a tuck behind a tree. Instantly, the alien followed, cutting down the massive oak. Reflexively, John punched the tree in the alien's direction, redirecting the massive lumbering fire his way. His shields dropped by 50% when 2 splashes of plasma hit the invisible space between his shields and his helmet. He jerked his neck to the side and found the elite with a missing leg, firing a small purple and green weapon at him. The plasma pistol splashed once more on his shields, and the alarm was triggered. He dodged the next shot, and before the elite had moved his arm to target him again, John had already closed the distance, slitting the alien's throat with his knife and freeing him from his weapon. He turned to the elite pinned by the tree and watched him, using his swords to attempt an escape. John aimed his new plasma pistol at the alien on the floor, then felt the building shake. He wasn't sure if it was the massive scare of stomping away, or if the structural damage on the building from both sustaining the weight of the alien excavation platform and the collapsed tree, but he wasn't going to stay there to find out. He let the flames consume the elite and ran past a pair of legs on the floor that had belonged to the Marine stationed on the rooftop. The Spartan ran past the stairs in 2 long strides, which at his height were mere steps, then turned up a series of doors and steps leading to the upper level where the bridge connected with the opposite side of the canal. The moment the doors opened, he saw a Marine collapsed on the floor with half her torso missing, bleeding all over the mounted turret. He turned to his right and ran along the metal-graded maintenance path of the bridge. Aside from being the maintenance path, it also served to support some of the weight of the small bridges connecting either building. Along the entire path, rows of men and women in battered shape leaned against ammo crates, weapon holders, and turret stations that all tried to stop the Scarab with a series of 50 caliber snipers, rocket launchers, and grenades, but it had blown right past them. He took one of the spunkners and hoisted it up on his right shoulder, with the plasma pistol still held on his left, then ran the lengths of both the maintenance path and the bridge at the end where the Scarab had positioned itself directly over the reservoir. He cursed himself for taking so long to defeat the hit squad of elites. If he hadn't wasted time with them, he would have been able to stop the many casualties of the Scarab's path. The hit squad of elites had clearly been tracking him, which meant he was getting closer to stopping them. Their shield strength, weapons, and tactics had been designed to hunt a singular foe. Once he got rid of the Scarab, he would go back to loot their bodies for any potential intel. He just hoped the flames of the burning elite hadn't scorched everything on the golden elite's body. John focused back on the Scarab as it fired its main excavation beam into the subway system from the edge of the canal's drop-off. He wondered if he could force the Scarab to fall past the reservoir into the small tracks below. If the Scarab landed upside down, the passengers would drown and come up for air as he picked them off. He considered it, but knew the amount of rockets needed to push the Scarab even an inch did not exist within a 10-mile radius. Instead, he ran off the side of the bridge onto the top of the exposed Scarab. He landed on the squished remains of half a dozen elites and twice as many grunts and jackals. They had been killed by the Marines on top of the bridge, for which John would have to thank them later. He walked down the ramp and ignored the rest of the bodies. He looked over the panels, but Cortana marked a waypoint away from them. The blue semi-triangle led to another ramp down into the darkness inside the Scarab's control center. After walking down the ramp, he leaned against the wall, separating it from the inside compartment. His motion trackers picked up 12 different contacts and painted the red dots on the circular pulsing sensor on the corner of his heads-up display. He switched the firing mechanism of the rocket to heat-seeking and began holding down the trigger to manipulate the plasma pistol. His smart link, with Cortana's aid, had hacked into the Covenant's weapon system, allowing him to see the exact charge of the pistol. Once the charge reached 1%, he would have exactly 1 second to fire it before the heat had gathered too much molten material at its tip and exploded in his hand. The plasma glowed brightly, but he covered it with his massive body. In seconds, it reached 5%, then 4%, and 3% until it reached 2%, and he turned the corner of the passageway's ramp. Inside there were a dozen elites, all in different armors. Some blue, some red, some black, and a single pilot at the control. With his accelerated reflexes, he was able to pick off the single individual at the far end of the chamber. John let go of the trigger as the counter reached 0. The blotch of green plasma flew through the air past the rest of the elites, striking the one in the center, maneuvering the firing gun of the Scarab platform. The alien was about to feel the pain of third-degree burns, but John spared him the misery by firing the M41 rocket. It zizzled through the air, tracking the heat signature left behind by the plasma bolt. Once it made contact with the alien's back, it exploded. He pressed on the opportunity by cycling out the spent rocket out of the main firing tube by pressing a button on the side of the rocket. With his second hand freed after dropping the plasma pistol, he switched to a regular firing mode on the rocket's side and blasted again before the first explosion had even cleared. The first of the rockets had disintegrated the elite in the red armor at the controls and stripped away at the rest of their shields. The second blast had sent chunks of mass flying in all directions, painting the cabin in deep purples, as opposed to the latter purple and pinks it already was. John dropped the rocket and switched to his M45 tactical shotgun on his back. After 3 shots, the crew who had survived was dead, and he closed in on the controls. Mjolnir's translation software indicated what each of the controls was, but Cortana would be the one to pilot it. If they could weaponize the massive excavation platform against the Covenant, they would be in a much better spot.
Can you pilot this thing?
Negative. The console took serious damage thanks to your explosive help. It's rigged to self-destruct. You better get out of here.
Alas, it wasn't meant to be. Sierra 117 ran back up the platform and up to the piece that served as an overwatch area. He gained speed and ran off the edge with a heavy push. His jump brought him the distance back to the bridge, where he was able to grab onto the edge and climb back up the full way. John watched as the Scarab began a chain reaction of explosions from its core, lighting up into blue and white fuselages. Through the smoke, a Pelican approached. He could see on the front seat a pilot, and her co-pilot flanked in the center by Sergeant Major Avery Johnson.
That's right, you mothers! Run!
We have a bird inbound. We'll rendezvous with Blue Team on board the in-amber clad before we slip space rupture!
John heard the conversation between Miranda Keyes and the Fleet Admiral Hood on his speakers. She wanted to follow the Prophet's ship, a daring maneuver to say the least, something her father would have done. A second of hesitation washed over the comms, but Hood had given the green light for the operation. The Master Chief braced for impact, beating himself up over not being able to defeat the Scarab on time to join the in-amber clad. He watched the Pelican with Johnson on board scurry, attempting to put as much distance between itself and the 17-kilometer-long ship entering subspace. It would take an ace-cracked-out pilot to land that dropship without killing all passengers once the subspace portal closed. John read out the freshly painted E419 on the side of the Pelican and hoped whoever Echo 419 was could deliver the sergeant to safety. In the distance, he watched as the in-amber clad entered the subspace portal directly following off the massive Covenant assault carrier, and the portal closed until it disappeared entirely. A shockwave 3 times the size of the one on Sigma Octanus 4 formed at point of entry and spread out throughout the city. He watched several Overdo Dropshock Trooper human entry vehicles get knocked off course. Windows on the high-rising buildings cracked and shattered. Vehicles in the distance flew away like feathers, and the pressure wave caught up to him. The last thing he felt before losing consciousness was a massive push into the wall behind and the crack of concrete. 14th year of the 9th Age of Reclamation. 10th cycle, 14 units. The Fleet Master of the Sacred Consecration Armada laid pinned under a tree with flames running up and down its shaved-off base. He hacked and slashed at the trunk, slashing branches with his energy sword. He had dropped one when the lumbering giant had fallen on him, and now he was trapped under its massive weight. He hacked away at the awkward angle, unable to reach his second blade. Slowly he made progress, but the flames were closing in. He fueled himself with rage, aimed at the demon, all while listening to the chatter in his comms. One of the relic teams had found what they were looking for, and had reported in to the bridge crew. A bridge he should have been on. But instead, he was trying to placate the prophet. A prophet who had betrayed his own kind in the form of the two hierarchs. Rule found more rage in his heart and pounded away against the trunk, slicing an ever so larger gash into the body of the wooden foe. The heat blanketed him in a warm embrace, which soon began to cook flesh. It would not matter. Once they began the great journey, he would become a god, and whatever marked his body, be it the battle scars of this fiery embrace, or the ones from decades prior, would all be a thing of the past. The great journey would soon begin. He sliced through the trunk until he was freed enough to reach for his second blade. Once he could grasp it, the task became exponentially easier, slicing the last roots and branches that pinned him onto the floor. He finally rolled out from under the flames and bark when he heard a new transmission on his communications device. It was the prophet's voice, the Holy One. He gave an order to the crew of the Solemn Penance, but Rule had either missed it or was in too much shock to process what the worm-faced alien prophet had said. His own coughing from the smoke inhalation had drowned out the transmission. He tapped the earpiece to his helmet to signify that he was still alive, requesting the transmission to be repeated, but no response came. Instead, a new deluge of Sangheili voices erupted on the communications channel. He understood the words, but not the meaning. They spoke of a slip-space portal opening at the nose of the Solemn Penance, but that would be impossible. The only one who could give that order aside from himself would have been the Prophet of Regret, and there was no reason for him to give that order when they still had so many brothers on the ground who could be pulled away to safety. The panicked voices of 100 Sangheili divulged into static, and a moment later, Rule Salmutee found himself flying through the air. He had no wings to speak of, but soared through like a god. He could feel the gust of divine winds washing away his mortal flesh. Michael sat cross-legged on the floor of exotic Forerunner metal, watching a series of flying bulbous gases called engineers dismantle and reshape the massive walls of the alien ship. He had given up on counting them, but knew there were hundreds of the creatures. They floated about, tinkering with anything that wasn't bolted down, then everything that was. Once the one directly in front of him had let go of his Mjolnir helmet piece, he took it from the slimy tentacle and placed it back on his head. He considered for a moment the break of secrecy with the armor's classified systems, but the engineered creatures had proven to have no real will of their own, aside from fixing and dismantling things that were broken. He wondered if he should put a bullet through the squid-faced tentacle creature, but refused to. The UNSC was going to need as many of these creatures on their side if they wanted to win the war. His shield sputtered back to life and now seemed to be over twice the strength they had been. It was particularly useful considering their last engagement had been a brutal slaughter without said shields. Michael examined all systems and subsystems, checking for imperfections but found none. All but one, actually. The date on his mission calendar was wrong. Way off, in fact. He wasn't sure how far from Earth they had been, but by all accounts their trip hadn't been long. After his bones had been set in place by the pink floating engineers, they had taken to healing on their own, which, if his mental clock was still ticking correctly, they had transitioned into slip space just over 72 hours prior, which based on the monitor's estimate was just about the time it would take them to reach Earth. The Forerunner ship had taken severe damage during its fight against the hundreds of Covenant warships, but most importantly, its slip space crystal was gone. The ship's engines were undoubtedly faster than anything the UNSC could build, but more impressively, it was still several times faster than the Covenant ships. The flying round construct sapped away a beam from its central core into a few panels and chattered away. He didn't have the mental fortitude to start a conversation with the construct again, so he decided to reboot his systems. The suit of armor encasing his body locked in place, then booted back up, once again displaying the date. He looked at the corner of his heads-up display, magnifying the date, and it showed November 2nd. He slowly walked back to Adriana, but before he could ask her to check her battle calendar, the void of space around the viewport illuminated with 1,000,000 dots of white light. Then 1,000,000 more, but this time it was the light of tiny explosions off in the distance. The speakers in his helmet immediately picked up a transmission. The firmware inside the suit detecting the voice belonged to Fleet Admiral Lord Hood, telling someone to fire on them. Jai interrupted, cutting off the Admiral.
We've got a new contact, unknown classification.
It isn't one of ours. Take it out.
This is Sierra 006. We have Spartans on board.
Isolate that signal. You mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
We're here to finish this fight.
September 18th, 2552. Dr. Catherine Halsey watched the countdown timer on the view screen ticking down. It was programmed to indicate when they would be dropping out of space. There was only a few minutes left now, and she had run out of excuses. She eyed the message given to her by Spartan 117, John. He was the son she could never have. Her first child, in a sense. Miranda had been the last, and one from her own womb, yet she loved them equally. If truth be told, maybe she loved John more. He represented her life's work, not only in everything she had achieved, but in everything he had, and would continue until the day he could no longer fight. And she knew him well enough to know that day wasn't anytime soon. Miranda was a piece of herself, and that in itself was precious and unique. But when she looked at her, all she could see was the similarities between her and her father. The thought of the captain in his white naval uniform brought a smile to her face. Then she remembered the conversation that had split them up. One of the last times they had talked for over a decade prior to her mission brief on Reach that had sent him on his final mission. She thought of that day and how it had all been a matter of briefings and work matters. When she revealed Cortana's creation to the captain and the method by which she had made the AI, the captain had grown challenging. Catherine knew she was crossing many, many lines, but those lines had been set there to stop humanity. She had saved the human race with her Spartans, and she would again with her current goal. He had threatened to expose her, but she knew it was a simple talk. He would never betray her like that. He was too much of a gentleman. He was the only man that could speak to her like that, because he was the only man who really understood her. She looked at the file waiting to be opened, the one he had recorded shortly before his untimely demise. Was it a final tongue lashing or a farewell? She read over the file name, contact file encryption name, Michael, India, Romeo, Alpha, November, Delta, Alpha. The man was so predictable it hurt. It was one of the things she loved the most about him. From the moment they had shared their first embrace 4 decades prior, she pressed a series of numbers to decrypt the file. 02282525. She typed in the correct numerical value to open the file and found a voice memo inside. Attached was an accompanying video of the man, Captain Jacob Keyes in his white officer's uniform, and the row of medals that lined the breastplate. The row of bars was inconsequential for the message, yet she could not help but look at the man's winning smile. Even on this tiny displayed hologram, he oozed charm. She let the image hang for a second before hitting the playback symbol. The man began to speak.
I know that if you're seeing this message, I have already perished in the line of duty. You and I both know we are two sides of the same coin. Too stubborn to say I'm sorry. I may be dead, but I am not wrong, Catherine. Do not let that fool you into believing I won't haunt you until you do what is right. Not that you were ever the superstitious type. Take care of Miranda. Patch things up with her. She has no fault in our separation. I have a feeling this war is far from over, and you know how she is. Unnecessary risks in the lot. She's gonna need you now that I'm gone. If you can't be her mother, be her savior. You weren't there when she needed you the most, so I am asking you to step up in the only way you can understand. Use that big brain of yours and end this war. Stop the bloodshed and help guide humanity to a better future. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. I don't even want to entertain the thought of what you plan to do with the rest of those samples. I just hope for your sake you don't make more of them. I pray you heed the mortal dictata and do what's right for that boy. He'll need a proper mother, someone to teach him right from wrong. And I'm afraid you're not the right person for that job. You've done many unethical things. Cortana and that boy are living proof of it. I would bet my life those aren't the only violations of the natural order resting on your shoulders. Even as we did the unthinkable and committed heinous crimes, you believed yourself irreproachable. I fully admit to my part in these acts and accept all blames and punishment. I ask you do the same, for whatever it may be worth now. I am truly, deeply sorry, Catherine. I know you're a good person, and I still love you. Give my regards to Miranda. Keys out.
The message ended there, and the words hung in the air, sinking, sinking to the bottom of her heart. A part of her had died and left a vacant emptiness inside her that all the stars in the universe and all their mysteries and secrets would never fill. She felt the wet moisture run down the side of her cheek onto her palm. Her throat clogged, and finally, she let herself feel. After tapping a single symbol in the corner of her data pad, the video disappeared, and she whispered,
I will always love you, Jacob.
How the hell is she even still alive? Is that an actual question? Look at her. She's the size of a mountain. Her skull is split open. I don't think her size matters much. She's a Spartan. That's how. Yeah, I get it. But she's gonna hemorrhage before we get her on the next bird out. Spartans never die. She hasn't so far. I don't expect her to now. Patch her up as best you can. Yes, sir. November actual to November 4.
November 4, copy.
Mission's changed. We have a live asset on ground. Spartan class. Over.
November actual? Sounded like you said Spartan. Confirm? Over.
Confirmed. Over.
Copy that. Rerouting medvac your way ASAP. Do we have a positive ID yet?
Affirmative. Sierra 141.
No, this just won't do. I do not understand why the Reclaimer would do such a thing. It would have been more effective to fire the ring rather than destroying my installation.
Please, Oracle, I do not understand. The Holy Ring, the Temple of the Forerunners. What do you mean, fire?
Why do you insist on calling my installation a holy relic? My installation was a weapon, and one which we needed very, very badly.
But Oracle, we were told the rings are the gateway to godhood, to an everlasting paradise.
I am no oracle. I am a monitor to this installation, even if it lies shattered in pieces. This was no gateway.
You are a creation of the gods. How can you say that?
I do not believe my makers were gods. If they were, they would have told me.
What of the installation? Is it not the gateway to transcendence into the beyond?
If you mean the eradication of all life in the galaxy as transcendence, yes. However, this installation is but one of a network designed to wipe out all life which the Flood might feast on throughout the galaxy.
The ring is a weapon?
Yes, a beautiful tool of destruction on a galactic scale. Whoever told you otherwise is either a fool or a liar.
Are you saying the Forerunners did not achieve godhood with the firing of the rings?
Hardly. My makers, like the many species in this galaxy, were eradicated with the firing of the 7 rings.
Tell me everything you know about Halo and the Forerunners.
I will share what I am permitted in due time, but right now, we need to stop the spread of this infestation.
Leave that to me, or Monitor.
You can call me 343 Guilty Spark.